this isn't
Guys,
helping.
you can
All right,
try as
Well,
much
dude,
as
yeah,
Hold
just
on,
keep it
guys.
concise, man. Look, I just dropped the sources. Vertical deflections are directly obtained by calculating the difference between astronomical coordinates and geodetic coordinates. There's a difference. There's a huge discrepancy. Multiple arc seconds. I dropped some of the tables. Whatever. Can't accept it. No one cares.
Yeah, that's the point I'm making. So we can leave it at that, Omnivore. You guys are going to obviously deflect and do your dance that you guys always do, but you just don't get it at this point.
Yeah. Don't forget that you got people listening in the live stream. So if we drop these links and things at that breakneck speeds, maybe they can't keep up. Let's bear that in mind as well.
To summarize it right, the entire globe model is effectively built from the sky and the relative positions of the ground and the stars. Yet, whenever we take that astronomical data and we try to overlay it to physical measurements of the surface, they don't match up. So, to establish our vertical plumb line, while they assume it's a globe, they have to change it, and it doesn't match where it's supposed to be in relation to the sky. There's always a huge discrepancy. They then just create all kinds of corrections to make it match the sky, and then draw it down to the assumed center of mass. So it literally doesn't match. The ground literally doesn't match the sky in the globe model, which is how they built it. So physical measurements and surveying is the last thing a glober should ever bring up.
Yep. Flat plane of Earth and celestial sphere. That's what the map's made with.
And that was a load of rhetoric.
No, it's not. Vertical deflections between the
Yeah,
astronomical
just-
and astronomic and geodetic longitude differences. This is the correction of the astronomical azimuth to be converted to the geodetic azimuth. I just dropped the sources. It isn't rhetoric. It's called a vertical deflection. If
Don't
you
make Earth flat.
it,
So
okay,
let me.
so you can't address it.
I want to respond. I want to get in. Let me know.
Go ahead.
Go,
Okay,
I mean, go.
Okay. So I just posted a picture from a 1908, I think, surveying book. This is planar surveying. Okay. So let's see if I think it's 1908, something like that. And so this picture, and you can go look at it, Apocryphon. This picture in here shows mean sea level being curved. Now you have a presupposition that it's being faked and they're all lying. That's your presupposition. But that's not my presupposition. So if I don't share your goofy belief, I'm sorry, but that's how I'm going to characterize it. If I don't share your goofy presuppositional belief, then why shouldn't I trust this book for definition of level? That's the question to you, Apocryphon.
Yeah. So I don't think you get it, Omnivore. So I think I'm wasting my time, and people are getting angry that I'm just talking slow or whatever. I don't care. Because at the end of the day, I'm telling you, what you're showing is the lie, and then you're just like bringing up a page of the lies of that book that I told you was based upon lies, and then you're like, see, but it says right here, but that's the lie, dude, and you don't get it.
Can you address Witsit's paper? Witsit dropped the paper, right?
I haven't seen Witsit's paper.
Or what did you put?
Screenshots from the book.
Screenshots from the book.
Yeah.
Like, you got to address those.
So, me?
Yeah, vertical deflections.
Yeah.
The actual position of the globe. Okay, you guys believe that we look at the sky and it changes as we move over the surface of the Earth because the Earth's a globe. We built the globe based on the sky. The position of the star is supposed to be directly relative to the globe, but when we measure the surface of the Earth, listen, it doesn't match. It never matches. It never matches.
But I want to leave
the
you
physical measurements of Earth never match.
You get all the time in the world. I'm going to step away.
You're being super rude.
You're interrupting, bro.
You'll never address it.
Yeah, I know, but I'm gonna leave. So I just want
Stop it.
We almost heard Witsit. Let's let Omni go. He said he's leaving.
Yeah. So, the problem, and I know that we went round and round on this, Apocryphon, is that I don't have the same presupposition that you do or that Witsit does. Now, you can say you have evidence that makes that presupposition true, but the fact is, what you've got is a presupposition, and then you fit all the evidence to it.
That's not projection.
I'm sure that's what you could call it. But what's happening is, I don't especially care about the definition of level. It's just that if somebody asks me what the definition of level is, I'm going, and it's with respect to Earth shape, I'm going to go to a surveying book and look at the definition of level and give you that. Okay, that's why would I do otherwise? There's no reason. Now you can say it's a lie and you're just showing the lie and it's a lie McLie, but then it's incumbent on you to show that, and you can't do it.
I just did.
Okay,
You have
Richard
the
Dawkins
evidence
is.
that it's a lie. You just
I just did.
can't be
I just
right.
did. I just did.
So, Montreal, you can go look at the book. I don't explain
You hold
to me
a
why I
double
shouldn't think
standard,
that.
omnivore,
Why
dude.
should
You
I-
hold
why
a
should I
double
respect
standard.
what the book says?
Everybody
I see the
knows.
difference. I see the
Yeah.
I don't have to
difference.
make any
In the
assumptions.
the ellipsoid, the ellipsoid
I
and
wanted
the
to believe
geoid,
that.
you got gravitational anomalies will make the geoid plumb line not necessarily agree with the ellipsoid model, and
that's
that's
not
not a
what we're
problem.
talking about.
That's well
That's
known.
not what
That's
we're
not a
talking about.
problem.
That's not what
I'm
we're talking
leaving
about.
you with the terror that you will have to come up why I should disbelieve the definition of level from these books. Okay?
Left
Just
Wing doesn't
saying
even
because it's a
understand what we're talking
lie,
about.
that's your belief. That's not my belief. If I don't share
Oh, you don't believe the
your
Bible
goofy
where it says
belief,
every
that,
man is a
and then
liar?
I don't have
That
a
which
reason
you
to agree
told
with
us
you.
before that you believe in God and that God is the
left.
ultimate source for truth. You remember?
This is the thing, right? We're not making any I'm just looking at your assumption to see if it's true, and it has nothing to do with the difference in the geoid and ellipsoid. We're talking about the sky where you built your globe model from, and then the surface of the earth when we measure it, they don't line up. There's a vertical deflection. They don't line up. They never line up, and you just add corrections to it.
That's
So
because the geoid and the ellipsoid are different.
that has nothing to do with what I'm talking
Oh yeah,
about.
well, what does the astronomical stuff line up with? One of the two models. Which one?
How dare you say that word?
Wait, time out. Why do you think they line up? That's the whole point. They don't line up.
No, the ellipsoid and the geoid do not line up, and it's well known.
No, we're not talking about that.
Well, that's
You know what the
that's what's
geoid
in those
is?
papers that you just showed.
No, it's not.
Well, yes, it is.
No,
Yes, it
it's
is.
not.
We just
Dude,
read it.
did
That's
you
what it
actually?
says.
Nuh-uh. Show it.
Okay, the astronomic and geodetic longitude difference. So it's based on the actual difference in the astronomical azimuth and the geodetic azimuth, meaning the measurements on the ground, geodetic, right? Do you
Like I
understand?
said, why aren't you
When
bringing
you
up
make
the
a
difference in the geoid and the ellipsoid?
why did I bring that up? I didn't bring that up
No, why aren't you bringing that up? Because that's what
because
they're
you're
talking about and what
deflecting
you just
from my
posted.
point. You're deflecting from my point.
Why do they vary?
Do you know what the geoid is?
Why do they vary?
Because the geoid is an imaginary giant global mean sea level based purely on gravity.
Yeah, it's a gravitational the force of gravity isn't the same all over the earth, and it causes
That isn't what we're
anomalies
talking about.
that differ from the ellipsoid model, and
That
it
isn't.
causes where you would think plumb is a little bit off from what it actually is, and that's because of the geoid model.
We're talking about the astronomical azimuth and the geodetic azimuth.
So, what is a geodetic azimuth?
It's whenever we go do a geodetic measurement on the Earth.
Yeah, it's a plumb
Yeah.
line on the geoid. It's the force of
Yeah.
gravity pulling on the plumb.
Okay. Go ahead.
Well, there it is. Do you not see
I mean,
it?
there it is. When we assume the Earth's a globe and we take a plumb line and then draw it down to the center of mass, it does not match up with the
I know.
sky.
That's because of the
And your
geoid.
model's
It's
fake.
different
No,
from the ellipsoid.
no,
It'll line up with the
nothing to do with any of
ellipsoid.
that.
It lines up with the
Nothing to do with that.
ellipsoid. It does not line up with the geoid.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about the
That's what we're talking.
astronomical
That's the
zenith.
difference. That's the anomaly.
It's not the
The
geoid. We're
ellipsoid is
talking about
after the
the
correction is
oblate
already
spheroid.
implemented.
And we
That's
let
the
Witsit and
stupidest
left
thing I've
lane go
ever heard.
back and forth for a couple of minutes, guys. Let's let left lane and Witsit go at it.
You're going to invoke a model after the correction is already done and then say, look, the part that doesn't match it matches over here. Duh. It's after the correction is applied, which is why the initial point was, do you even know the foundational assumptions you need to make to try to claim you're doing geodetic surveying in the first place?
It's because it's very simple. It's because the geoid and the ellipsoid don't match because of gravitational anomalies. They're not always exactly the same.
No, they first of all, the sky never matches the physical measurements on the ground.
Well, it varies.
Never.
It's
No, it never
very.
matches. It
It
never
just
matches.
varies. Sometimes it's more different than other places on Earth.
Yeah, sometimes it's more wrong, sometimes it's less wrong. It never
Well, you
matches.
look at that geoid and you'll see, yeah. Well, hell, there's a big lump over here, and it's like looks like below sea level over there, but there's going to be a difference there.
That doesn't change anything that we're talking about. Doesn't matter if there's a big hump or not. It would still go straight
There's
down to
where
the
the
center of
difference
mass.
is, though. That's what causes
No, it's not.
the misalignment or the disagreement or the anomaly.
No, it's not.
Yes,
You could
because the
have
geoid is what's going to make the plumb line point where it points, and it
you can literally
differs
go
from the ellipsoid.
you can go measure a giant plane. It's not going to match. There's going to be a vertical deflection between the
I do,
astronomical
yeah, I
azimuth.
agree.
Nothing to do with humps or hills or anything like that.
No, it has to do with the geoid and ellipsoid.
He doesn't get it. He doesn't get it.
And this is what you need to understand, right? Is that whenever you actually try to map out your model from the sky and then go measure the surface to verify it, it doesn't work. And then what you guys do is you just make up a bunch of mathematical corrections. How convenient that you have this infinite slider that you can just call it a gravitational anomaly, and then you can just move it wherever you need to
Well,
move it.
show me how you should do it on the flat Earth and see how it
No, no, no,
works.
no, 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 no. Address what I said.
I've already addressed it. I've addressed it directly because the geoid and ellipsoid models differ. There's a variance. The plumb bob will not necessarily agree with the ellipsoid model, and there's a difference there because of the geoid model. There's gravitational anomalies. It's greater in places than others. The plumb bob will not necessarily point directly where the ellipsoid says it should, and
No, it never
it's kind of well
does.
known. It's well known though.
It's
It
correct.
never does. It's well known. You're right. It's well
So,
known that
so
when
do
we
it on a
measure the
flat Earth.
surface, it
Show me
never
how it works
matches
on a
your
flat
model.
Earth, and then
You're
you'll have
right.
something.
You're right about something. It's well known that anytime we measure the surface of the Earth, it never matches the globe model. You're right. It's well known.
Show me
And
how it works
then you
on a
just
flat Earth. You might have something.
so you admit you guys have to just make up an unfalsifiable model with no actual empirical evidence to move your
No,
slider
I
around to
don't
make the
agree with any of
corrections.
that.
But that's just factually what it is.
No, I don't agree with
How are you
any of
okay?
that.
How are they verifying the gravitational anomalies?
There's satellites measuring it as we speak.
That is not what they do at all. They've been doing it for 200 years. How do
Yeah,
they?
there's
How do they?
satellites are measuring gravitational anomalies all over the world right now.
That's not what they do at all.
Well, let's go
It
look and
is.
see.
No, it's not. They've been doing it for 200 years.
Well, let's go look and see.
Wait, are you saying that they've been using satellites to measure it for 200 something years? Are you saying
How is,
surveyors go
how
get
is
the
the
satellite data? That's not what
global
happens at all.
geoid model? How do they make that? And let's go. I'm going to go look and see. I bet it'll say satellites are measuring it right now.
That's irrelevant. It's just a non-point.
Yeah,
That isn't what
the
they actually
geoid.
do.
What do you mean it's a non-point? It's directly to the point.
First of all, what satellites allegedly measure almost never actually match the vertical deflection. Secondly, the vertical deflection has nothing to do with what satellites measure. It's simply the actual difference in what they assume with the astronomical azimuth and what's actually detected and what they actually have to use to measure the real Earth. Then they just do a correction equation. Has nothing to do with any measurements, has nothing to do with satellites doing anything. It's I believe the Earth's a globe, but my belief doesn't match reality. So I just create an equation that applies the difference in a correction, and then we call it a vertical deflection, and then we just move on about our day. So it's literally unfalsifiable.
Well, it's just a tolerance, and it's been confirmed by satellites. There's a difference. It's only a
No, it
tolerance. It's not a
hasn't.
full. Excuse me. It's not a full equation. Thank you.
Yes, it is. It's literally a correction applied to the
It's a
actual
tolerance. It's
deflection.
a tolerance adjustment.
No, it's not. It's not a tolerance. A tolerance of what? What's the tolerance?
I mean, the geoid is not adapted to the celestial sphere. It's not what it's about. Right? It's based on supposed gravitational anomalies, right? The only actual model from the ball that is adapted to the celestial sphere properly is the oblate spheroid, which is a completely different model. Doesn't look anything alike.
Notice how anytime that they're like wrong about it or whatever, they just stop responding. They literally just go quiet.
No,
And then
I've
someone
gone quiet
wastes-
because you're not worth the answer. I just explained what it was. You just refused it point blank, which means you haven't looked into it thoroughly enough. We go quiet
Oh.
because we're sick of your bullshit, mate. That's it. So don't
That's not what
assume
happens.
something is wrong because you assume a lot and you are wrong a lot. So get
That's
fucked.
not true. Why is
Still
that?
couldn't
That is
answer
not
it.
true. Yeah, it's the
I said, what's
same
the
thing that
tolerance?
happened with me and Omni, dude. It's happening
Yeah.
over and over again.
You guys all do it. And then you came off the mic just to throw a bunch of insults. Can you answer the question? What's the tolerance? You made a claim. What's the tolerance? You made it up, bro. That's all there is to it.
No, I just came off to let you know what it was. You can't confirm one way or the other because you haven't looked into it. I just voiced that, and straight away you said, now he's gone quiet. Dude, I'm not interested in engaging with you because I think you're full of shit, and I've just proven it to myself. You're not worth it.
Okay, you don't know the answer. You're saying I didn't look into it. I already dropped sources. Highlighted citations. There's way more.
That's crazy that you would say that, Boomer. Being that, are you not just following the conversation, or did you jump in late or something?
Bait him, throw jabs at him.
Oh, you have no problem when they do it, though. That guy just said 15 insults. You didn't say a word.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Funny how that works.
You agree? Is that an agreement, Gatebreaker? You're just here to cause strife. Is that correct?
One way.
The machine must be fed. No map, no model. Please engage with me.
It's funny how the Globers just like are super dishonest. They go quiet. They throw a bunch of insults. You don't have anything to say.
Globers,
you have
take
anything
a
to
break.
say?
Let the flat earthers debate amongst themselves. We have a lot of main players in here. Arwen, Apocryphon, Witsit, Torah. What model of the
No
flat
map
earth
or
should we
model?
follow?
Excuse me, Gatebreaker. No map, no
Ladies and
model. There's
gentlemen,
been a
ladies and
physical
gentlemen.
model presented in here. Shane
Spiral
has
Torah.
presented. Dude,
Spiral for
Shane
me,
has
bud.
presented the conceptual map and model,
no, that's not what
and
I
all the
asked.
measurements are done in leads. So I don't know, what more do you want, Gatebreaker? Are you just gaslighting the room at this point?
Torah, try not to overload your nervous system when you're speaking to me, bud. So Torah,
Wow.
are you
That's
speaking for your flat Earth friends in here? Do they all follow the whatever model you just said right now?
Well, how about you talk to me, because you just claim no one's ever brought a map or a model when a gentleman came in here and you guys interrupted him
Guess what, Torah? You're
like
muted,
you're doing
bud. Cry
now.
about it.
Oh, we're gonna have to mute you
Okay,
if you mute people
dude.
are talking. Don't do that, dude.
Gatebreaker, why don't you have a one-on-one with him, man? You do this all the time. You come in, you spurg out, and then you leave. Like, why don't you stay and have a 1v1 with him, like a man? How about that?
Demons.
No, I'd rather hear you
I could just
guys, the experts
directly
of flat
address his
Earth,
issue.
talk about flat Earth amongst each other and get to the
Yeah,
bottom
we
of
don't
all
have
your
a
ad
model.
hoc ideas. Stop
We don't
wasting
have a
time
model.
coping with the Globers and come up with your truth that you're so convinced of.
Yeah, see,
We
there's
don't
a
have a
disagreement
model.
right
We
there.
don't need a model. It's a work in
There's a
progress.
disagreement right there. Arwen thinks
Hold
there's
on,
no
hold on,
model,
hold on.
and Torah thinks
The
that a
truth,
model's been presented. So you guys should figure it out
there
between you two.
has been models. Dude, we can figure it out between each other. They asked to present a model. There has been models presented. That does not necessarily mean that Arwen must accept that model as the tried and true. The model isn't even presented as reality. It's a conceptual framework. That's what the globe model is. So if it is the
Gatebreaker
case that's
pointed
what you're
out
looking
that
for,
there
then
isn't a
that's been
model, then
brought
that's
to you.
correct.
Excuse me, sir. Do you know how to have a conversation? Here, we try to do it like the talking stick. When one person has a talking stick. So if
Okay,
you'd
just
like to
get
go,
on with
I'll
it,
hand
please.
you the talking stick now. Go ahead.
Yeah, so when Gatebreaker pointed out that there isn't a model amongst all of you shared, he was correct. You pointed out that one has been presented. Arwen just confirmed that he doesn't accept it. So Gatebreaker's idea was for you guys to all sit down, have a conversation, and decide on a model.
Yeah, but
So
if
we
we
just
don't know,
falsified
hang on.
But
your
I have
model.
another
and then-
point. Oh, sorry.
If I can get a few words in,
This,
just
hold
very
on. This
quickly.
is.
If we don't know,
Let me
if
answer
we
that
don't
real
know
quick.
what the
Bro.
model is, hang on. If we don't know the layout of the Earth completely, we can't give you a model, and we're not claiming to know what the Earth is completely, its shape or anything. We are debunking the globe, which we've been doing for 11 years, and in that period of time, we have never said we have a model. We don't know the whole layout of the Earth. That is why we won't give you a model.
Oh, Tora does.
Yeah.
Tora has one. Jen, you should go talk to him.
I mean,
Thank you,
people
Jen.
some
Thank you, Jen.
people claim
Okay,
a
this is
model,
the
other people
positive
don't, but
claim
it's
right
not
here.
about
I'm
the
going to
model.
make the positive claim. I'm going to make the positive claim right now. The Earth is not a globe. That's the positive claim. Does anyone want to defend the position that the Earth is a globe? That's
That's
the
the
model we
negative
all
claim.
hold to. Is that we have and it's what? No, it is not a negative claim. I'm positively claiming the Earth is not a globe.
Not is the key word there.
Indeed.
So you guys are saying if I positively claim there's no money in my bank account, you're saying that's a negative claim.
Why?
Not
And I
analogous.
just want to address Jen real quick. You can make a model based on what you do know.
Yeah. Also, Witsit, are
We
you
know the Earth's
agreeing
not a
then that
globe.
all plums are not parallel? Witsit, are you agreeing that all plums are not parallel now?
What are you talking about? You just make up nonsense.
No, you said that they don't all point straight down in our model, that they don't point all in the same direction. So I'm just curious if that means that they're not parallel anymore.
You're curious if my falsification of your model where it doesn't match
Yes.
up means that I'm claiming that the actual thing we do observe isn't true?
Yes, so are you saying plums are
Yes.
parallel or not? Sorry. Which one?
Oh yeah, they would be physically parallel on a plane. That's when
But
did I say that I believe they
are
weren't?
they in actual life when we do
Yes.
the measurements?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And they always will be.
Okay. So when are you
The
guys going to
paper
address
you
the
just
fact I just
cited,
falsified your model?
the paper
When are
you
you going to
just
address
cited
the
says
fact?
differently. Yeah, your
No, it doesn't.
citation it
No,
says
it
exactly
doesn't. The
different.
paper I just cited, the paper I just cited is about geodesy, which assumes the sphere, which was the context of the conversation. And in order to do that, they have to make major corrections every single time they make any measurement on the Earth because it doesn't match the azimuthal or the astronomical azimuth.
Yes, it doesn't match the astronomical azimuth. Oh, man, this is so
Case
Oh,
good.
cool.
closed.
So if
Do you
someone
understand?
cites
Wait,
the
no,
Bible
please
to
don't interrupt me right
disprove
now.
the
Please don't interrupt
Bible,
me right
they
now.
have to.
Hey, do you understand that on a globe, if I took an astronomical azimuth and I drew it straight down to the globe and then I went and did another plumb line, they would diverge away from each other? The deflection of vertical is completely different than that. Did you not know? You were so cocky 10 seconds ago. Let's see how it goes.
Yes. Do you not understand what my point was?
Your point was stupid. You just claimed that what I
Yeah, there it
showed that
is.
they
There
don't
it
match.
is.
You claimed it
Ad
showed that
hom,
you
and you
claimed it
can't
you
do it.
claimed
Witsit,
dude,
just go away, dude. It's okay. You
I'm about to
just
kick
ruined
you.
all
Hey,
flat
are you
Earth
about to get
Wesley,
turned
arguments
cut
down?
it
about
out.
Hey,
Cut
parallel
it
buddy,
out. You're
you're
plums.
not
not
going to
going to
be part
talk
of
all
the
over me because
Parallel
that's not
conversation.
how
plums,
this room
okay?
works. That's not how this room works. You're not going to talk all over me. I'll hang out with
No, you
McNude
made
who's
you made a
5'10" and chubby.
claim.
Hey, buddy, you're not going to talk all over me, dude. You're not. Me saying your
Okay, be
argument
concise.
stupid isn't. Stop. It was 3 words. It has nothing to do with me being concise. It has to do with you not having self-control. So I said your argument is stupid. That's not an ad hom. What you clearly did, and you're trying to shift away, which is why you're not letting me speak, is you just tried to conflate and claim that the paper I showed shows that the actual plumb lines established on Earth aren't parallel. Has nothing to do with that at all. Complete lie. That's why I explained to you. It's actually based on the deflection of the vertical. And in your paradigm, if they actually were lined up, they wouldn't be parallel. The problem is that they don't actually line up in reality. Your point to non-point has nothing to do with anything that's being stated. The reification of the globe model that they then take the plumb lines, assume that they're not parallel, and then try to apply it to the sky where they built the globe from, and they don't match up. How does that have anything to do with us? Anything to do with me claiming if they're parallel or not? Anything to do with the flat Earth? It's your claim. It's been falsified. Address the refutation.
Okay. So what were the plumb lines? What direction were they in the paper for the most part?
What direction were they?
Yep. In your paper. Did you read your paper or you just cite things because
What
of the headlines?
direction were they? That's your question?
Yes. What direction were the plumb lines? I asked this like 3 times. You don't get it. Are you that dumb?
What direction?
He's gonna keep repeating it. You're
Yeah,
so
clarify
good with
what you're
it at
talking
this.
about. You know this is what you guys all
That's
do
an
just to
ad
be in the
hom,
way.
Wesley.
This is what you
Yep,
guys
I
all
Like
agree.
do.
Just like you
This
did.
is what you guys
Just don't
this is
be a
what you guys all
hypocrite.
do. I made a
Oh
specific
yeah, here
point,
meta. Let's
and
hear the
you
meta.
can't address it. No, this isn't meta. It's
Cry.
the
Cry
opposite.
more.
Your rebuttal was to ask me what direction they were. You can't address it.
Yes,
Your first
exactly.
attempt. So
Exactly.
your first
Exactly.
attempt. That's not a rebuttal. So your first
Yes, it
attempt was
is.
a no. Stop
You don't know which
interrupting me.
way
I'm
they
gonna
were
mute you. I
pointing.
swear on everything I love, you're gonna stay muted, dude. Like every time I've been in here since I've returned back on Discord, 15 different times you've done it, been told to stop, been warned to stop, been unmuted 10 times each time you're in here, and you do it every single time, and then you leave like you just did. You do this guy does the same thing every time. He clearly doesn't, he knows he's never gonna ever face consequences for it.
The
You
community is
just did. I
toxic,
just
bro. You
muted
just
him.
gotta
I will not allow him to do this anymore. I've made it clear to him. This is not going to keep on going on, Wesley. You either confirm, talk like a person, human being, on live VC, or you're going to get muted. It's that simple. I had enough of this guy.
Can we do the same with Gabriel? Because he fucking just did not have a conversation. He just preached or screams at us.
Well, gate
Sorry you
breaker
feel that
stops
way,
after
bud.
a while, so that it's not the same thing. This guy just comes in to disrupt the conversation. That's what he does.
That's what
Thank you, Essie. I
anti-flat-earthers do.
appreciate that moderation. I think everyone in here appreciates that moderation, and they should let Essie know that was good moderation. We need more of that.
Yeah, we can't let people like that disturb the convo all the time. I mean, sorry, man. We're adults here. Let's behave like adults. I mean, come on. We owe it to each other.
SC, anti-flat-earthers always throw wrenches in when the truth is being shared because they know listeners are listening, and it's going to pull them away from the lie. So they do that. That's what it's a tactic.
Yeah, what we
sounded
have
like
to
he
say
had
is
a point.
what we have to say is compelling and damning to their position that they have to try and disrupt it. That's all.
Sounded like he had a
So this
point,
is
but then he couldn't make it. I don't understand what just happened. Like, if you have a point to make, Wesley, like there's a lot of people here listening, and so just asking what direction they point, it's not insightful or helpful. It's not enriching the conversation.
well, I don't even know what he
It
was
was
asking. That's why I kept just saying it back. Or what direction?
yeah.
Like
Yeah.
what do you
If
mean?
there is a deflection of the vertical from something
Yes.
that it should be,
Yeah,
what's
it's
the order?
perpendicular to horizontal. That's what.
Yeah, and the
If
divergence
Essie,
that they have apparently.
if Witsit can't figure out what direction plumb is, there's no help for him, right? And the other people that are asking the same question, seriously, which way? Listen to him, and he's not going to get
We're
muted,
not
right?
talking about
Laughing over
Witsit.
the
This
top,
isn't a
right?
Witsit chat room. This isn't a
Yes,
Witsit chat
yes.
room.
He brought up the points. Wow, spurging. 5 people
No,
spurred
but you're
out when I
trying to
said
talk
something. There it
about
is. There
Witsit.
it is again.
That's not the
Insult.
point of this
Nobody. He's
room.
not going to get muted. He's not going to get
So
muted. That's
Wesley,
fine.
you left whenever
No,
you
that's
were
fine.
actually being moderated. You left when you were
Yeah,
being
you're not being
moderated,
moderated.
and
See,
you
you
left
come
when
in
you were
jumping
being.
over me.
Hey,
You jumped
hey,
over me
hey, hey!
again. Stop
Because
interrupting
I'm
me.
modding right
Stop
now. I'm
interrupting
modding
me.
right now.
Stop.
I'm modding.
Oh
Wesley,
I'm
wow,
that's
you're
modding.
my
moderating your own
Stop.
conversation. Great
No,
job.
it's not my own conversation. I'm just modding in general.
Great
You
job.
left you left in the you said a bunch of insults, then left while you were being moderated by us. He didn't listen to anything or hear anything he said,
You
then came
insulted me.
back
What are
in.
you talking
There
about? You
you
said
are
that
again.
argument
guys,
was
Stop
guys.
interrupting
stupid.
me. Stop interrupting me.
You
Then
said
you
that
came
argument
back
was
in
stupid.
after. Stop interrupting me.
Hypocrite.
You then stop, dude. You then came back in after the moderation and then just jumped right back in like nothing ever happened. That's not how this room
Yeah.
works.
Yeah. Then mod fairly. You can't mod fairly. No, so just relax. I asked you a question. You said that's a dumb response, and then you're crying about
That's not what I
insults.
said.
What kind of hypocrite are you? Stop being a hypocrite.
Okay.
That's all I'm asking.
Okay. What actually happened was I said, "Why are you asking me questions? Is there now two?" See, immediate. You can't control yourself, dude. This is
Reframe.
two back-to-back responses from you were to not actually address or rebut my point. The first one was to straw man me and claim that I'm now claiming that they're not parallel, just made up, asking me a question. Second one was to start asking me a question. Well, what direction were they in? Can you address the actual argument I made instead of deflecting to either straw mans of me or some other random questions to try to get a gotcha? Can you actually address the point that I made?
Right, I did. I asked you which way the plumb lines are pointing, and you couldn't
That
answer it
isn't
because I
answering
don't
my.
know
That isn't
why.
answering.
I don't know why. That's so weird. Look at you. You interrupting
Your
again. He
question
can't
was the
control
answer
himself.
to
Look
his
at this.
Guys,
question.
guys,
Another one.
you're both
5-on-1
spiraling.
Mog.
We're watching you both spiral. Just cut it out. Let's move forward,
That
please.
that wasn't me. I wasn't the one
Yeah.
that laughed or did any of
Yes,
that. That was
yes, you
someone else.
were. You were the first
That
one
was
in, and
someone
then
else.
Arwen did.
Oh, that was
No,
someone
you did
else.
it first.
I was
First was
not
him. He
even
started
saying
laughing.
anything. No, I didn't.
You were laughing. You were laughing.
No, I
So it's
wasn't.
okay.
No, I wasn't.
Bro, you
You bet
laugh all the
500
time.
bucks.
Wes. Shut the fuck up.
But I didn't. I wasn't. I didn't even say anything. Can you address the actual argument? Can you even still man my argument that you're pretending to rebut right now? Can you still man it? Because you can't. That's why you keep bringing up random straw mans and random deflections.
Yes, I
Can you
can.
still man?
I
Still man
can't.
it.
I know exactly what you're saying. You're saying
Go
that
ahead.
yes, you're saying, and the papers are saying that they don't point directly toward the center of the earth, the plumb lines. And we all agree. Left Lane explained it to you beautifully, and you just went, nuh-uh.
That's not what I did. I didn't say nuh-uh.
Yes, you did. You literally did that.
Your still man
This
of
is
my argument is
this.
nuh-uh.
This is what
Yes,
girls do
no,
when they
I
argue,
gave
you
you,
guys.
I gave you your argument. I gave you
Why do you
your
act like it's
argument
two-way?
perfectly. I see. You
Bro,
can't stop.
All
Wow.
right.
you
Well, then
It's
you're
can't
the other
stop.
guy.
impossible with
You
Witsit.
can't
And
stop
Give me
he's
some
like,
seconds.
interrupting
everybody,
everything.
a lot of people in here,
You're
like, look
making the
up to
show
this crap.
grind
Yeah,
to a
15
halt,
seconds,
Wesley.
please. 15 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, hello. So
About
any idea?
roboting.
Well, I'm nearly there. I said 15 seconds.
You're
Any idea that the
roboting.
plumb I'm going to address this issue. You're interrupting. 15 seconds. Now 10 seconds. If any idea that plumb bobs, drop or flow into the center of the earth, point to the center of his crap. We're not on a ball earth. Okay, that hasn't been established. Anything built upon a false premise has to be deemed null and void. So that's a null and void statement you're making with the plumb bobs. Finished.
Well, look, he didn't still man it. I'll repeat it, right? So, like, this is basically what they're doing. They assume the Earth is a globe. They notice the physical ground measurements don't match. They then invent vertical deflections and gravitational anomalies, apply the corrections based on the differential. Then they apply those mathematical corrections to force the data to fit. Then they claim the globe model was proven because the data now fits. And if in reality we actually live where they claim that they were, right? If the globe model actually was an accurate representation of physical reality, then whenever we actually do our physical measurements on the surface of the Earth, right, after using the celestial coordinates, the mechanical coordinates that we measure on the ground should match. They not only sometimes don't match, they never match.
So within what tolerance do they not match? What's the tolerance of those papers that you cited?
Well, you mean what's the generally accepted tolerance or the specific screenshots that I showed you? Because that's not the same thing.
No, in your papers, I hope you read them instead of just did a keyword searches. What are the tolerance? How far off are they?
But you're saying that in the papers it tells you what the
Can
ultimate
you answer
tolerance
the
allowed is? Because
question?
it doesn't
Can you
say.
answer the question?
The answer is it doesn't say. You're making it up. It doesn't say.
So you don't
You're
know
making it
then.
up. No, you're posturing
So
like it's in there. What is it then? What is it? What is it?
right, I'm asking. No, it's your citations.
It
So
doesn't
is it off
say.
by? Is it off by more than 1 degree?
So notice how he just did the whole, oh, if you didn't even
You
read
can't
it,
answer.
and then
Look
comes,
at him reframe. He's reframing now because he
you're
can't
Why don't
handle
you
the
immediately
answer his
interrupting
questions.
me.
question? What is
You're
the
immediately
discrepancy?
interrupting
What's
me.
the discrepancy? Answer it.
The only
Answer
way
his
he can
question.
defeat me is interrupt. Is okay, dude, stop interrupting me. There is no specific tolerance in the paper he made that up. He's probably the one that hasn't read it. I would imagine he's projection. He's hoping that he could posture and that I would get nervous or something. I actually did read them like 5 years ago. There is no agreed upon tolerance because it's whatever it is. The specific screenshot not being a full degree doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The argument itself isn't even an argument. You're saying that the discrepancy isn't enough to your arbitrary standard to where it'd be important. How is that an argument?
Right. You don't know how far off these measurements are. They'd have to be off by more than 180 degrees for it to be flat. But they're not that they're not even close to that.
Oh No. You did what you always did. You just shifted it over to a straw man of the
Reframe.
flat
Can't
Earth.
answer my
That's what
point. He can't answer my point.
you.
That's
I
fine.
am directly addressed. I'm going to mute you. I swear to God, when I mute you, you won't be
Yeah,
unmuted.
you mind your own debate. Go ahead.
You're interrupting me every time I go to respond to you. You cannot control yourself. You're literally like a child. You cannot do it. You physically can't do it. It's
That's
been
like
2
15
weeks
seconds he
now
hasn't
of me being
interrupted you.
back on here. He just interrupted me. He literally just did.
No, that was
So
me.
you're a liar. No, that was him.
No, it
I think we're
wasn't. It
going on
was
like
him.
20,
Stop. Relax,
25.
Okay,
dude.
Buck, you want to bet $100?
Yes.
We're not going to do the
$100
gaslighting thing.
bucks.
Okay,
Rich
he
just came
just
in and
interrupted.
interrupted you. I
No,
take that bet.
okay, $100, $100. You jumped in
Yep,
and
I
said
take that
reframe,
bet.
reframe,
Rich was
reframe.
the last
Did you?
one. Rich
Did
was the
you
last
jump
one
in
to
and say
interrupt you.
reframe, reframe, reframe? Did you jump in and say
Yeah, but
reframe,
then
reframe? Okay, so you
right,
interrupted me.
and
So give me
then
my hundred
Rich,
bucks. Give me my $100. Give me my $100.
listen to him spurg out. Control yourself. Don't
What?
cry.
Give me my
Please don't
hundred
cry.
bucks, bro.
I think
Please
it
don't
Give me my
needs
cry
hundred
to be
with
bucks.
it.
said
We
before
just
you
go back
make
to
a
the
bet,
deflection
you
argument,
have
not
to be
saying.
very clear on what the resolution of the bet is. You can't just
Oh,
say,
it was
okay,
pretty
bet.
simple.
Now give me my $100.
No, it was pretty simple. I said you interrupted me. He said he didn't
Listen to
interrupt
Witsit
me.
control
Look, he's
himself.
doing it again. He's doing it
Look,
again.
look at the guy that can control
Every
himself.
time that I speak, the dude interrupts me. Every single time. And the Rich Evans guy, you won't say shit about it because you're also dishonest. The Gatebreaker guy won't say shit about it because you're also dishonest. You only got something to say if a flat earther interrupts. You only got something to say if a flat earther says something that you don't like. But you guys think you should be able to incessantly bully the flat earthers. It's not going to happen when I'm in here. I promise. It's not. Okay. If you want what you did, you're just projecting. You reframed to a straw man of the flat earth, a complete obfuscation away from the point. I didn't invoke this as evidence of a flat earth at all. What I did was invoke it as falsification of the globe. Can you actually address the argument that I'm making without you reframing it to straw manning me about the flat
Yes.
earth? It needs to be 180 degrees off or it doesn't prove flat earth. How about you
Yes.
address the point?
Yes. We had the hypothesis that the Earth was a globe, and then everything should point to the center of the Earth. That turned out to be wrong. It then, as Left Lane so eloquently said, and you just totally ignore it, is that we came up with the geoid model that more accurately matches that. Now, if the you don't know the difference that the plumb bobs point off, which is really telling, because if you actually knew the tolerance, then you could say, hey, it's less than a degree off, right? So that still supports a globe, not an oblate sphere, is what I would say. So that's my point.
Okay, so that's not even true. There is no tolerance. So the other guy said the same thing. He said, it's just a tolerance. I said, you made that up. What's the tolerance? Couldn't answer it. You said the thing about the tolerance, tried to posture and claim that I didn't
Stop
read the
reframing.
papers. Look, you interrupt every time. I didn't say a word while you were
I know, because
talking.
you reframe constantly.
So
Stop
does none of the
reframing
other
and answer
Globers
the
ever check
question.
their own? No, there's no reasoning for why you get to interrupt. I didn't interrupt you.
Yes, because you're
You
straw
notice how,
manning. We have said
you
if we're
know,
doing a one-on-one, we can
oh
interrupt when they're straw manning.
my,
So I pass it right back to you.
what was the straw man?
You were. I don't remember now because you keep talking off the topic. My question is to you: if you don't know the tolerance,
It's my turn to talk. That's not how it
She's
works. You're not going to
lying.
bully me in the room. I promise to God, dude.
I'm not
You're
bullying
not going to
you.
bully the conversation.
I'm giving
That's
you
what
what
you're
you give
doing.
me.
It's not your
Go
turn to
ahead.
talk, buddy.
Okay, answer my question then. Go ahead. I'll mute up.
Listen how this works. One person makes a point, then the other person responds to their point. It isn't one person bullies the other person, talks uninterrupted, and then talks over them. That's not how it works. Okay? The tolerance argument was made earlier by the guy that jumped in and claimed it's just a tolerance. I said, that's not true. You made that up. What's the tolerance? Went quiet, started insulting me, and then left. You just invoked the claim that it was a tolerance. What's the tolerance? You won't answer the question because you made it up. It isn't just a tolerance. That is a made up thing that you guys just are all repeating. What is the supposed tolerance that you're invoking?
Okay, sorry. It isn't tolerance. I shouldn't have said tolerance. Forgive me for saying that. It's a margin of error. They're expecting it to be straight down, right? Straight plumb to the center. It is off by some amount, and I'm asking you if you know what that margin is, because it's because hold on, stop interrupting, please. Don't do it. Don't be a hypocrite.
Sufficient to
So look,
dismantle
this
the
guy,
whole
another guy
premise
white knighting
upon
for
which
you.
it's built.
Another guy white knighting
No,
for
I'm
you.
answering your question. I'm answering your question,
No, I'm
Richard.
answering. No,
It's
I haven't
sufficient.
finished,
It's
dude.
sufficient.
So the
It's
question
sufficient
is
to
how far is it?
dismantle.
Wow, what's it?
Elijah.
Wow.
Yeah.
See, what's it? The flat earthers or
Well,
the
see
globes
what?
are the only one that do it. The Globers are the
No, yeah,
only
we
ones
just
that do
notice
Hold
how
on,
we wait
modding.
time.
Let's
We
let
just
let's let
corrected the
Witsit and
guy
Wesley
that
go,
was
guys, for a few
yeah.
minutes. Okay, let's be
I
fair.
didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you, Wesley. You stopped. I started responding. As soon as you started talking, and I just went quiet. So don't even try and play the game.
I know. No,
Go
I
ahead.
wasn't blaming you. I was blaming your flat Earth friend there. I
Well,
was
you
trying to
claimed
white
I
knight for you.
interrupted you.
So the fact that you don't know, I'm not expecting you to know this, but it would be interesting to find out how far off they were. So if we're assuming a sphere and we're only off by 1 degree, that still indicates that it is spherical, not an exact sphere, but spherical. Can you respond to that point?
That's retarded.
It doesn't verify that it's spherical. They're local measurements in relation to the sky. The only way that you could try to claim
Correct.
exclusivity from a flat Earth is you would have to claim a 1-to-1 ratio of the sky, which is what the globe does in its first place. Flat Earth wouldn't do that. The flat Earth doesn't claim a 1-to-1 ratio, right? So you're talking about like it emits it. Like the point is that when you actually take it to scale and then draw it down to the actual center of mass, small discrepancies, quote unquote, doesn't matter if you transfer the arc seconds into degrees and say, look, it's less than a degree to try to make the number sound smaller. It is a significant deviation to center of mass. Significant.
You think saying it in arc seconds or degree makes it sound like that? That is a flat Earth argument right there. It doesn't matter if it's in seconds or degrees. Like the fact that you said that is so dishonest.
That wasn't my actual
Wesley,
argument.
define dishonest.
Why'd you say it then?
No, I said it doesn't matter if you do
Why'd you
that.
say it?
I said it doesn't matter if you try to just say the number one. You guys do it all the time. It doesn't matter if you just say it's just 1 degree. Just because you say just 1 degree doesn't actually become an insignificant discrepancy because you try to reframe it. That doesn't matter because in relation to the actual center of mass, it's significant. Can you address that, please?
Yes, you said you guys make it sound small by changing arc minutes into degrees. What kind of claim is that?
You can't even address it.
No, I addressed your point exactly. You're arguing dishonestly.
Define dishonest.
He just said that we tried to change the numbers from arc minutes to degrees to make the number sound
That wasn't
less.
my argument.
How is that hard to understand?
That wasn't
That's
my
what you
That
argument.
he's
said.
arguing dishonestly and he's
That's
strawmanning,
what you said.
strawmanning.
That's what you
What?
said, but that doesn't define dishonesty. I don't think you're capable
Sorry, you're
to
right.
be.
You're right. I don't know his intention,
Put
but
the
he's
mic.
strawmanning
Put,
what the globe
put the
does.
mic. No, you're straw manning him and yourself. Put the mic down. Step away from the television
Hey,
and
dude, I
go
don't have
do
to
something
listen to you.
useful
Just
with your life.
I
relax.
think he doesn't
Relax, dude.
understand my
You're not
argument, to be
smart enough
honest.
to
So
be in this. You're not
no, I
smart
think you're
enough to be in this
projecting.
Oh,
I
conversation.
don't think you understand.
you wanna try and go?
What?
No, I'm
I,
not.
Wesley, I don't think you understood my argument. Right? Like when I said that it's because it goes to center of mass. Do you not understand that 1 degree on the surface of a ball 4,000 miles away from the center is a much greater discrepancy or distance than it is in relation to the actual center of the ball?
Yes, I understand. They're measuring the
Okay, now
degrees
extend that out
that
to
they are off
sky.
by.
Extend that out to the sky. You agree it gets even greater and greater and greater the further out from center of mass you
No,
go?
it's an angle, you weirdo. How do
Yeah,
you
but
not
when it
understand
comes to
angles?
actual distance, it
They're
increases,
not
weirdo.
measuring the distance. You
That's what
dummy.
you want us to not. No, you. No one said they measure distance, buddy. You want
Well,
us
then
to
why are you going
not
to distance? Why are you
because
going to
it is a
distance?
dude. He's freaking out. He thinks he wins. He never wins though. It's so goofy. We're talking about physical, empirical measurements of the surface of the Earth. You know what we measure on the surface of the Earth, buddy? We measure distances. Did you know that? Did
Not
you know
your
that that's what we
paper.
do,
Not your
buddy? You,
paper.
you
It's
know that
so funny.
you.
Angles get bigger as you go farther away. Oh, what kind
So
of
he's
Yeah,
got
dumb
Witsit
to
doesn't know
grab his
math.
grammar?
rules
Yeah, Witsit
and
doesn't know math very well.
It's
none of
So,
these
so
people can respond.
easy.
I'm just telling you, I
like,
don't care about the whole you can't mod your own. If there's not going to be a moderator that mutes the people that jump in just to interrupt and
He's
insult me,
trying
I'll mute them.
now.
I'll mute them. Stop interrupting me. You sound like a kid anyway. Like if you were in control of yourself, you wouldn't be like your voice wouldn't be going in and out. You wouldn't be out of breath. You
like
should
a
calm down a little bit.
female.
Okay.
Meta.
So
Hey,
I'm
so
gonna explain
your last
I'm
point.
gonna
Yeah,
explain.
go to the
I'm
last
gonna
point.
mute you. I'm gonna mute you. Stop doing it. Okay, I'm going to explain it very simply. The reason that this came up, we were talking about measurements on the surface of the Earth, and I said the geodetic surveying requires a primary foundational assumption, specifically the deflection of the vertical. Okay, now we're talking in the context of making measurements on the surface of the Earth. So, yes, whenever you're varied off by a degree, the degree stays the same all the way up, but the distance increases proportionate to the distance from the center. So when we're talking about discrepancies of physical measurements, and then you compare that to the fundamental thing you built your whole globe off of, which is the position of the stars on a 1-to-1 ratio, that 1 degree discrepancy is significant. It amounts to large distances when we're physically measuring distances on the surface of the earth. Do you understand?
Do you
How far
understand that
distance is
do
Witsit?
you understand hold on a second, hold on a second. Do you
He
understand
doesn't
that
want to
these angle
understand.
measurements are taken do you understand that these angle
He
measurements
doesn't
are
want to
taken at the
understand.
surface? Do you understand that?
Of course.
He doesn't understand.
Okay, so
That's why
then
he doesn't.
hold on. Hold on. And then if that's the case, you're taking it at the distance at the surface. So if you're measuring an angle, it changes nothing about the position that you're at or the distance that you're at because you're at the vertex of the angle. How do you not know this?
No, how do you not know that you then draw it to the center of
Answer my
mass? In fact,
question.
I am answering your question. You draw it to the
Okay.
center of mass. The entire discrepancy comes when you go down to the center of mass. In fact, it happens from the initial establishing of Plum, but then you're going to have to draw it to mass, to the center of mass. And when you compare that to the astronomical azimuth, they don't match up ever, which it should be a 1-to-1. So then we just doctor it up. We just make up a bunch of numbers to fix it, right? So now we're talking about in the entire context of what is true in physical reality. Just saying it's less than a degree means nothing because in the context, right? When you actually zoom all the way out and look at what your claim is, which is you drew a line down to the center of mass, up to the surface, up to the sky, they don't match at all. You have to make all kinds of corrections to make them match. All of those discrepancies, when translated to a physical distance on the surface of a physical empirical measurement, are significant.
So again, that's why it's really important to know, is it a full degree? Is it 1 arcman? I don't know if anybody can look it up and type it in the chat. But the I don't think you're fully understanding what's going
Well, if
on,
I can
right?
just ask
They're
a
assuming a
question.
sphere and Jin, get out.
Yeah.
Stop
I,
interrupting.
I want to
You're
ask
doing
a
what Witsit
question.
said that Globers do. No.
Nah,
No,
just
So
I
let
want to
we're
ask a
going back
Wesley
and
and
question.
forth.
Witsit. Hold on, man.
What's
Just
he
let
doing?
Wesley and Witsit go back and forth for a little bit.
They've been going for a little bit. A question's
See,
come up.
oh
They've
my
been
Let
gosh,
going
them
for
go
a
for
little
a
bit.
little bit
Jin.
more, Jen, let him go for a little
Here's
bit
your
more.
flat Glober constantly interrupting
Yeah, we got it under
Witsit.
control, Wes.
Thank
You
you.
Relax.
notice
Go
how
ahead.
he's being moderated?
Yeah, like I was. I got muted twice already.
No, you
So
just kept screaming though.
um
You just kept screaming though.
So,
Right.
so do you understand that they're measuring the that's why the not the tolerance but the error margin is super important. So they assumed that the Earth is perfectly spherical, that the center of mass is where it is, right? And now they're it's not that accurate. Do you actually what would be my response for why the errors are created? Could you steel man my response?
Well, I'm
The
assuming
mainstream
you're
response?
just gonna like yeah, it's just gravitational anomalies is what they claim. And the reason that they
Yeah,
claim
what
that is
causes
because there's no limitation on how much you can move that slider around. They don't actually measure anything. They don't actually go take any samples. They don't actually know any mass discrepancies. They literally just say it must be this way because I assume that the globe model is true, and then they just say that the differential is what it is.
No, so that's completely incorrect. I thought you would
No,
know
it's
the
not.
mainstream on this, but I'll help you with it, right? There are the Earth is not a homogeneous mass, right? We have mountains, we have denser spots than other spots. So that is the explanation, and that's why when we tried to measure where the center of the Earth is doing this, doing the plumb lines, it isn't exactly on because we have uneven distributions of mass. That is the actual
Which
steel
amount to
man.
no, that amounts to gravitational anomalies.
I asked you what the gravitational anomalies were, and you couldn't tell me. I'm telling you what they are.
No, do you think I don't know that they're mass dependent?
Yes, I asked you. Yes, I asked you
No, no,
that
no, no, no,
specific
no. You
question. You
said
couldn't come up with
no,
it.
buddy. You said what's the Stillman of the explanation of why there's a discrepancy, and I said gravitational anomalies. You then pretended I was wrong, and then said what they claim the
No,
gravitational
no,
anomalies are
Witsit.
caused by. It's so goofy. All you have is tactics, and this is the reality
That's
of it,
not what
right?
happened.
Your
Witsit,
model
I
doesn't
asked.
match physical
Sorry,
measures.
go ahead.
Stop interrupting me. Your model doesn't match physical measurements of the Earth. It doesn't matter how much you cry about it. Doesn't matter how much you want to say that it's small and insignificant. It isn't insignificant. significant. 1 arc second is significant. That's 3,600th of a degree. It's still significant, and it drifts by a certain amount of feet for every degree of Earth's curvature. And so whenever you go down to the core of the Earth by using your globe model, we're just going to take your geometric model. We're going to draw it down to the center of the Earth. Then we're going to take the actual measurements on the surface. We're going to draw it down to the center of the Earth. They intersect the core of the Earth at a different location. They don't match. They never match. They'll never match. All you do is reify the
Okay.
model and then assume that the discrepancy is because of something that you can slide around arbitrarily. So you guys claim it's gravitational.
So
Right.
so this is the hold on, Jin, control yourself. Go on mute. This is the
That
last
was
point
me.
I will say,
Sorry.
and then let. Oh no, my
Big
bad.
baby.
Sorry, Emil. So what I will say is that this is the problem when you're debating. You answer a small question with a 3-minute reframing to get it off the topic. And so I'm going to tell you exactly what happened because actually, do you want to make a bet on this? What you said is gravitational anomalies, and I agreed with that statement. And I said, like what? And then you couldn't answer it, and then I corrected you. But then when you did that,
Yeah,
you
let's bet
slung me
$100.
through the mud. Hold on, see, you can't
Let's bet
do it.
$100.
You want to make a
Oh, you
bet?
asked I want to bet. Yeah, yes, let's bet $100. That's not what happened at all.
Okay,
You didn't
so
say like what. You said I was wrong.
the bet is no, the bet is you
Bet
said
$100.
gravitational anomalies, and then I said like what, and then you answered something completely different, and I told you what the gravitational anomalies were. You want to make that bet? I'm ready.
I don't remember that. What I remember happening is I said
Do
gravitational
you want to make the
anomalies, and
bet?
you said no, it's not. It's actually, I can't believe you don't know this, but I'll tell you. So if you slipped in
No,
a and what while stop interrupting me. If you slipped in a like what while I'm talking, I didn't hear it, then I don't know. But I definitely didn't hear you say that. So if you're claiming you said no,
no,
I'm going to
you
bet you already owe
answered
me $100.
gravitational anomalies,
If you
and I
want to
agreed
acknowledge
with
that you
you.
already owe me $100, I'll bet you $100.
If you, look at how slimy this guy is,
This is no.
constantly
I'm being
reframing.
honest. I'm
I'll
admitting
leave
that
it
if
up.
you're
Hold
claiming
on,
you said
stop interrupting. Stop interrupting. Stop interrupting. You child. I don't want to make you cry
the
this time, so I'm going
projection
to
of
leave it
this
up for
kid
the
is
next person.
hilarious.
See, you can't do it. Can't do it. Can't control himself. All right. Anybody else
So
can go in for me? Thanks.
my
Yeah, cool. Yeah, no
understanding
argument.
of what a star, if it's directly vertical above me, then where I am with my plumb bob, my plumb line should be aligned to the star. But what seems to be the case is like the mass or the density of the mountain is affecting the plumb bob. And I think these tests can be done in reality to see whether the plumb bob deviates because of the mountain's mass or whether it just stays aligned to the star that's at my zenith regardless.
Do you
Well,
understand that
they
the physical necessity of like a specific gravitational pull in relation to the center of mass is intrinsically tied to the accuracy of your model? And so whenever you have to just grossly change that because it doesn't actually map the primary thing you built the model from, which is the position of the stars in a 1-to-1 ratio, that physical empirical measurements of the surface of the Earth do not match your model at all. You can't
but the thing
claim
is,
that it's
Witsit,
in any
which
physical
ones
measure.
don't match?
Here, just to clarify,
Hang
all of
on.
them. There's literally not a single measurement ever that's ever matched.
Witsit, why do you say that we match the measurements to that model when we base that model off the measurements?
No, you base the model off of the astronomical positions in a 1-to-1 assumed ratio. So that's the way you're going to get the astronomical azimuth. So you have your azimuthal vertical datum point. When you actually measure surface on the surface, that is not how you made the globe at all. What you did
So
was see that doesn't match the way that the stars are supposed to be aligned in a ratio with the globe. So then you just have a discrepancy. So if I draw a straight line from both, they intersect at the core at totally different places. So what you did was fix the ones that are actually measured on the Earth by just claiming that there were gravitational anomalies, and however much it needs to slide over to match the sky, that's how much you slide it over. And none of the measurements have ever matched. They'll never match, and you can't even verify your gravitational anomalies. And actually, if you guys actually research this, I'm almost done. When you actually research it, a lot of times the gravitational anomalies that you have to invoke to make that correction don't match your existing data, don't match your satellite data, don't match the underground data, don't match the radiometric data. So you guys can't even figure it out half the time. You have to use supercomputers to try to explain why the gravitational
So,
anomaly data doesn't match the actual discrepancy of the vertical plumb lines.
well, hang on. Do you know like which like survey was like the one that led them to think that like mountains can affect like the plumb bobs? Do you know like which survey it was?
No, not off the top of my head. It doesn't matter because it doesn't have to be on mountains.
So
Happens everywhere. Happens everywhere.
but okay, but like the thing that led them to like know that the plumb lines were diverging was like the survey of the Mason-Dixon line. It was of the survey of the Mason-Dixon line.
True.
What? So
I
it was the
don't know.
survey of the Mason-Dixon line, and I can post you a paper, and I can tell you which page to look at, where they talk about how they knew it was the mountains causing this divergence. Do you want to look
That
at
doesn't
that?
help you. No,
No,
sure you can post it,
that's
but the
not
point
how
is that
they
it doesn't help
that's
you
not how
because
they
it
knew.
happens where there are mountains. It happens where there aren't mountains. It doesn't matter what the topography is, and oftentimes doesn't even match your gravitational model. Like the claimed measurements of gravity that you've actually mapped out doesn't actually match the discrepancy in the plumb bob. So you guys have to change it drastically. Now, if we're on a plane and the sky's in an apparent position, we're going to expect a deviation. It perfectly, what we actually measure perfectly matches our understanding of a flat Earth. It doesn't match your understanding. Like if I establish a plumb line, it
So
should line up with the sky, bro. It's pretty simple. It's basic geometry.
so yes,
Earth
it
has no
doesn't
map.
have to be. So yeah, it doesn't have to be next to a mountain, but a mountain is a mass that you can like visually see. Where there were parts of the Earth where, like, yes, we don't see a mountain, but because the Earth is not uniform, there could be like a. I'm not done. No, there could be a mass that is causing the divergence of the plumb line, regardless whether or not you can see a mountain. But to say that
The
we
mass of the
fixed our
tumor
measurement,
in the mind
to
of
say
somebody
that
who
we fixed to
contemplates
say
it.
that we fixed to say that we fixed our measurements or changed our measurements to fit that model is just false.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
I just cited it. There's literally an equation for it. It has nothing to, they don't make measurements of gravitational anything. They don't account for masses. They make the actual measurement, then they go back and try to fill it in later
It's
with the
post.
data.
I have a
I'm
couple
not. I'm
questions
not
for Witsit.
talking.
I have
I'm
to
not
go.
talking
Can I
about. I'm
ask?
not talking about. I'm not talking about modern GNS like surveying now. I'm talking about the survey that they did that showed the diverging plumb lines back
Dude,
in
he
I'm
like
already
talking about
explained
I'm
that.
talking about the father of geodesy in the original textbook that he wrote, where it was really
With
just a book where he
Witsit,
explains
you
this
already explained it.
process, and dude, he explained this process and what you have to do to fix it. And he showed the little squiggly line that goes left and right and all over the place, going down to the center of the earth. It's not even like it's just slightly tilted in one direction, which is the way you guys like to act like it is because at the single point of the earth, that's how it is. But in your model, to make it match, you got the plumb line going in all kinds of crazy directions underneath the surface to try to make it intersect at the right place.
so
This is a
Clark's
well-known thing. It has
geodesy.
nothing to
That
do with a specific survey.
if you're referring to Clark's geodesy, that was to measure the ellipsoid, not the geoid.
That's what we are
So
measuring.
no, the ellipsoid is not the gravitational field of Earth.
I didn't
That's
say it
the
was.
geoid.
That's the geoid.
So
I know that.
Clark,
That's not.
yeah, I
That's
know,
not what
but
it's called.
you mentioned Clark's geodesy book, which doesn't have to do with the geoid. That's about the ellipsoid, and that's about 6 different base pairs made throughout like different locations on Earth. So I'm
Not
not
even
talking about
invoking that
that. I'm
book.
talking about you said the godfather of surveying and the book
No, the
Geodesy.
father of
Well,
modern geodesy.
the book Geodesy was written by Clark's. So
The
that's what I
father of
assume.
modern
Now,
geodesy
you
is like Helmert. His name is Helmert or something like that.
Hey,
okay? I don't know. I don't know why you mentioned the book Geodesy because that was written by Clark's.
I
all right,
didn't
flat
mention
earthers.
a book called Geodesy.
Okay.
Hey, just real quick,
I
just real
said the
quick. Let me jump
father
in.
of geodesy. He wrote a book. That's what I said.
Hey, Witsit, let me jump in real quick. Okay, so flat earthers are silly. I don't know if you were paying attention, but Witsit already gave you the answer to the question that you asked because he clearly explained that what you're trying to say is what they had a difference of, when they did it, and you're talking about way back in 1700s, and what he already explained it because they have like so many like a position to the stars, so then when they measured it on the Earth, there's a discrepancy. So they're saying, oh, it's off because of this mountain or this because of the big mountain that they said it was pulling it, the gravitational pull. Witsit already explained the reason why they
They're
said that
compelled to
was
say
because it doesn't line up with the angle to the stars. So, like,
It doesn't
specifically,
line up with the assumptions that they built into the thing that they're doing in the first place. Because they're
so,
unwilling to
so,
let go of the assumptions, they have to say, "Oh, it's something else," and they just jump to mountains or whatever excuse.
looking at
It's
it,
hubris. They
so
don't want to
looking at
just
it,
let go of the fact that they're stupid.
So looking at it, it says the astronomical difference was about 54.6 arc seconds. The surveyed latitude difference about 42.94 arc seconds, leaving roughly 11.6 arc seconds of anomalous deflection attributed to the mountain. Witsit already told you exactly what you asked. I think you just aren't paying attention as to what he's explaining. This is why there's a difference, and it's always off, and it will never line up. So do you understand that?
Yeah, because reality doesn't have to conform to assumptions. Assumptions have to be battered into reality. Otherwise,
And
you're never going to
it's
get
true. Like
That's
Clark wrote
that's not
Clark wrote Geodesy, and like it's actual textbook, and it's totally reasonable. You would think I'm talking about him or whatever. It doesn't matter. They both reference this idea. But like do you get the point though? They were actually wrong when they assumed it was because of the mountain, because we see the deflection discrepancies all along the surface of the Earth, no matter what the topography is.
again, you're assuming that just because you don't see a mountain doesn't mean that there's not a mass that you can't see underneath the Earth that's deflecting it.
Oh
So
my
you get the
god.
problem that
What are
it's
you
literally
talking
my whole
about?
point was that it's unfalsifiable. It doesn't actually match. And then the reason that you guys invoked the gravitational anomaly, which I would like to hear you even like actually draw that idea out and explain it coherently. The reason that they invoked it is because it's arbitrary. Like there's no way to prove it, so you can move it whatever you want. They had to find a mechanism that they could always make the measurement match the geometric model. And what they used was gravity because it's literally unfalsifiable. You just say, well, how do you know that 2,000 miles down there's not a big ocean? Like you could say whatever you wanted. How do we fact check that? Because what we know is that you guys love to claim that you guys love to claim on the one hand that the relationship between the sky and the earth is so legit that it proves the earth's a globe, da da da. Then when we go measure the surface of the earth, it never matches. Suddenly that becomes part of your prediction after your post hoc correction that can't be falsified. It's a joke. It's a religion.
So yeah, so I think this has to go to what like Wesley was saying. It doesn't match the ellipsoid model by like what variation. And if you're gonna say like, oh, by like a degree or by like 30 or 60 arc seconds, well then you are saying that the plumb lines are diverging nonetheless.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Yeah,
The only
you
way that you can
absolutely
claim
are.
no,
Because
what are
they're
you now?
saying because
Oh
they
my
are saying they're diverging from
Okay.
like what
Why
would
are
be
you
a
interrupting?
perfect sphere.
How
The
do you
reason you
not
guys
Corey,
shouldn't
get that?
interrupt me, the reason you guys shouldn't interrupt me is because the point you interrupt me to say that you always think is such a slam dunk, it never is. And the thing I'm about to say is going to prevent you from like whiffing your little slam dunk attempt. It's kind of stupid. So no, it's an internal critique. The model's already assumed at this point. The globe's already assumed at this point. You're like, hey, look, if I take your internal critique where they assumed the globe model and then made multiple versions of the globe model to correct the discrepancies, and then I straw man you as though that's your model, I'm saying that you're invoking the divergence. No, I'm not. What? No, they're parallel on a plane.
If you're
Disguised in an apparent position. Disguised in an apparent position over a plane. We would expect there to be discrepancies. You guys need it to be actually accurate. It's not, and then you just move it around based on your God gravity, which can be whatever it needs to be in the moment.
because you're
Right.
saying, well, like, yeah, the plumb lines aren't matching the ellipsoid model by this much. And if you're saying that's what the measurements show, well, okay, they might not be matching the ellipsoid model by like every single degree, but it's within the margin of like say 1 or 2
No, it's not.
degrees. Even if it was 4 degrees, then
11
it would
what is the
degrees.
still
margin
be
of?
it would still it would still be the fact that you're having diverging plumb.
That's
No, it was
only
This isn't
11
a
true
degrees.
if I
this isn't a
yielded. Go ahead.
manufacturing process with a margin of error for the fit of two parts.
That would only be
You
true if
can't
I
just
yielded.
invoke arbitrary margins as if that does away with the fact that you failed.
But look, that would only be true if I yielded the 1-to-1 ratio of the Earth and the sky. That's where it comes from. So you're invoking it as though it's this real empirical measurement independent of any assumption and would be the same on a flat earth. And so I'm conceding it. No, it's an internal critique. I'm not yielding the 1-to-1 ratio. If the sky is in a 1-to-1 ratio of a physical ratio with the Earth's not flat. Duh. That's all you're saying. Duh. Duh.
Let me try to explain it in a way that he could understand it, since he does surveying. If you take your measuring rod, right, and you plumb it up, and then you have a point, and you say, this is its position on the surface of the Earth. And then you look at the way it was constructed, which is the positions of the stars, and then you say, wait, my plumb position doesn't match the stars' position to be plumb to my point that I'm going to the center of the Earth that I believe that I'm on. If that's off, then that's telling you one of two things: either the stars are wrong, or you're not plumb. And then if you're not plumb, then you're not level. But we know that you plumbed it up and you're level. You put your 4-foot level on the side of your measuring stick and you're like, I'm level. Then this is where the discrepancy is, because you're just avoiding the fact that when you do use the tools and equipment, you'll always get a vertical position at 90 degrees to another position, and that's representing a flat plane. But it doesn't equate. It doesn't make sense when you look at the way they even constructed the ball to begin with, because that doesn't line up.
Right. So if we had like hundreds of plumb lines, and the Earth's flat, would all those plumb lines be like, if a star crossed over and it was exactly 90 degrees, the GP would be where your plumb line is?
If that star is directly above you, that is going to be, yes, that's the whole point of a GP. You're
Okay.
saying that something is directly above, creating a vertical that you would establish plumb or level in a vertical
Right.
sense.
So if you think the density of the Earth below you attracts a plumb bob, what about the mountain mass slightly beside that?
No, that's what you're not grasping. It's not that the mountain was It's not that the mountain was pulling the plumb bob left or right to any particular position because of its gravitational pull. They're just saying it doesn't match the angle of which the star is. What we have a measurement of the star's position to the center. So they are just like what it said. You can use this infinite slider to where you can say, oh, it's not lining up with that. Well, we'll just say it's gravitational pull. That's the point.
Well,
What aren't you
I'm
guys
just
getting?
thinking of an alternative mechanism for the pull, like density. And if the plumb bob is seeking the density below it, then what's stopping the densities to the east of that plumb bob causing a slight deviation?
An alternative to find justification for the assumption of a spherical Earth. Yes.
So I
Deviation
just
wouldn't even
looked
be
it up for
exclusive to our
everybody,
globe.
so you know what we're arguing about. This is what we're arguing about, right? You know, we talked maybe 1 degree or something like that, but the topographical deflection caused by mass or gravity anomalies is 30 arc seconds. 30 arc seconds. That's what
Presumed
we're arguing about here.
anomalies. Presumed anomalies. Why can't you just be more
No,
accurate, and honest?
they're measured anomalies. What are you talking about?
No,
Wesley, I think
you're
some of
attributing
these some of these people think that.
you're attributing cause to the measurement
No,
results.
no,
We'll just
we
say
can
whatever
They
a
get
are
gravimeter does.
presumed causes. You
No,
okay.
haven't
Let us
justified
answer
the
that. Go
cause
ahead.
with empirical
Matt has a
data.
better answer. Elisha,
Come
okay,
on.
you said your point. Finky, go ahead.
it's not an assumed. It's like gravimeters are real. They measure something. That's what we're talking about.
So we
You
take
can say it's not
measurements and then we
gravity.
figure
That's
out
not what was
what
said.
causes those.
Wait,
Not what
time.
was said.
The gravimeter readings don't match the discrepancies of plumb lines.
I know, but we can detect where something has more gravitational pull than something else, right? And
So
that's
it
what plumb lines
falsifies
are
your
doing.
model,
What?
but it doesn't
We're off
match.
by 30
That
arc
statement
seconds.
alone is rife
No.
with
The
assumptions.
gravimeter
No,
You
it's
meeting.
can't
not.
detect pull. You can't detect
Listen,
pull. You
the
presume pull,
gravimeter.
and you measure results, and you attribute them to the presumption. Be
No,
The
honest.
we can double check
difference.
it. We can double check it.
It's
Gravimeters are
No,
best
you
gravimeter.
used on
can't double
chambers
check
that
a
use
pull that you're
spring
presuming.
loads. They
You didn't extract the
Witsit,
pull
stop
from
interrupting,
empirical
please.
data. You imposed
the
it upon the
fuck? I'm
data.
not interrupting. So
So we're talking about
I
30
said a
arc
specific
seconds.
point you ignored. I said the gravimeter readings do not match the discrepancies in the plumb bob, and you said we're talking about 30 seconds. You don't even understand what your point was completely irrelevant. We're already acknowledging the discrepancy. Say it's 30 arc seconds. The gravimeter, which is what you're claiming, can reliably measure the gravitational anomalies and
The
fluctuations.
gravimeter.
Those readings do not match the discrepancies.
Citation,
Oh,
please.
yeah, let's, you're
Sure,
probably right, but I
sure,
Citation,
haven't,
please. Go
read
ahead.
that.
Drop it
sure.
in
Because
chat.
what you
Drop
should
it in
look
chat.
into is that this is
No,
admittedly
this is more
one of the most
grandstanding. Drop it in chat, please.
okay. This is admittedly one of the one of the least understood fields in your own paradigm. They change the gravity readings locationally all the time, all the
We
time.
understand you don't understand it. We understand you don't understand it. It's fine.
So you
We're
just,
talking about 30 arc
dude, you're so
seconds.
goofy.
They're off by
Wesley, don't
30 arc
distract him.
seconds.
Don't distract him. Let him get that source for us.
Okay, yes, citation, please. Yes, thank you, Fiki.
While he's searching, I did post a page in the book about the Mason-Dixon survey, which talked about the mountain causing the plumb line divergence. And I also posted the original source.
Again,
Right, and
it's
how
So
did
not
they
the
we're
mountain
determine?
they're
that's
How did they
pulling it.
determine that cause? Yeah.
It's
so
not
at maximum
okay.
we're off by 1/120th of
Wesley,
1/120th of a degree.
Oh, so
Wesley,
they
again,
determined.
they're not measuring a mountain pulling a plumb line. They're measuring that the plumb line, how off it is from the stars that they have a position, that azimuth of the stars of which the globe was created. They're
Yes, that's
measuring the
correct.
Yes,
differences
I
between those
agree.
two.
I agree 100%. You're not
Yep, I
following the
agree, Fiki.
argument. It's okay.
Oh my
We agree
God.
100%, APOC. Thank you for pointing that out that
Dude,
we
you don't even
agreed
know
to
how
well long
gravimeters
ago.
work. Just stop talking, bro. You don't even know how they
How
work.
do you
You don't know what you're
how do you
Citation,
saying.
get out the
manipulate the
citation.
mountain in order
I'm
to
looking for this.
determine that
Do
the
you know how
mountain is
hyper
the cause?
specific the
Move away
citation
from the
is?
mountain. That's how you do it. You move
Dude,
away from the
this is what you
mountain.
don't understand. In your own paradigm, gravimeters are supposedly only detecting gravitational anomalies at a very shallow depth.
Yes, gravimeters. Again, it's not gravometers, gravimeters.
Well, that's what you say. So then in your model, though, the
No, you can
discrepancy
look it
isn't
up.
just shallow. Stop interrupting me. Isn't just a shallow depth. It goes all the way down.
Okay, cool. Another way we could do it is with plumb bobs. Another way
Wait,
we could
so
do
then
it
you would.
with is with satellites. So what? Another
Wait,
way we could do
do
with
you,
it is with seismometers, seismographs. Sorry.
wait, before I get the citation, do you agree though that your concession just now conceded that it's expected to not match?
Well,
No,
one thing you're not explaining is why are they getting different measurements for degrees at different latitudes? Why is that the case?
Different measurements in relation to what?
To the latitudes
The
that they're
sky?
at. To
You
the
mean the sky?
okay? Why are they getting different measurements when using the same method?
In relation to the sky?
Yes.
Yes, because the sky is assumed to be a 1-to-1 ratio on the globe. On a plane, it is not.
So why are they getting different measurements?
Because it's not a 1-to-1 ratio. The different
But what?
measurements you're invoking are discrepancies from the azimuth that's based on the astronomical data points, meaning you assume a 1-to-1 ratio of a celestial sphere on a globe. You take a physical measurement or like localized datum, vertical datum, compare it to that astronomical azimuth, the localized geodetic azimuth and the astronomical azimuth then deviate. You're saying why do those change, and why do those change based on latitude? What? You're because you assume a 1-to-1 ratio of a celestial
Well,
sphere, and then you created the
well,
longitude and
what's the
latitude
ratio?
system from that sky.
Yeah, I agree. What's the ratio for flat Earth to the sky?
Well, I don't have an answer for that. Like, I'm not going to claim some
How do you know
definitive
it's not
model
one
for
to
that
one?
because all the evidence shows that it's not.
Like, what does the evidence show
We
then?
can't even
What number
verify
does the
half of the
evidence?
sky at
Hold
one
on.
time. Do you know that there's a such thing as
What
daytime, which we can't
what is the
verify all your
evidence?
positions are proper all over the earth at one time? So you're making believe as if there is just a bunch of stars around the earth that everyone can verify at all times, like we could do it in at 1 hour. We could just go, okay,
I'll be
freeze all the
sure.
stars. Everyone take angle measurements. You're not even living in reality. You're out of
I'll
reality.
be sure to address that. I'll be sure to address that in a second. But Witsit said the evidence shows it's not 1-to-1, which would indicate that the evidence has a different number in mind. What's that other number?
Oh no, just the physical empirical measurements of the surface show it's planar, and if the surface of the Earth is planar, the sky's in apparent positions.
Yeah, but it could be 1-to-1.
What? It could be 1-to-1 on a plane.
An apparent 1-to-1 position, but you're saying it's not a 1-to-1 because of evidence. I'm asking you, clearly the evidence would have a different number. That's not
Can you explain to me how the sky could be 1-to-1?
It couldn't possibly be 1-to-1.
Yeah.
It just comes down to the
personal
models
azimuthal dome of vision.
We see a declination. If the surface isn't curving, it can't be 1-to-1.
Okay.
Do you understand that?
Then what is it? What is it then?
Your
if it can't be
model
1-to-1,
also uses the azimuthal
what could
dome.
it be? I'm just saying, what could it be? What could it be? Like, what's the possible ranges that it could be for a
no
flat
idea,
surface
because the
dome
problem
over
is
the top?
whatever it is, we would never see it.
So how do you know
No
it's
idea.
not 1-to-1?
It's a kaleidoscope. It's a kaleidoscope thingy. That's the algorithm.
It doesn't have
You
to be
gotta
a
use
kaleidoscope for this to be true.
No, but if you haven't seen it, how do you know it's not 1-to-1? How do you know
the
it's
physical
not 1-to-1?
empirical? I just answered that. The empirical measurements.
Okay,
of the
it could be 1-to-1, but that's a really silly guess. It's like the dumbest guess you could make, considering what we know about perspective.
Well, then it's equally dumb to say it's not 1-to-1.
No, it's not, because we have empirical measurements of the surface. Also, even when we see the occultation of certain stars with certain mountains, there's like a preponderance of evidence that shows. And then, of course, if the Earth is a plane, right, everything in the sky is in apparent position. Stop with your little gay comments through the middle of me. If it's not even relevant,
You said preponderance again.
Preponderance.
It's not. It's not preponderance.
So can we get a summary of what Witsit's main point is at this point? Because it's been all over the place.
Yeah, but you know what he meant when he said
controlled
when he said
retreat is what
preponderance. You knew what he meant.
You know what's so
Witsit's not
funny is when they ask
explaining
a bunch of
how.
random, when
Wait,
they
let's go ahead and
scattergot a
give him a
bunch of
chance.
random questions that obfuscate away, and then I answer them, someone jumps in and says, "Austin sports all over the place." Are
I'm
you serious?
asking Witsit,
Well,
what is
one
your
thing,
main
Witsit, you're
argument
not.
at this point? That's what I said first, so you can just state it.
My argument's been the same the whole time, right? Which is like, you guys built a globe model based on the sky. That's how you built it. Based on an assumed 1-to-1 ratio? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So you built the globe model based on the celestial sphere in an assumed 1-to-1 ratio. Okay. You have an astronomical azimuth. You have an astronomical zenith. This is how we built longitude and latitude systems. This guy said no. Obviously doesn't even understand how he made the longitude and latitude of his globe in the first place. Okay, it's literally based on the sky.
I said no because there was globe models before we took detailed measurements of the Earth using the sky. So that's why I said no to that. We had globe models before
that's a celestial sphere.
And then
That's
the
my
other thing is you're not explaining how the empirical measurements work on a flat Earth. So can you
I was
explain
answering
that?
other guy's question. Why are you interrupting me?
Yeah, well, here's the thing. I want to get cued in to bunk Witsit, and I see you
Cool,
guys
let
are
me
already
make the
in. So
argument.
let me know when it's my turn, because yeah.
Well, okay, but why are you ready to debunk me if you claim to not know
Witsit
my
shows
argument?
the evidence.
We'll
The
get to
evidence
that
of what
when it's my turn.
We'll totally let you go.
You guys
I'm sure
can't
you'll
control
dunk all over
yourselves,
Witsit.
man.
No, I'm gonna mute. This will be fun. The Globers don't even like this guy Witsit, so you'll have fun with him. But when you say 1-to-1, what are you saying? What what to
Like,
one?
if you take a celestial sphere, and you wrap it around a globe, right? You just take the star, draw it down to the Earth, and you just keep doing that all the way around in a 1-to-1 perfect 1-to-1 ratio. That's how we have the globe, right? And we claim that the reason that the stars change position are based on us physically traversing the ground, right? And it's a 1-to-1 ratio, which is where we get the 1 degree per 60 nautical miles. That's literally based on a 1-to-1
like
ratio.
1 to what? 1-to-1. I still don't get it.
It's
The ground to sky.
the latitude to the Polaris. So like if you're at 30 degrees north latitude, then Polaris is about 30 degrees above the northern horizon. If you're at 40 degrees north, then it's about 40 degrees high, and
Okay, if
go
I'm
on,
at
go
40
on, go on.
south, if I'm at 40 south, what is it?
Yeah, that's where it gets all crazy.
Okay, so it's not 1-to-1.
No, in the north it is at least.
No, it's not.
The globe model claims it's 1-to-1.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, what's the
It
claim?
You
does.
still haven't answered though.
What's the claim?
Like
No,
And by the way, you never answered my question about evidence. You
You
said
guys
there's
are giving
evidence.
up 1 degree per
You said there's
60 now?
evidence. Hold on. He said there's evidence that it's not 1-to-1, and I'm still waiting for that evidence.
Wait, no, time out. You guys just denied it was 1-to-1, so now we got to figure this out, right?
No,
Like
I didn't deny
the
it. I just
actual-
asked what the ratio was. That's what I asked. So you're straw manning what I said.
No. You asked me 1-to-1. You said you didn't understand it, and another guy said it wasn't 1-to-1.
I was.
Yeah, like
I
if
said,
we have
what
a
is the
concert
ratio?
venue,
What to what?
if we have a concert venue, right, and we have 1 seat per 1 person, that's a 1-to-1 ratio of people to seats. When you say the globe model claims 1-to-1, 1 to 1 what to 1 what?
1 degree per 60 nautical miles.
And that's not what the globe claims. And my backup to that is the actual book that I was referring to before, Clark's Geodesy, where they took 6 space pair measurements at different latitude locations, and they realized it's not 1-to-1. So
And
there
by the
you
way,
go.
that's a
whole
1.
point.
With it,
The
that's a 1 to
geodetic
60.
Oh my
measurements don't match
God.
the sky. Oh my
With it,
God,
you
you
just
people
said
are lost.
you
That's
just said
been
1 to
Witset's point
60.
the entire time for you guys. He's just playing in your playground,
Okay, he
and he's
doesn't need
telling
your
you
help.
guys what you
APOC,
guys have been
he doesn't
believed.
need your help. He doesn't need you to cheerlead. He's
Hey,
doing
shut
just
up,
fine.
Pete. Shut
But
up.
what you said was 1 to 60. That's a 1 to 60 ratio, not a 1-to-1.
You cannot be serious about that comment.
Oh my God, dude, are you serious? Because if it's at 60
He's
when you're
speaking about
60 away.
miles and not degrees. He's speaking about miles and not
Okay,
degrees.
what's the 1-to-1? It's the same question.
Unbelievable. It's weird that you guys don't get it.
Crickets.
I don't
Is it
understand.
1 degree?
Is any
1
It's not
degree
1.
per celestial declination and ascension to 1 degree of latitude and longitude? Is that what you're saying, Witsit?
well, it's one. Say it's 1 unit of angular movement on the ground to exactly 1 unit of angular movement in the sky.
Right, and we measure angular units in degrees, arc seconds, and arc minutes, don't we?
We do, yeah.
Yeah. So what I said is you're comparing that to the declination and ascension of each star in the sky, or the North Pole, or both.
Wait,
Well,
what?
my last point is this. That's
It's 1
not like
degree of
if we
latitude
look
on
at
the
linear.
ground is 1 degree in the sky. 1 shift of
Okay, that's
degree
not
in the
the Witsit. You realize that's not linear perspective, right? That's not.
That's
You guys keep
right.
saying that's how perspective works. Perspective's not 1-to-1.
Right.
Why are you deflecting?
Why are you deflecting?
we're not
That
deflecting.
has to be addressed.
I'm still waiting for your explanation as to why it
Wait,
varies
no.
slightly.
No.
And how that
Now
works on a
now
flat
the
Earth.
room's gonna concede that the globe claims it's a 1-to-1 ratio, or you guys are gonna make a
The
new
globe
globe
has
model
It
for us
depends
to
on what
listen.
that
the globe
1-to-1
does not
ratio is,
claim
buddy.
that.
The globe does claim
And the
that.
globe does not claim that. No, it does not.
Yes, it does.
No, the ellipsoid model does not
All right, let
claim
me
that
help
you
you
would
out
have
here.
exactly.
Oh my God, are you about to make some pedantic little argument about the discrepancies between a perfect sphere and the ellipsoid? Holy you guys are so desperate, dude. If you
Yeah,
start at the
that's
equator,
what it is, Witsit. What I told you a while ago.
if you start at the equator, 0 degrees latitude, where the North Star sits exactly at 0 degrees on what? The
Not exactly 0 degrees. It's not
horizon.
exactly 0.
It's
Barking
not.
up
Not
an
So,
empty
exactly.
tree.
so the North Star doesn't sit at 0 degrees on the horizon if you're at
Correct.
the equator at 0 degrees?
Not
Dang,
exactly
that's a
like you
problem for
said.
you guys.
Not
That's a
exactly.
problem for
You're
you
right.
guys. It's a problem for you
How do
guys.
you not know
Again,
that?
Above or half degree below?
Wait,
Yeah.
so then if you
How do you not know this?
yeah, because you claim the oblateness of the sphere.
You got it. You
So
got it. That's why it's
okay,
not
so
one to
it's
Also, the
just
one.
a
movement
You
of
got
Blair.
it.
pedantic argument. It's just a pedantic argument. If you
The
travel
movement of Blair
45
counts.
degrees north, I bet that comment was super important to mumble to the bottom of me. If you travel 43 degrees north on the ground, the North Star will rise exactly how many degrees in the sky?
Not exactly.
45 degrees is, but hold on, 45 degrees is a bad example because 45 degrees is using the same rise and run that you would use from the first position to that next position. And every change from position to position will have equal distance to an equal run on the so-called flat model. That's called the 45
No one's talking
degree
about a
rule.
flat model.
Nice try.
No one's talking about a flat model, so nice try.
Well, then
Not the
use something
globe.
besides 45 degrees.
Yeah.
We're talking about the globe.
But I'm
Use something besides 45 degrees.
Wait, time out. Are you claiming that I can't go 45 degrees north latitude?
I'm claiming you need to use something
in
besides
North
45
America?
degrees to settle the matter.
Why? Why? No, there's
Because
45
degrees can be also used on a fictional flat Earth model to
That
try
isn't the
to make the
point.
same claim. So use a different number. Why it's got to be 45?
That isn't the point. What?
Got
It doesn't.
'em.
Okay,
No.
43. 43. It doesn't matter.
How about
It really
40?
doesn't matter.
Let's do 40.
Okay, 40. What? How many degrees will the North Star rise if I go 40 degrees north?
North from where?
The answer is 40.
The equator.
Let's find out.
From latitude, it'll be 40.
Okay, equator, 0 degrees latitude. We're going to go 40 degrees north.
Right.
How much will the North Star rise in degrees in the sky if I go 40 degrees north from the equator?
Right. On a flat model, it will not go 40 degrees, buddy. Not on the flat model.
Why do you keep bringing up a flat model, buddy? Are you not able to follow the conversation?
Because your questions are going to
model?
be answered. Because your questions are going to be answered correctly, but they're only going to apply for a globe model. So okay,
we're talking about the globe.
Okay,
you must have forgot that the Globers claimed that there wasn't a 1-to-1.
There is a slight divergence, and someone mentioned one of the causes, which could be the oblateness of the Earth, but that's a matter of precision.
I mentioned that.
Okay, whatever. It's a matter of precision.
Whatever.
The issue here is these flat Earth alignments don't work. They just don't work. So whatever argument you have against the Earth for it to be imprecise is magnified when you try to use it with the flat Earth.
Okay, I get it. You can't.
So the Earth is more likely to be a sphere than a flat Earth.
You're not going to interrupt me. So we get it. You can't actually argue the point we're talking about. So if you want to wait and then you want to make your straw man arguments against flat Earth that'll get dumped on immediately, then we can do that in a second. So that's not what we're talking about. The room started denying the 1-to-1 ratio. If you guys want to just concede that it was a pedantic, ridiculous point, obviously there's some small discrepancies in your model that's irrelevant to what the actual overall point of the conversation was, which is that on a flat Earth, the sky would be in an apparent position. The 1-to-1 physical actual ratio is the globe model. That's how we reverse engineer the globe in the first place. That's how you get the 1 degree per 60 nautical miles. Is because they take a degree, they break it up into 60 smaller parts. What are those called? Those are called arc minutes. This is how we did celestial navigation for a long time. You travel 1 minute of arc on the ground. That's exactly 1 nautical mile. It is a 1-to-1 ratio in your paradigm. The small discrepancies based on the oblateness of the sphere are basically negligible. They're pedantic diversions and obfuscation. Do you guys want to just concede the 1-to-1 ratio, or do you want to just give up the globe?
No, I concede it. I happily concede it. Now, on
it's
flat Earth,
never been a matter of contention.
What happens on flat Earth?
It literally was just a matter of contention, buddy.
No, I just conceded. But how on flat Earth is it not true that you drive 60 nautical miles and the sky moves 1 degree?
Yeah, relatively, yeah.
Okay, so flat Earth also has a 1-to-1.
No, it does not.
We don't have an actual physical 1-to-1. That was the whole point. So
what you should have.
We don't either. If you want to say, well, because there's optics and light bends and bends 180 degrees around you or whatever way it bends, we can just do the same thing and say it's not a 1-to-1.
What are you talking about?
You have to have something that aligns with flat.
You guys are so lost.
Aligns with flat has to be
at the horizon. You have astronomical refraction that makes it not 1-to-1.
Okay,
it's a pedantic argument. But you're basically running away from an argument. Don't interrupt me. Please. Don't interrupt me. Don't. Hey, a good idea.
Okay, well,
don't
I'm just going to stop engaging with you. I have stuff to actually do stuff. I'm not going to sit here for 3 hours while you guys make up arguments I'm not making and then pretend to debunk me when I never made the argument.
You just did that to me 2 seconds ago.
So
you said you're arguing this 1-to-1 ratio. I never argued.
You notice that there's 5 of you. You're all saying stupid, contradictory things. You're all interrupting each other and me. You're all making different points and obfuscating. There's always one guy trying desperately to strawman the flat Earth. Then I have to try to respond to each of you. Then you jump in and start rebutting an argument that no one made that you think a flat earther's gonna make, and you're wrong. I'm not making the argument. And you guys
what was
that
APOC? What was APOC?
That's why I asked you what is your ultimate point?
I'm almost done.
Yeah,
Can any of the Globers in here even actually recap and stillman the situation, the argument right now?
That's why I asked you.
You don't listen.
That's why I asked you clearly, what is your ultimate point?
100%
I started to try to tell you what happened when I started to try to tell you. Another Glober jumped in, then you jumped in and started talking about a flat Earth. So you guys interrupt me even when I'm trying to help you still, man, what you should already know.
I didn't interrupt you when you
We
tried to
are
explain
still
it.
all just waiting. We're still just waiting for how you say these empirical measurements that you agree were done work on a flat Earth.
Oh my God. I didn't agree. I didn't just agree they were done. I explained why you trying to claim that that means they diverge on a flat Earth is not true, and you just fundamentally don't even understand where they come from. Can you still man that rebuttal? Because since you're asking the same question again, can you actually still man the rebuttal?
Flat Earthers,
The
good
rebuttal-
boys, remaining silent.
I guess
Witsit
his rebuttal
appreciates your
is that
submission.
the measurements don't diverge on a flat Earth model. Yes.
Oh my
Is
God.
that what you're saying, Wilson? And if that's not, just clarify, because
Yes, they wouldn't physically
you have
diverge
to
on a
have
flat Earth.
something that aligns with your
Oh
perspective
my
or model.
God.
Okay.
They wouldn't physically diverge on a flat Earth. This guy was trying to claim
what I
that if
just
I was
said.
oh my God, stop interrupting me, dude. This guy just tried what he tried to do earlier was say that I was invoking the divergent plumb lines because I did an internal critique of how the the astronomical azimuth and the geodetic azimuth don't align. And he tried to claim that I was then therefore invoking physical empirical measurements of divergent plumb lines, and that wouldn't work on a flat Earth, which is not how that works. The way that we get the divergence is to assume the astronomical data points in your 1-to-1 ratio of your globe model in the first place. You get the astronomical azimuth, and then you compare that to the geodetic azimuth, you get the discrepancy, then you guys just move your little magical slider of your deity gravity around.
Okay, so here's a way to settle that problem. When you say that the alignment occurs because we assume the globe model, there has to be some shape that all of those data points align with. Can you give any idea, any shape, make up a shape that would be better suited than the globe model?
They don't even prove a shape, dude.
Yeah,
That's the
flat
problem.
Earth. Yeah, they don't
Just
prove
let
a
him
shape.
answer.
Thank
Let
you.
him
They
answer.
don't prove a shape. I'd like to get in there. They don't
So can
prove
you
a
give
shape.
me an idea of a shape that I can conceptualize?
We have no
that
idea
those
what
data
the shape
points
of
would
the
have.
Earth is. No
I didn't
idea.
ask you that. I didn't
Well,
ask
I'm
you
telling you anyway. No flat Earth
So
guy.
Witless,
No flat
can you
Earther is
please
going to give you
give
that.
a
Witsit not
shape
going to
that
give
you
you that.
think this will
Witsit
align
not
with?
going to give you
And
that.
as you notice, one of your buddies is constantly interrupting. So
That's
go
right.
ahead. What
I've been
shape can
listening
you
for a while. I did have a
conceptualize?
question about 35 minutes ago.
So, Witless, go ahead.
You're not going to call me witless, for starters.
Oh, I will.
Okay. No, you won't, actually.
Oh,
You won't
yeah.
in here. You're not going to in
I
here.
just did.
Okay, do it again. You're
And
going
you
to use
can't
it.
answer my question. Here's what won't happen. You won't
I
answer my
can answer
question.
your question, but you're not going to start throwing insults around. It's not going to happen.
Hey, buddy.
So,
I can't wait to hear it. Go ahead and
okay.
talk about
So,
me and all
I don't,
that. I can't
try
wait
and
to
pay
hear it.
attention. Try and pay attention. To try to invoke a physical shape of Earth based on the position of the stars requires the assumption that we're seeing the actual position and that we see those actual positions in perfectly infinite straight lines. Because I'm not insane, and I know that that's not how perspective works in reality, I'm not going to make that claim. I wouldn't use the position of the stars to make a physical geometric claim of Earth because that's not going to work.
So here's the easy rebuttal. You should. You're supposed to. That's how you claim or make any notion that there is a shape.
That is
of
an
the Earth at
inaccurate
all.
and stupid
You make a.
methodology.
You make
No,
a.
it's not.
That's a moral
Is
odd
there a
claim. Are you
moderator in
claiming?
here?
Are you
Because
claiming of
Witsit, you
absolute
complain about
morals?
being
You
interrupted
should. You
so
ought.
much, and I patiently wait to speak, and then I get interrupted at the outset of me speaking. So let's
You're
try
using
it
you
again.
should.
I
You
agree that
ought.
you should. You shouldn't get
Here's
interrupted.
again. You
I'm
have
sitting
a
here trying to
shape
mod for you,
that you
and you're
claim
interrupting
about
me.
the Earth, and that shape is, you say, flat.
Hey,
That
I don't know who this
shape
guy is. Listen.
must and should align
That's
with
not a shape,
objects that
moron.
you are seeing
Yeah,
above
shape is flat
at
is not a
certain
shape.
positions. So
Flat
the
is not a shape.
positions of those objects do not align in any way, shape, or form with a flat model of
I'm gonna
any
moderate real
kind,
fast. I'm gonna
and they very
moderate real
closely align with the globe model with small, imprecise margins of error.
Okay, I'm gonna moderate real fast.
Go ahead and you
So
can
this
try
is.
for the moderator now. I'm good.
I said
You have a good
I'm
day.
going to
Hey,
moderate.
Witless,
If
you have a good
interrupt
day,
me
buddy.
while I'm moderating, yeah. See, this guy's a clown, and he just left when he did that. Okay, here's the deal. It's not one on one. Everyone can jump in. They've been coming at me like 5v1, so other people are happy to jump. I'm happy to let everyone else jump in, whatever. But we can't just talk through the middle of them because I can't sit here and say you guys can't interrupt me and then we interrupt them, right? So it's like I'm happy to yield the mic to other people. You know, the answers to these are obvious typically, but Yeah, I mean, he left anyway. But you guys already heard my answer. It's stupid to assume that you can just look at the stars. You have to assume you're seeing them in their actual position, and that our eyes just see in a perfectly straight line to those stars that they claim are like effectively infinite distances, and in their math they actually treat them as infinite distances, and then they translate that to a physical geometric claim. That's ridiculous. Makes no sense to think that. That's not how perspective works. That's not how reality works. So.
Oh.
And why is
Well,
it the case that
perspective
it
doesn't
should
work.
or ought be that way? I don't understand. When is it the case that science or mathematics makes moral ought claims? It should do this. So reality, so the sun should rise. Like, dude, you can't gain an ought from an is. You guys don't even know basic philosophy. And then you come in here trying to have a debate about one of the most philosophical subjects in the world. Why are you doing that?
Crazy. None of us know. None of us know. But what I was going to say is perspective. I still go back to my point that the 1 degree per 60 nautical miles, that cannot happen with linear perspective.
How does that help you?
How does it help me?
Yeah.
Because on a flat earth, you can't the sun, you can look at the movement of the sun, the stars, the way we move over the ground. You can't invoke perspective to say that perspective is what makes it do that. Perspective does
Yeah,
not
but you're
make things
assuming
move
you
at
mean
a
on
linear
so you mean on a
rate.
flat Earth.
Oh, sorry. Do you want to go? Go ahead.
I'm just
On a flat
clarifying.
earth,
You mean
yes.
you mean on a flat Earth? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. You're
Correct,
right. It
yeah.
wouldn't work. A linear perspective, which is you're going to end up invoking like a 1-to-1, isn't going to work on a flat Earth, of course. Good thing perspective isn't linear and 1-to-1.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
when you're
that's my
measuring
point.
a
That's my point.
distance
I
or
was confused
surface,
why you invoked it.
and
Why
you're
you invoked it
and you're
to support it.
timing the distance you travel in 1 minute, and you measure that distance, then you have a meter for the ground you can use everywhere to set out a certain length within the circle.
I only invoked it to explain the globe because it was being disputed by globers. Right? I mean,
So
the globe
you believe
claims the
in
linear perspective. The globe
sorry,
claims the linear perspective. So do you agree that if perspective is not linear, it debunks the globe?
I mean, perspective is linear.
But do you agree if it's not, it debunks the globe?
I mean, it is. You're saying what if it's hyperbolic?
Yeah, any curved visual space.
Yeah, it's not. We can capture light on a sensor, remove the eye from it, and do photogrammetry the other way, and it works.
No, there's
I'm
ample
curious though.
evidence
Do you
that
think so?
perspective's not linear.
You said you believe in satellites. Do you believe that satellites have measured the lack of air particles way up there?
Hey, Pafinki, can you just quickly clarify your position? Are you saying that perspective is linear? Because a second ago you were saying it's not linear, and so it's weird that flat earthers use perspective as an
Sure. Yeah.
excuse.
Yeah, and,
So,
and with
why are you
respect, what is
changing your argument?
I'm not. There's two usages of the term linear. There's a linear relationship between the ground
Oh,
and the sky.
you were
And there's
equivocating and admitting
linear,
to it?
and then there's linear perspective, which is different than like hyperbolic.
Okay, so are you
So
trying to
you were
attribute the
equivocating.
perspective to?
No, I just
Are
using
you
a
trying
word,
to
and you got
you
confused which meaning it was. Maybe I was
Pinky?
not being clear.
Pinky, you trying to use perspective for azimuthal for astronomical azimuth angles? Is that am I to
That's what he's
understand that
doing.
right? You're trying to use for it's
Yep.
ridiculous, dude. They don't even understand the argument. I don't think.
Tell me why it's. Actually, I want to go on the other lines. So, Witsit, do you believe that that satellites are up where they say, and that they measure the lack of air particles up there?
No, like even a superfluid medium, you wouldn't even measure any pressure, and I don't have to believe the claimed measurements of a vacuum. Why would I?
I don't know. I just they do send instruments up there to measure it. So is your claim that the superfluid bends light? Like why would you not assume that in a vacuum light's going to travel in a straight line?
Let me ask you a question. Have you seen the videos
No,
where
no.
This is a good question,
I
dude.
just
It's
asked
not
a
a gotcha. It's not a
question.
gotcha.
I just asked a question, bro. I just asked a question to Witsit. I'll happy to answer yours after.
All right.
Well, there could be physical containment, right? There could be superfluid within physical containment. The physical containment could alter the light. You wouldn't even need a superfluid to do it, although the superfluid does refract light. We know that. We do it in a lab all the
But
time.
But see how this is just like this could be the case. We could have a big mirror somewhere. We could have this. We could have that. Like why would we assume that something like that's up there if we can't detect it, haven't seen it? Why would we not just assume that what we see is what we get?
Well, this is the real problem with conflating what you understand about the world to a model, because any model does that. Your model does that all the time. So that's why we don't claim like a definitive model, because it's stupid, because you can't physically access and verify a bunch of the different claims that you have to make. You're perfectly content on your side doing that, but suddenly you're asking me why would we do that on another model? And it's because you just
No,
have a
I'm
bias. You
content.
just guys have
What
hypocritical.
I'm content with is I'm content with that we sent up rockets. We've measured air pressure all the way up, and seen it decrease, and therefore at essentially a vacuum in space, there's no reason for me to believe that light would be bending as it traveled through that.
Do you
There's
agree that the
physical
pressure
containment.
around the rocket is different?
I can only hear one person at a time.
Well,
Go
I
ahead, Tori.
wanted to ask, man, real quick. Let me get in. Oh, goddamn. Go ahead, Tori.
I was just asking when you said we send up rockets to measure, are these devices on the rocket because you agree those rockets moving at those speeds for sure have a different pressure around them than like the environment that they're in, right?
Yeah, I think when you get up high, it's a different sort of device. It uses ionization.
Have you ever done that? Have you ever measured the pressure in your house with ionization? Do you know anything about it? All right, have you ever
No,
done
because
the
we wouldn't need
empirical
it.
method on any of this stuff?
No, I
So I don't understand, why is this your argument? Have you ever verified
Because
it? And then why are you upset with flat earthers for saying, hey, maybe it's
I'm
just
not.
not
I'm not
Occam's
upset.
razor? Why do you think that Occam's razor is necessary and should be the case all the time?
I don't think it's not. It's not necessary. It's a good rule of thumb, though. Don't add extra things in when you don't have
Okay,
to.
so then in order to explain any author's book, we can't even explain it because the author's consciousness is more crazy than their book. So now we don't even know how to explain books. Yeah, you make a lot of sense, man.
Well, no, time
I
out. If
don't
we
know what that is.
it's such, you can't, it's again, you just being hypocritical anyway. It's a double standard, because like I see the sun move. So if we apply Occam's razor to, I see the sun move, I see the moon move, I see the sky move, the stars move, I see galaxies move, all of that. You claim that none of that stuff's moving. You claim it all appears to move. Whenever I see that the Earth's not moving, we do physical empirical measurements of the Earth not moving with interferometry. When we feel the Earth not moving, all of that's not Occam's razor for you. But suddenly you want to invoke Occam's razor.
No, I think it's actually saying that the sun appears to move is that's like a good first hypothesis. But then when you look at all the other things that go on, it's a much better explanation that the Earth is rotating.
It's not, though.
Right. But like it would be like I stand in one place and I turn in a circle and I could say, oh, look, Occam's razor says everything's moving around me. But then, you think about it for a minute and you're like, oh no, I'm probably just rotating. That's like, I
No,
just take
it's
the
not
best.
think about it for a
Me,
minute,
what I do
dude.
is I
It's
accept
because the
what I consider the
mathematical
best
model is
explanation.
simpler. No, dude. It's because when you're talking about heliocentrism versus geocentrism, any of that, Copernicus literally made it because the math works simpler. So that's what your
No,
claim is. You're saying it's
plain
from
is easier.
observation. No, it is not. Everyone observes the universe actually revolve around them personally.
Yeah, and we know the universe can't revolve around every individual person. But like, for example, the southern
According to the scripture,
rotation.
it says, why
Fucking
can't
Torah.
that be the case?
I'm
That's the
still
easiest
talking.
way. That's the
There's
simplest thing, is
things
just to
like
listen to
Torah.
the God.
I'm not going to let you overtalk me. So the northern star rotation, southern star rotation is much better explained by us being on a globe that's rotating than it is by the alternative.
We have a physical model of that.
We're on a flat plane and we have a superfluid inside of a dome that's
even a stationary globe.
making it rotate around like a kaleidoscope. That's not a
Yeah,
good explanation.
but that's terrible. They haven't even moved the Georgia Guidestones. You know, like Polaris never moved the stars. Their claim to we're hurling through this universe, and that's
I mean,
terribly
dude,
explained by the globe model.
in order to believe your model, I have to believe in like an accelerative expanding universe with dark matter and dark energy that used to have an inflaton that isn't there anymore, and it creates the illusion of everything that we see. And you like to pick and choose. Suddenly, you guys are going to pick and choose. We're not talking about that. Oh, that's cosmology. Oh, that's different. No, it's not different. It's all tied together. If the Earth's rotating, it's revolving. If it's revolving, it's revolving the solar system that's shooting through the galaxy, and you need dark matter, you need dark energy. You don't get to pick and choose. So it's like,
yeah, but, I mean, you guys don't have an answer for any of that either.
yeah, we do. We don't need an accelerative expansion. If the Earth's not moving, you don't need accelerative expansion. Therefore, you don't need dark energy. If we don't invoke relativity or Newtonian mechanics in your version of gravity, we don't need dark matter at all. Our model is way more viable than yours.
I haven't looked into all that. Maybe that's true, but it still can't explain basic things like southern star rotation. So
You're acting
I'm
like
more
you haven't
simple.
looked into that.
I'm a simple guy, so I'm going to start with like things we
Okay,
can
what
see
if
on
we could
Earth.
physically model it?
I'm still talking to her.
Does that matter?
I'm looking at like things we can see, things in the solar system. We can work our way out. Like you guys want to jump way out into dark matter. I don't know what's happening out there. I don't know what's happening out there. But we can.
Can you steal 5 people are interrupting Steve? Why is he being interrupted by 5 people?
Just gonna ask him a question.
I'm
He
just
got his point across.
1v5ing. Everybody's like spazzing out.
No one's spazzing, bro. I'm gonna ask you. Can you
I'm
steal,
kidding.
man?
I'm kidding. I'm just kidding.
So, can you steal, man, what you've heard about the southern star rotation from our perspective?
I've heard two explanations. They're probably roughly similar. One is there's a personal azimuthal dome of vision that bends light, and in order to create that, the sun may be, for example, over Australia, but if you were south of South America, you would see the sun over there, and it just something bends it. We don't know what, but the personal azimuthal dome sort of does it. That explanation existed before anybody even went to TFE and was quoted as an explanation for some of those phenomena. The recent one is the superfluid, the Joe Hanvey model, where he has a light that shines through a superfluid bolted into a salad bowl, and then you see the sun replicated around the outside. I haven't seen that
no
one.
Superfluid. There's no superfluid in his model. It's a reflective surface. Do you disagree that different layers of atmosphere create reflective surfaces?
Different layers of atmosphere create reflective.
Yeah, where the layers meet. Yeah, where the layers meet becomes a mirroring effect or a reflective surface. Do you disagree with that? Because you could AI it right now or Google it or learn a little something about dome
I honestly
refraction.
don't know. I don't know, but I'll.
Okay, well, it is the case that where layers of atmosphere meet can cause layering effects. So it's not even necessary that he needs a superfluid to repeat that stuff. He doesn't have superfluid in his model. He has a reflective plate.
I thought he did. My bad. What's
It's just curious.
kind of reflective?
You didn't have it completely right. I respect you for trying to steel man it, honestly.
Yeah, what did I miss? What did I miss?
The superfluid.
I do better
and then you included a sun in the first model. So you would think that you would kind of try to understand it instead of just dismissing it because you think it comes off as crazy right away. Anything that goes against what we're told, you just automatically seem to dismiss it and not give it any fair chance to research.
I'll tell you the personal azimuthal dome just seemed like a retcon. It was like what would have to happen in order to make this work. So I admit that I'm dismissive of that one. The bowl model doesn't work for me, nor the kaleidoscope model, because it duplicates things. Like you would see multiple suns if it's being reflected out across the outside of the dome. So I don't know how you could get it to where it reflects everywhere, yet everyone only ever sees one sun. That's
so you're making a bunch of assumptions right there. You're like, it would have to be multiple suns everywhere, and that's just an assumption that you're coming up with.
I would be open to being shown that that's
agrees.
not the case.
Yeah, every single person agrees.
I am making a. Oh, go
Dude,
ahead.
every person, if a person's in New York looking at the sun and a person's in California looking at the sun, those suns aren't at the same exact angle in the sky. So now you're going to have to invoke your perfect one-to-one nonsense in order to make all that work, which you guys conceded earlier. So, dude, this is where you get caught in not using any simple argument. You're actually, dude, the globe model is the most difficult argument ever. It's the most craziest. You need so many ad hoc explanations. For you to claim that it's just simpler is just ridiculous, bro.
It
Maybe
is
if
way
God
simpler.
wanted to make it that way, that would be a better explanation for you guys than rather ad hocing Einstein nonsense. Dark matter, dark energy. Oh yeah, this definitely
But the
is
thing is,
true.
you don't need Einstein for globe evidence. Like we knew it was
What? Yeah,
globe.
you do.
We knew it
Oh,
was
what
globe
made the globe?
2,500
What
years
made the
prior.
circular?
You think people started believing it was a globe after Einstein?
What made
No,
the
but what
globe
makes the globe a
circular?
globe?
Well, one thing, it has utility where
What
flat
makes
Earth
the
ain't got
globe a
nothing.
globe?
Oh, cool.
Oh my
Pragmatic
god.
fallacy
But
thing.
to go back, because
When
now
I
we're
build the
dragging away
house,
from
I
the
treat the
salad
earth as
bowl
flat, therefore
experiment,
the earth is
but
flat.
in the salad bowl experiment and with the kaleidoscope, we agreed that it actually does produce multiple copies of the thing, right?
Why do you guys say salad bowls
Yeah,
when he got like a
distorted
real
version.
acrylic dome?
I saw a
He
video. It
bought like a
literally had a. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
he bought nice acrylic domes that are expensive. You
Okay,
guys
so
just
they're
like
not
to
salad bowls.
undermine it.
No,
Dude,
they're
let's
not.
see
They
your
literally
physical
look like
model,
a
dude.
salad
Let's see
bowl.
your
I'll call
physical
it an
model. What
acrylic
have
dome
you
if that's
done
what it
for
is.
the globe? Except just argued with people. What have you ever done for the
Lied for
globe?
it.
Have you discovered anything new on the globe, or is there nothing left to discover, bro? Is that it? You've already discovered it all. There's nothing left. You want us to all give up on science and just be little listeners?
I feel like this is a fallacy. I don't know which one, but that feels like a fallacy. What you just did.
And that's
It's
not
the
a rebuttal.
you didn't make anything new,
The
so
feels like a
therefore you
fallacy
can't
fallacy.
defend.
No,
Yo,
it's just
okay, what
follow
you're doing
along.
is the taxi cab fallacy. What you're doing is called taxi cab fallacy because what we use is the principle of sufficient reason to come to all these conclusions. And now you're just going, it is what it is, bro. It's just a globe. I don't have to explain it. I don't even
No,
need
I'm
dark
not.
matter to
I'm
know it's
happy
a
to
globe.
explain.
How did it
I can
become
explain why.
globular, silly?
Hold on. I can explain why the globe is a better explanation for eclipses, lunar eclipses, selenilian eclipses, northern and
What?
southern star trails. Yeah, all these things. I don't have to invoke anything extra.
Selenilians
I don't
helps the
have to
globe?
put. Yeah,
Oh my god, bro!
easily.
Says explain that vision is 1-to-1 and it has no hyperbolicness to it. Is
No, that's
selenilian
not.
eclipses a good example of that,
That's
where
not.
perspective is just a
No, that's
1-to-1 thing? Is that right?
it. Actually, it is a good model for linear perspective, but also a good model for refraction. And people have known what these are for. I don't know. I think I found something that was like 1,000 years old that explained it. Not
For
like a
less
new thing
time
they
than
figured out.
everyone else before? So for less time than everyone else before. So for maybe you guys think the earth is how old? People been here for 10,000 years. So you're like, in the last 2,000 years, yeah, we definitely know it. All those other people were just Neanderthals and primates. Well, guess what? You come from a monkey if you come from that worldview. Therefore, you shouldn't even trust your reasoning because your reasoning might be there to fool you to extinguish your species.
All right. Okay. But there might have been a point in the beginning part I was listening, and then you kind of lost me on the end. It does.
What's your
from
contention
where
with
I
the
sit,
argument?
like this is what I say like, okay, let me flip to being a flat earther, and then I know what questions I'm going to get asked, and I have no answer for it. Like, what's a lunar eclipse? How does it work? What's a solar eclipse? How can we predict the path of totality? And I know for a fact I can't answer those. I would like to.
Hey,
If
do you
I
believe
could,
in
then I might
consciousness?
consider it.
Do you believe in consciousness, Finky?
I don't. That doesn't have
Do you
anything to
believe in
do with
energy?
anything I
Do
said.
you? Yeah, because I'm going to bring it to you. I'm going to show you that you believe in things that you can't fully explain. And now you're
Yeah, of
holding
course I
yourself to
do.
a different standard.
You don't even have
Okay.
to. I
So then
totally
why
do.
is it that you need to fully explain the creator's creation as if you're all knowing? Huh?
It's a respect for the world we live on to explain it as best I can.
Okay, what's the pragmatic
I don't
justification for
think
that? Why do I need to know it's a globe to fix someone's air conditioner? Please go ahead.
you don't. Let me think. Maybe there's some reason, but I
So
don't think
then
so.
what respect is
You'd have to know.
necessary for people? Why are you saying respect? Why are you now virtue signaling for the globe? The globe is not even a part of the worldview. Worldviews are epistemology, ontology, and ethics. Nothing about cosmology. Cosmology is the same thing they used to do with the stars. They would go, I could predict things and you're going to be a great king. And you think that's cool. So you're into astrology. We get it, bro.
It's not that hard. I went camping this weekend. It was awesome. Look up at you can see tons of stars when you're out there. And I look up, I'm like, this is crazy. Everything about it's crazy and it's awesome. And I can't tell you why, but something inside of me wants to be able to understand that to the best that I can and have the best explanation with the least amount of made up things in it.
Then you better pull away from the globe because there's a lot of made up things about it.
I think whatever
it doesn't
you
seem
can
like you
say
have a
there's
problem
made
with
up
made
in
up.
it, there's much less than there would be for an alternative model.
Okay,
Can I
how
ask
did the
you
Earth
what?
get here?
I have no idea.
Can I ask Pinky a question?
No, that was a good question though.
What's your contention with the azimuthal grid of vision? The idea that when you're in a center point looking out in a sphere in all directions, you would have necessary compression of the you would actually necessarily see things in a sphere around you. Do you understand that
Like
premise?
linear perspective already compresses things to match perfectly with what we see and capture.
Do you understand the
in
premise
optics.
of what I just said and how perspective works, though?
I understand how perspective works. Perspective and the personal azimuthal dome of vision aren't the same thing or related.
So, all right. So if you're in a center
and
point,
the part of the dome that I disagree with isn't the perspective part; it's the extra part you have to add on to it.
okay. So if you're in a center point looking out in all directions, let's say you're in a sea and you're floating in a sea and you're too far to see the ocean floor or the top of the water, and you're looking out in all directions. Would you not see the fish getting smaller and smaller and smaller in all directions as you look out in a sphere around you?
Yeah, you'd see things getting smaller. I don't know if these days in a
That's the
sphere, just
idea
in all
on a flat
directions.
Earth. On a flat Earth, you would not expect to have a one-to-one because you would have that effect of looking out in all directions affecting your perspective of what you see in the sky above you and in all directions. And then on top of that, you're trying to make concrete claims as if these things in the sky are objects, but they're not objects. They are things that we see in the sky that we cannot tangibly touch or confirm the chemical makeup of. I mean, you're making a lot of assumptions about both what you're looking at and the shape of what you're looking at.
Everything about being in an ocean, looking every direction and seeing fish get smaller, 100% is explained with linear perspective.
Okay.
I just posted something in the
Whatever
chat.
That is false. That is false. You're
I-
claiming the cameras that work underwater are exactly
let
the
him
same
have
as
his
the ones we
own
use in air
definitions and
because
No,
it's
I didn't
dome
make that. I
refraction
didn't
that
make
they
that.
use.
It's
I
fine.
didn't make that
As long
claim.
as
I
you
did not make that
understand how
claim, Tora.
perspective works, that's the only point I'm trying to make. So then do you understand why it would not be a one-to-one if it was a flat Earth?
A one-to-one of what?
Of the sky matching the ground.
Yeah, I know I wouldn't because that's not how perspective works.
Right, and that's why you have to extrapolate out infinitely in all directions from a made-up center point on an Earth.
No, I
Because that's
disagree
the
with
only
that.
way that you can, because you've mapped the globe to the sky, and you're not actually taking any tangible measurements from the Earth beneath your feet. You're just making assumptions about the sky of things that are, like I said, you've never actually physically verified.
No, we do. I brought up differential GPS RTK measuring the surface of ground and finding it to be curved. Also shows that we live on a globe.
Yeah, based on a model. It's all run through math that's based on a globe model. That doesn't prove anything.
Let's say it's based on a model and it produces points that match a globe. Then it's not accurate.
Look at the reasoning.
And they advertise it as being centimeter accurate over distance.
Right, to the
So
model.
how could it be
once it's run through the simulation of the model?
They don't. No, they don't.
Yeah, that's how the
It's
math
not,
works for that.
No, it actually isn't.
Okay, well then let's show it to me. You're the one making the
differential
claim that this is
GPS
proof of the Earth. So show me the
Please
math.
stop interrupting him. Please stop
I don't want to
interrupting.
go. We don't have to go off on this tangent. If you don't want to, we can stick on the dome. But
You'd rather focus on the things that we can't tangibly measure.
No, you brought it up, and I'm trying. I don't want to be accused of like.
So then, what can we tangibly measure? What tangible measurements do you have of the ground?
Stop interrupting, please.
Differential GPS RTK. There's two plots I know of. One over Lake Pontchartrain and one at the Salt Flats. They might have done another one at the Bolivian. That's the
all right. Show us the math.
One
Let's
in
see
Utah.
It's ridiculous because the RTK by itself, it does not prove a shape. The only thing you're doing is you're just taking measurements of whether it's the carrier phase or the distances, but all those things don't prove shape. It's when you apply it using the software to the ECF or the
No, he claims he's
WGS84.
looked at it. He claims
Then
he's
once
looked
you
over
do
the
that,
math and
no, hold
he
on,
can
hold
use
on.
it to draw a tangible
Well,
measurement.
yeah, exactly. And he's
I just posted it in chat.
he's not
Toby.
admitting that that conclusion is based of exactly what you pointed out, Toby. It's based upon this WGS84 and the ECAF and that construct. So if you're applying this measurement to a construct, that's what's giving you the globe, not the actual physical measurements of it.
No, it's incorrect. So
Oh
this
my God,
technology,
dude.
all
You don't get it.
GPS, wow, dude, all GPS uses ECEF. It is based on the WGS84, but it's not based on the ellipsoid. The only part it pulls from the WGS84 is the center point, the orientation.
Center point of
Right,
what?
It's all based on sky
Of the
measurements.
it's the center of mass. Yeah, it's
The
all based
center
on
of
sky
mass
mass.
of what?
It's all
Okay,
based
okay.
on
So
sky. Earth has mass, right?
Earth has mass. Yes.
Correct. Okay.
So
the
then
center of the
it
ball,
maps.
right?
Then hold on, hey, bro. Then it maps in XYZ coordinates. There's no globe. There's no ellipsoid. It's just literally points in space. When you get this equipment and you use it, they don't say, oh, by the way, when you use it, you're gonna have to reverse convert this to flatten it out to make it accurate. They say go out in reality and just run around with this thing, and it's going to tell you exactly in 3D space XYZ where you are
The sky confirms
and where you
the
move
sky.
to.
Wow.
So
impressive.
no,
That's
that's not.
circular
That's just a straw
reasoning,
man
dude.
of it. No, it's
No,
not. No, it's
yes,
not.
it is.
But sky exists.
It absolutely is
Sky
not.
exists. Yes, sky
Hey,
exists.
can you guys both listen to P Finky? Like he's clearly explaining this, and you guys keep running away. They're not using the sky; they're using satellites pointed at Earth and measuring distances. It has nothing to do
And
with
how are they
the.
measuring those distances, Wesley?
Okay, just be quiet. See, APOC can't even do it. Let P
No, we
Finky. He
already
did this
went over
yesterday.
this. You're not paying attention. He's
Oh,
using
they
the
map it.
sky
Okay,
to
I'll
measure
answer.
the sky.
No, they're not.
You
They're
look,
using
the WGS
XYZ positions.
ellipsoid.
It's half
Where do you
true.
think they
Hold
get
on.
the data?
It's half true. It's
Oh
half
my
true
God.
only
No,
because
it's
the
the way that it
Oh my
works. It's
gosh!
not a fucking
Listen,
half
stop
truth.
interrupting.
Toby, I'll
Anybody gonna
listen to
mod this
you.
guy who keeps interrupting?
It's all right. I'm chill.
Well, you're interrupting.
I'll try to be calm and let you talk. And if you let me talk, it all so GPS speaks ECEF and it's XYZ coordinates from a center point. There's no globe baked in. So wherever you take that thing and drive your rover around, it's just going to plot in 3D
There's
space.
no globe baked into the premise of having a center point. Are you
Wow,
insane?
he can't. Is any mods?
You can't imagine a center point without having a globe around it.
Wesley, you're not helping. Do you understand how a back and forth goes?
Yeah, Wesley, shut up, baby. He just now
Yeah,
he
stop
just now
interrupting.
verbalized.
That's
Wesley,
all.
shut
Just
up.
let him go back
Wesley,
and
shut
forth.
up.
Thank
I'm
you.
modding. Shut up. You're not a mod. Thank you. They just agreed to go back and forth. If they're able to just interject back and forth, it's fine. You're not able to do that. The good thing you're not a part of the conversation.
Yeah, get out of here.
This is my argument. If you could say, okay, this thing it has globe baked into it, right? And you say that's why when you go, because the thing that's not under contention is if you go to Salt Flats and you just drive it in a straight line, it's going to plot a curve. Okay, so you can say, well, the reason it does that is because there's something in the software that manipulates the points. That it should be flat, but it manipulates it and it adds some amount of
Why
curve
would
into
you
it.
say that?
Right?
Who would say that? Why
I'm
would
saying
someone say that?
I didn't. I said somebody could say that, right? Because
Well,
otherwise,
they
if you
can't
don't
say
say
that.
that, if you don't say that, then we just say, well, we
Substantiate.
measured it curved.
Yeah, they'd have to substantiate that. They can't
So
say
you're
that.
just making up an argument to argue against yourself. Go
No,
for it.
no, I'm not. I'm saying they measured it curved. That's what the device reported. So either it's correct and Earth is curved, and these devices have centimeter accuracy,
Where's the
or
half truth here? Where's the part where it's not measured from the sky and where you're not taking a center point and extrapolating out a globe based on what you're measuring in the sky? Where's that part?
well, the part
We're not
that's half
measuring in the
truth,
sky.
the parts that half truth is that the satellites are in the sky. So in a sense, we are measuring signals from the sky.
Okay,
No,
but
you're
P
measuring
Finky.
the ground. You're measuring ground based on globe coordinates that are derived from the sky.
Well, it doesn't. Okay,
Exactly.
this is my point.
Yeah, what's
This is
wrong
my
with that?
point. Hold on. This is my point. Either this equipment's accurate to the centimeter, or it's not. And if it is accurate, it's measuring a globe. So that.
Oh
should,
my God,
raise
you don't
questions
get
for
it.
you.
You're lost.
No,
Okay,
no,
you're
no.
saying it
That's not
measures
an argument.
accurately. You're saying it's
If
measuring
you guys want, we
accurately,
could do a
but
back and forth between
the
Pinky
output,
and Toby because we want to keep like an even flow of conversation because they kind of have a
the
back and forth going. Do you guys want to continue with that?
I mean, there's not any
Yes.
argument here. He's just going in circles. Like the whole point I'm making is, like, yeah, we're looking at things in the sky, and like I
No, we're not.
personally am making no claims about where those things in the sky are and where they should be for someone else or the way that I should see them because I didn't make them. I don't know what they're made of. I have no clue what the hell is going on up there. So I'm not making any claims about that. And to try and tell me, please let me finish. To try and tell me that because those things in the sky are above me, the ground beneath my feet must be a globe is illogical to me. And when you tell me that, oh, but I'm not done speaking. When you take a measurement that's based on things in the sky, and then you take another measurement, say 30 miles away, that's based on things in the sky, I do not have any contention with the idea that those things are going to be accurate. I have no contention with sky measurements. That's never been the point of any of this.
Okay, so when you get the equipment, Robert, shut your mouth. When you get this equipment, they don't say this is accurate to the sky. They tell you, like on Earth, if you drive this thing out and you move it up, 10 inches, you're gonna the reading on it is gonna be that you moved it up 10 inches. So if you say I don't doubt that they're accurate, you're cooked because it does measure a curved surface at
to the
salt
model.
flats.
No, to the
No,
model.
not to the model.
Is the output WGS 84? P Finky, is the output to the WGS 84 coordinate system? Yes or no?
The WGS 84 is not a coordinate system. It's to the ECF coordinate system, which does use parts of the WGS 84. I said that before. It uses the center point and the orientation.
Okay,
right. It only works when you assume a globe.
It does not use the ellipsoid.
Okay, is the WGS 84 a global Earth reference system that's modeled according to an oblate ellipsoid? Yes or no?
No.
It doesn't use any. It is, yes, it is, but ECF does not use anything to do with the ellipsoid, the oblateness, none of that.
Then you don't understand your
talking
argument.
about
question.
or blateness. No one
I got a
said anything
question,
about that.
Finky.
No,
when you're measuring that mountain
just said
top
oblateness,
down from zenith to nadir to the center mass of that mountain, going to the center mass of your Earth, the radius that you're using for that measurement from top down is still the earthly radius. That is a calculated measurement based on a 60-degree angle.
And further,
In
WGS
between two
84.
radian angles. So
No, you're
to
wrong.
say that you
hang
can
on.
that you
Give
can
Pinky a chance to
correctly
respond
say
after.
what that surface is doing, you're using a set length that sets your basically your model. And when you set that around in a circle, you will maintain that distance overall, which will make it appear like a globe, but the surface is still rising above that because you put that center mass of the mountain on the surface itself. But when you do that, you need to subtract the length of that height of that mountain in between sea level and the top of that mountain from your radius that you're calculating, because that is the surface you're measuring.
Well, you're wrong because the GPS satellites are 22,000 miles away. The radius of the planet. Guys, please. I know my accent triggers you guys, but the height of the GPS satellite is 22,000 miles. That is a different radius. The radius of the planet is 3,959.
That has nothing to do with the distance you're measuring in between the mountain to the center mass of your Earth.
It has everything to do with it because those satellites have on them things called altimeters. So they know how high above the Earth they are. Right?
Hey, let me explain something to you, dude.
Therefore,
it's that you're screaming at us.
I have to do it
Calm down.
because
Calm
guys,
down.
let me
You
tell you
don't have to
something.
do anything.
Let me tell you something. Okay, let me calm down. The reason why I do this is because people don't like when I speak. Right? My accent triggers a lot of people. So I have to
No, it's that
I have
you're
to try to calm
screaming.
down. So let me calm down.
That's not your
Again,
accent.
It's
Chris.
not your accent. It's the con.
Yeah.
You're
It's
very.
It's the tone. It's the tone.
I guarantee it is my
Inflection.
accent. because I
Bro, I
tried to
promise you, brother, we
become.
don't care about your
I
accent.
have.
It's like you're screaming at us.
Condescending.
Okay,
Yeah,
no
it's like
problem.
a tone.
No problem. Let me just finish one more time. Chris, the satellites are 22,000 miles away. That is so they have altimeters on them to tell them how high the distance they are away from the Earth. So none of that radius value
I
that you're talking
know,
about.
Robert.
Okay, good. So do not ever say you just said you started out by saying it's the same radius. That's what you just said a while ago.
Yes,
That's not true.
because you're measuring down a distance to the center mass of your Earth. That distance is 3959, Robert. So you're
Okay.
measuring the distance from your center of Earth and what is basically sticking above the baseline of the waters.
Yeah, sea level. Good. So we have to stay right there. Sea level is simply a point on the ground. That's all it is. It is not a horizontal thing. It's not a straight line thing. It's none of those things. It is simply from that spot on the ground to the satellite. That is
Okay.
the altitude.
Robert,
All right, I got two.
satellite is
Guys,
measuring
hold on a
from
second.
Right.
Let
zenith
me get in.
to nadir in a straight line, vertical to the surface.
All right,
Okay,
Pinky's
Good.
gonna go
so
next.
Robert,
Hang on, hang on,
Robert,
hang on.
So what I want to say
Pinky's
to you.
gonna go. Hang on one second,
Robert,
Robert. Pinky's gonna go next.
I'm going to reply to Robert. Okay, Robert. First of all, satellites don't have altimeters. GPS satellites don't. They don't work by having an altimeter and then using that to do their calculations. That's first point. Second point is sea level doesn't matter. ECEF has no sea level in it anywhere. Has no surface in it anywhere. All it has is coordinates in 3D space XYZ.
Global coordinates, right?
Nope.
Why are you
Nope.
acting like it's not a ellipsoid? We're referencing an ellipsoid. It's a
It
global
doesn't.
coordinate system.
You can
That's
ask.
just
If
what I see when I
ECEF
Google it. I don't know.
This is what you got to ask. Does ECEF use the WGS84 ellipsoid? The answer is no.
Yeah, it's WGS84. When I
does.
look it up, it says it's a standard item used for navigation, mapping,
Correct.
GPS.
There's
It
a
represents the
full.
Earth as a three-dimensional ellipsoid.
Yes, that's correct. It's all true. I agree with that.
Okay.
But the ECF doesn't use, like, WGS84 has a lot of components to it, and ECF doesn't use all of them. It doesn't use the ellipsoid.
Oh.
So it's not a good argument for you guys. This is where you guys go every time. And
Well, the
it's
WGS
actually
itself represents an
terrible
ellipsoid, so it
rendering.
has to. If it's using it, it's
It doesn't
using
use the
that
ellipsoid.
system.
Just ask it. You can just
But
ask
it's
it.
using points that are on the ellipsoid, right?
Nope. I technically it uses 6 points that you could argue are on the ellipsoid, but it doesn't use them because they're on the ellipsoid. The fact that they intersect with the ellipsoid is neither here nor there.
Right, but they match the coordinate system of the ellipsoid that it's referencing those points, right?
No. Well, do you know what the 6 points are? No, you don't.
No.
Ask it. You can ask it. The 6 points are just the 6 points of the 3 axes.
But it's derived of
I'll
the
say it
framework.
again.
But it's
I'll
the
say it again.
framework, P Finky. It's the framework of the WGS 84, dude. Why are you denying that fact?
I haven't denied it.
It's the
ECF
vision
uses
of a
the
circle in
WGS84.
6
I'll
equal
repeat it
parts,
again.
Pinky.
I'll repeat again. I was still talking. I'll repeat again what it uses from WGS84. It uses the origin, which is a center point, and it uses the orientation. Those are the two things it uses. So if you think those spell a globe, I don't know what to tell you. It's a bad argument.
Wasn't Chrysler just saying that center point is down 3959 miles, right? It's the radius of the ellipsoid.
No, the radius of a unit circle, its unit for one length in that 360 is 57.29 nautical miles.
Okay.
But that's for one unit. And you're using 60 of those in your radius, because when you divide 3959 by that same number of one unit, you get exactly your 96 miles for 1 degree of latitude.
Yeah, but they're using
I'm
that
not sure
center
what Chris is
point.
talking about.
It's the center of the ellipsoid, right? It's the center of the
Center of mass.
WSG84.
Yeah, it's the center of mass.
It's
It's
the
the thing
center
of the
point
ellipsoid, though,
of a
right?
circle.
I think
It's
it's
the
it's up the
center point
sky.
of a
It's the point.
circle.
Chris, hold on. Chris, hold on. It's the point.
News just
the point that
posted it.
the point that all satellites orbit around.
Uh-huh.
News just posted it, bro. He just debunked what you just said. He's
No, he
calling you a
didn't.
liar now.
He
He
didn't
put
read it.
it.
Read the
He
words.
There's no
posted
Read
it.
the words.
WGS84. There's no WGS84 there. It's just the XYZ coordinates from the center of the Earth. The
Yeah, that's actually
ellipsoid
a good point.
can be explained by ECF, but it's not that ECF is somehow derived from WGS84.
Yeah, I don't feel like this is a point I
Totally
need
the
to
other way
defend
around.
because this is if you just read on it for
Ellipsoid
20 minutes. Chris, I was in the middle
is
of
a
talking. If
ficus
you just read on
ficus.
it, Chris, if you just read on it for 20 minutes, you'll come to the conclusion that I'm right.
Yeah, but it's XYZ values, and one of the values is the center of mass, right? So,
Yeah, it has a center point.
if you were on a
It
different
definitely has a
ellipsoid, you'd
center
have a
point.
different center of mass value, right? It'd be a different Z value.
Hey,
Yeah, then all
Bafinki,
our
do you
values would
agree
be
that
off.
you just had this conversation with everyone like a couple nights ago? Why do you do this to people?
Yep.
Unbelievable.
Are you on
I
head?
An
agree.
You're on
ellipsoid,
not to
I
go
boy.
down this
agree.
route. But
Yes.
yeah,
Hold on. I agree. Yes, I did have this 2 nights ago. When Toby brought it up, I said, "Hey, if you don't want to go into this, we can talk about the other thing we were talking about." And he said, "No, let's talk about this." So that's
Yeah, but I
if
and
already,
you
why'd
want
you
I,
say
I,
you
the
didn't? Why?
if
I
you want the
told you
answer
Why'd
of
you
Okay,
say you
why
fair
didn't
enough.
want to
Fair
go
enough.
into
Fair
this?
enough. My bad.
if you want the
Bafinki.
answer
Fair
of
enough.
why I'm doing it,
Hold
that's
on,
the
hold
answer as
on.
to why
What
I'm
did
doing
I
it.
say? When did I say that?
I said this is what happened. I said we can go back to talking about the personal azimuthal dome of vision, or we can talk about measuring things. And you said it's kind of sarcastically, "Oh, so now you want to go back to the thing that's not the actual measurement of the ground." So I took that to mean that
and
you wanted to
you said measuring things and it turned into satellites.
yeah, satellites measure things.
Well,
Wow.
dude,
Everybody that
I already
uses
buried.
everybody
Bro, I
that
buried
uses
this.
hold on, everybody that uses this differential GPS RTK, they agree that it definitely measures things very accurately.
I buried
So
this. I
pretending
buried
like it
this
doesn't,
already, though.
you
I
didn't
buried
bury
this.
it.
I already explained. I
No, you
already
didn't.
explained that the ground station. Yes, I did. I already explained the ground station's running through the
Narcissism.
ephemeris, which uses the. It's not narcissism. Good story, I guess. It uses the ephemeris, which uses the Keplerian orbits, which uses the center of mass. It uses the inclination angle. That's the tilted angle based on that ephemeris data. That's all. All those corrections are done on the ground station, sent up to the satellite, sent back down. None of that means anything. All the
Yeah, you
data is
did all
interpreted
that.
through that.
You on the I was actually impressed. You on the fly, you built this like thing that you could recite that did that whole thing to show that it's circular, but you avoided the actual crux of the issue, which is this technology is centimeter accurate in 3D Cartesian space, and it measures a curve. So whatever you think is baked into it, the only possibility is that it's wrong. It's not centimeter accurate.
No,
It has an
because
80x accuracy over 2 miles. 80x inaccuracy over 2 miles that somehow none of the people using this have ever noticed.
to invoke the accuracy and the curve, it literally invokes the circular component that's being used to refute it, dude.
No, it doesn't.
And it's not
Yes, it
centimeter
literally
accurate.
does.
And
No, it
centimeter
doesn't.
accurate.
Because you can say, listen, you can say GPS has a globe baked into it, right?
Yeah.
You could say that. It still doesn't change the fact that either if that globe that's baked into it is invoked over a flat plane incorrectly, there will be error. Do you agree with that?
Why do you keep
If you
calling it
invoke
centimeter
if you
accurate?
invoke a
And
globe over a flat Earth, it'll have an error. Yes, I agree with that.
okay, does this technology have an error?
It corrects for error. So
How does it
yeah.
correct for error?
I just explained one of the many ways that it does it, right? I mean, it takes the data that it gets, it runs it through and corrects for it. So
So it makes
through
more
the
globes, so to correct for the error that's created
you guys
from
love to
having a
say all
globe
these
over a
talking,
flat.
bro. I was talking, bro. You guys love to say all these talking points about like Cartesian coordinates of free space. No, it uses X, Y, Z. The Z goes to the center of mass. You run it through the ground stations that run it through the center of mass through the ephemeris data. It takes all the data, transfers it over to a globe, sends it up to the satellite. You guys receive it, and then even when you receive it, to even get the actual time data, you have the synchronization of the clocks that have that the ground, the satellites, and the receivers are all synchronized to, which have all kinds of corrections, including SAGNet corrections. And then you have to do what's called like the actual phase ambiguity corrections, which are like there are thousands of potential responses, and it literally just corrects for what the model predicts to give you the actual time. Without the time, you don't get the distance. Without the distance, you definitely aren't getting a good position. You aren't just taking independent free space coordinates that have nothing to do with the globe. That never happens, never once. That isn't how it works. You guys all say it because you all repeat each other and don't know how it works. That isn't how it works. I refuted it a couple nights ago. Why you come back in here pretending it's not been addressed is the part that doesn't add up.
It doesn't
It's
correct for
not.
the
Hold on. It's because Robert.
corrects for the
No.
connection.
Here's the thing. You did the thing. I said you had this long thing that you memorized that you like rattled off like 5 times, and in your mind that totally defeated the argument. It doesn't defeat it because even if
You can't address it though.
even
You
to
just
the degree that all that's true, right? Your claim is still saying that they bake a globe in and they manufacture a curve that's not there, and that if Earth was flat and they plot this as a curve, there is an error in there.
So not.
Bro, they use a radius, bro. That is called baking it in. When they apply a radius that they didn't measure. No,
Let
don't
Witsit answer.
interrupt. When they apply a radius that they didn't measure, that's called baking it in, dude. What don't
How
you
do you
get,
know they
dude?
didn't
Come
measure
on,
it?
man.
How do you know they didn't measure it?
Yeah.
You can't
Well,
bake it in.
hang on,
You can't
everyone.
make a
Stop for 1
drill
second.
at the
Stop
center
for
of the
1
earth.
second. Everyone, stop for 1 second. Do you guys want to go back and forth, Pinky and Witsit? That way you can address this specific claim. Because Pinky is saying that in this case, even if that is the case, you would still have the onus to show that it is baked in. Is that what your claim was, Pinky? Because I don't want the point to get lost because everyone, starts jumping in. So do you guys want to do it back and forth?
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, I guess, but I did this for like literally 4 hours the other night. Like if you want to actually address the point, I mean, it runs through the ground station, which already runs it through the ephemeris data. That's well before the receiver ever gets. That's before the satellite even gets it.
Yeah, I know you can recite that thing, Robert. Gosh,
What's up, World?
I know you can recite the thing that you just recited over and over, but you're not addressing the fact that if the Earth is flat and this thing plots a curve, and not just plots a curve, it plots a curve and it says this is reality. These are the 3D spots where this device went. That has an error of 8 inches per mile squared. There's no way you could claim that this device is accurate to centimeter accuracy. It'd be 80 times over the accuracy claim in 2 miles.
So you don't understand how it works.
You're
again,
not
you take
addressing.
the XYZ. Yes, I am. Yeah, you take the
If you don't want to
XYZ
address the
coordinates.
claim, I don't want to talk about it.
No, because you don't understand it.
I
So
do
you
understand.
keep on just invoking. You keep invoking.
No, you don't. You
really
don't
don't.
understand it, dude. By saying 2 feet,
Keep
I mean, by saying
Pinky and
over 2
Witsit are going
miles.
back and forth right here, Brian. Pinky and
Yeah,
Witsit are doing
all right. Man, he's saying ridiculous shit, Jeremy. Man.
Well,
All right.
I mean, let's let him go.
You keep invoking the curve by invoking the XYZ. The Z is to the center of mass, the center of your presupposed globe. It's intrinsically built into your coordinate system. The points you're invoking are intrinsically curved. They're in relation to the center of a globe. If I take points all along a curve, of course, if I map them out, they're curved. The Z is going to update relative to your position by doing what? Diverging from your initial point because it's in relation to the center of a globe. You're trying to say if someone goes out to a construction site and they use satellites, which we do that all the time, to know exactly where they are, and it's claimed to be up to centimeter precision, they would know if that wasn't accurate. That's not true. In the real world, whenever we use that for construction, for example, we build in small segments. We're verifying it with horizontal datum anyway. It wouldn't actually manifest in any detectable discrepancy at all. The data itself can be read realistically, then ran through the correction. If it's always being ran through the correction before you even get the final output, you wouldn't know.
Wait, what's the correction? Like, okay, let me ask this differently. I'm looking at a plot here. It's on Walter Bilson's site. I think this was Jesse Kozlowski that did it. Okay, all he did is he drove this rover, and he got 3D coordinates back. And so any correction that went into that whole system that you described was done prior to him getting these 3D coordinates.
Yeah, of course, because the ground station runs into the ephemeris data, sends it to the satellite sends it to the receiver. The data itself, the information that the satellite has, is being sent in packets that have already been ran through the ephemeris data.
So it's all corrected. So this plot I'm looking at is a corrected plot.
Intrinsically, yeah.
Correct? Okay.
Do you understand how the ephemeris data? Do you understand how?
I agree.
Do you understand how you're getting your point?
Stop
interrupting me, please. Do you understand that the way that you're getting your point is you're using a time arrival data point to get the distance to the satellite to you.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And then you look it up in the
Okay.
ephemeris.
So, no, the ephemeris is sent to the
Yes.
satellite. Okay, so the satellite already has the
I don't think
point
it
of the
is.
ground.
I don't think it is, by the way.
The ground station literally runs it through the ephemeris data. It uses the
But it
ECEF, which
doesn't
is built
send it
off
to
of
the
WGS.
satellite.
It
It
does.
doesn't send it to the satellite. No, it doesn't. It sends it. It sends
Okay,
it
well
through
then
the
to
network
go debate
to
with
the
dads then.
ground station. It goes to the ground station.
That's what the ground station. I just said that. I just said the ground
No, you
station,
said it goes
which
to
is
the
going to
satellite. You said it
determine its
sends it
core.
to the satellite. You said it sends it to the satellite.
It
The satellite
does.
doesn't need to know the ephemeris data. It just all it does is it just sends out its signal.
No, that's a cool story. You live in like a fairy tale world where you think like, all it needs is something. Just like you originally, when this conversation started a couple days ago,
Like you can just look it
all
up.
it
Should
needed,
we look it
all
up
it
right
did
now?
was take free space
Here,
coordinates
let's
that
look
have
this
nothing to
up.
do with the globe. That also isn't true. Okay, so we're just knocking these down domino by
When
domino.
ground
The ground station.
stations,
Can I finish? Can I finish? The ground station determines its position with the ECF, with its built off the WGS 84. You're already invoking the globe. Then you
okay, I'm
take the
looking it up.
data. It is run through the ephemeris data. The ephemeris data has Keplerian orbits. That's how it
Mm-hmm.
determines the
This is
position
the
of the
thing. You're just
satellite. The
reciting the thing again. You just
but
recited
you
it a minute
don't
ago.
seem to get it. Do you understand that the
I could
Keplerian?
recite it. I think I could probably recite it
Okay,
almost
then
word for word.
okay. Does the Keplerian orbit have the radius value?
Yes, it does.
Right. So it's going to take the altitude of the satellite, add that to the radius of the Earth. It's going to take the angle in relation to the center of mass, and it's going to give it a Keplerian orbit. Then you're going to get a periodicity, and that's going to tell you the position of the satellite. It's also going to take an inclination angle, a tilted angle based on the assumed orbit. The data itself, just raw data, isn't going to show you some tilt. The way you even get the tilt, the inclination, is to run it through the ephemeris based on the assumed globe, the center of mass. You can't even get your inclination angle, your tilted angle. You can't even get that without running it through the radius of the Earth. And there are multiple other data points that do that. Sends the packet to the satellite. Satellite sends it to the receiver. This guy's on his little buggy, whatever. He's driving with his satellite receiver. He's receiving points as he drives along that. That point is going to be based on a time arrival signal. That signal
Yep.
has many different corrections applied to it. Now, the
Yep.
actual signal based on the satellite's position itself has already been run through the ephemeris data. You're now
Okay, so
it's
when
going
it
to help
gets
you
that,
determine. I'm almost done. It's going to
are you sure?
determine your position. It's going to help you determine your position in relation to that satellite's assumed position, which was already previously determined with the radius of the Earth. Now you're getting an XYZ. The Z is also based on the radius of the Earth. It's going to help you map your position in relation to the assumed position of the satellite and the inclination angle of that satellite. And then you get the arrival time, which is run through a clock synchronization correction, a phase ambiguity correction to make sure you're even connected to that proper satellite, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Your Z coordinate position is based on the curve of the Earth that you assume.
No, okay. Your Z position. Oh my gosh. Okay. I don't want to go down that path. It's a red herring. Okay. After all that, so you recited the thing again. It's
Can
long.
you
It gets
steelman
longer.
it?
It gets longer every time. The steelman is that the globe is baked into it, and there's a million corrections. Okay. So
Well, that's
after
the
all of
opposite of a
that,
steelman.
Do you know what a steelman is? A steelman is making your opponent's argument, and if you can, make it stronger.
It's 1v1.
Yeah.
It's 1v1, please.
Okay. All right. So yeah, so you repeated it. It gets longer every time. Let's say after all that, everything you said, let's just say all that's 100% correct, and you get the perfectly corrected, 3D point in 3D space, free space, and it gets sent to the device, and it writes it on the disk. ECEF, X value, Y value, Z value. That's the fully corrected value. You plot those out, and they curve.
Yeah, they curved. You understand why? The Z, if say we drive
Hey, hold
5
on. I let
miles.
you talk forever. I want to keep going a little bit.
Well, I thought you were
So
saying, I thought you
they
were like,
curve. I know
that
I had
was
a
your
long
argument.
pause. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. But so they curve, right? And you can tell me why it curve, why you think it curves when it shouldn't curve. I don't care about any of that. All I care is that your argument is that this is a wrong plot, and it's wrong by a value of 8 inches per mile squared. So you're basically, it's like you're trying to debunk RTK technology.
Dude, there's nothing
in
that's
my
8
opinion.
inches per mile squared. You can't make anything flatter than 8 inches per mile squared in small segments ever.
Yeah, so this is what I'm trying to explain to you, right? Like the actual application that you're invoking that would make it it's like not practical or pragmatic isn't realistic. But I just want to make sure everyone understands. If I draw 5 miles on a buggy with the
It
satellite
is.
receiver and it's giving me if it gives me points all along those 5 miles, yes, it's going to map out as a curve. That z-axis, that line, that vertical line, it's tilting the whole 5 miles because it's in relation to the center of a ball. So it's odd you can't map it out without it being curved. It isn't giving you physical empirical measurements of where you are in free space and they just so
Okay,
happen to
so you
curve in
think it's
relation to each
inaccurate.
other. That is not how it works. Can you concede that's not how it works?
Okay, you think it's inaccurate.
No.
I think it's a fair. I think it's like a good faith take for you to have is just to say it's wrong. If it was right, then it would plot a perfectly not perfectly, but let's say a very, very flat plot would be the correct plot of Earth's surface, right?
I'm saying you could take the same data and still do that.
No, you can't.
You could, but if you didn't actually run it through the assumed center of mass,
How could you do that? I would love to see
you just
that.
wouldn't convert it into the z that's assumed to be in the center of mass, which they of course run from pole to pole along with the
All
rotational
the
axis of
axes
the
go
assumed
through the
blue.
center. All the axes go through the center of mass. All of them.
Do you understand that you're invoking the globe for your base coordinates, then giving me the coordinates spit out from that assumption and saying, hey, look, when I map this globe coordinate system out and the points along it, it curves along the globe. It's like,
No,
duh.
you're misrepresenting the tech. Like there's nobody that works on this technology that would agree with your characterization of it. And you have to do that
Dad's agreed.
because I think
Dad's
you
agreed.
know this is a damning argument.
No, it's not. Dad's argument was 1,000 times better than this. I mean, your argument is that if I
He's
go
a
on a
lot smarter than I am on it. So
well, his argument was based on the actual time arrivals, different receivers, which ended up imploding. But like this argument isn't good. Like if I'm in real life and I have a receiver on a construction site, that doesn't matter. Like, bro, we're running it through you're taking flat Earth data, running it through a globe, then it maps out curved. But when I'm building something, I'm not accounting for the curve. I don't build a long distance construction site and I'm like, I better account that this is curving from point A to point B. That's not how it
1000%.
works.
well, no, but like let's say you're using this out on a larger sort of geodetic survey, and you're trying to do water like water flow estimation, right? So you really need to know, like if you go out there and you plot it out and it's curving up, like in this graph that I'm looking at right now from the salt flats, you're going to look at that and say, oh wow, water's going to flow down there.
Well, water flow is going to be based
That's
on
what
slope.
people I know. So if you're saying, hey, this technology maps in 3D space and I'm seeing here a curve down, then you would say, oh, that means that the water's going to flow down that way.
No. It doesn't
Yep.
flow based on that because according to you, it would flow in all directions then. But according to you,
No, I know.
gravity levels it out.
I
So
know.
it's
But
effectively
according to
flat.
you, if you're saying Earth is flat and this equipment is accurate, then that's how you would read that plot. Basically, I don't know where to go from here because you're just misrepresenting how the technology works.
No,
And you're
if we're
going
going to
back to
build a
saying, well, your final
perception.
defense is, well, we wouldn't use it that way anyway. We would
no,
use different equipment.
factually we don't. Like if we build a site that's going to control for water flow, we use slope, rise over run, which is actually a
What do you think they
horizontal
use this
data.
for? What do you think they use
We
this
use
for?
like
What do you think they use RTK for?
you invoked construction.
Yeah, there's big, huge construction. There's small construction. There's geodesy.
Okay,
What do you think?
Great. Okay, so I'm going to finish my point. If we're actually building something where we're controlling for the flow of water, we use rise over run. We develop a slope. We actually build it with the slope to control the flow of water, which is actually a deviation from a horizontal baseline. We absolutely do not just say, oh, look, the Earth's curving, so then the water's going to flow that way. That's insane. Your model doesn't even claim that.
No, but I'm saying this would be technology that you would use to get the topography of land.
Okay, so then if you're using if I'm going to trip a column up,
wait, hold on. What's that psi for?
Bolts,
You don't
the elevation
agree?
bolts. Hold on though. If I'm going to trip a column up at the beginning of a project, I'm going to trip a column up. I'm going to set the bolts and establish the elevation and survey it and say this
We're not
right
talking
here.
about differential leveling. We're not talking about
No.
differential leveling.
I'm talking about RTK because you're going to say, well, then if they use because RTK is used for that, by the way. But the point being is that you are misrepresenting what they're actually doing and why it's used or how it's used. And the problem is that you're not grasping when we're saying if the RTK system overall is a ECEF, right, which is ascribed to in the framework of WGS 84, then if you're at one column and then you go 100 yards to one direction, and then you say, I'm going to plot this position of elevation according to my bolt that I've laid in the column on the first, in the base plate, then I'm going to have another position. And you're saying within centimeters, we are accurate. You're right in the sense of we can establish a horizontal position, but that doesn't represent that the earth is curving below you just because the framework is telling you, hey guys, don't forget the earth is curving. That's false.
So APOC, when he uses RTK, he just like takes all the points and then just bends them back up to try to take the curve out of it. It's crazy.
No. That's what you're not getting.
I don't know how to like.
That's what you're not getting, dude.
No, I am getting it. You're
okay.
not
So you understand?
You're not accurately representing what this technology does.
Okay, so do you understand that the position that is they're saying that this is very, very accurate. And then in the diagram that was posted earlier, they create a cube in the center of the Earth, which is like the equator of it. And then there's a flat plane. And then they made a box of it and saying, this is the way we know the distances. Now, if you were to ascribe that to the surface of your Earth where it's curving in your ball false belief, then no, that's not the way we're doing things on the surface of the Earth, because there's no curvature to be ascribed to. And you can even ask some of your other anti-flat Earth buddies, and they'll say it's negligible. That's why you don't use it.
Okay, so it's a ton of words to just you don't understand how it works. You don't know.
Okay.
How it works.
Sure, buddy. Okay,
no, that's what I'm saying. It's not, the technology doesn't say, hey, we're going to map this out. By the way, we're going to map it on a globe, and so account for this error of 8.5 inches per mile squared. They don't say that. They say this device will measure in 3D free space to centimeter accuracy. And I don't know what to say. The best you guys have is, well, it's not accurate.
All right, man.
They use it, by the way. One use that we could look into is hydrographic surveying. This is over long distances to try to get to manage water flow. So they use this.
That would just be based on elevation.
It's going to be considered.
Why would they use it? It's just this thing doesn't. You realize that
based on horizontal.
You realize this doesn't. This doesn't output elevation. You realize that, right?
That's incorrect.
Oh my God, dude. What? Okay. If you think that it doesn't establish elevation, then why would it be used we spray paint the bolts on the first column to establish where our benchmark is? What do you think that benchmark represents? It's an elevation, bro. Like, oh my, you're just so wrong in this. I'm getting frustrated. I got to shut up, bro.
I'm actually frustrated by you because you're wrong about it. It doesn't, if I give you three coordinates, X, Y, Z, how are you going to give me the elevation out of it? I'm not saying that you couldn't get an elevation out of it.
What do you think the Z is?
That's what the Z is.
No, it's not.
Oh my God, dude. You are.
Hold on.
All right, bro.
Hold on.
I think you're done, Pinky.
No, you guys are actually.
You're done, Pinky.
So you think Witsit, you think that if I have a Z value, I get wherever I'm at on Earth, and I get a Z value that's 3,980 feet. You think that means that Z value means wherever you are on Earth that you're 15 feet above the surface?
No, so now you're just trying to warp it to strong.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm asking you a question. Answer the question.
We use the Z can we use a Z value to establish elevation?
Yes, if you're at the North Pole or the South Pole, you can. Yes.
What? That's the only places?
Yes.
Oh, you're already on a globe, Pinky. If you say North Pole, South Pole, you're already putting yourself on a globe.
I am on a globe here, and if you're at the, hold on, let me. If you're at the equator on the prime meridian, then the X value will give you, is the one place where the X value will give you elevation. See how this is working? If you're 90 degrees, if you're on the equator 90 degrees from the prime meridian, then the Y value will give you elevation. Like, you don't even understand the coordinate system. It cracks me up. You guys are cooked. Go read up on it and come back.
No, dude.
Well,
So you intentionally boxed me out of the conversation to address someone else's point and then claimed victory. What a clown!
Yeah,
So
because you laughed at me. You laughed at me when I suggested that the Z isn't your elevation coordinate.
I didn't.
Like that
I'm not
just
saying it
shows you have no
is.
idea how this
I didn't
thing
say it
works.
was. No. I didn't
Yes, you
say it
did.
was your. No, I said you
Do you
can
want to bet?
use it.
Do you want to bet?
You can use it.
Do you want to bet?
Yes. Yes,
You
I know
do want to
exactly
bet?
what
How
was said. I
much?
can quote it verbatim. We both said, "What do you think Z
Hold on,
is?"
I'm
And
going
then
back to the I'm going back to stream to get it. You can say whatever you want to
I
say.
just quoted it verbatim. I said, what do you think Z is?" I never
Yeah.
said Z is your elevation.
Yeah, I
Z
said
is
Z's not
obviously
your elevation. I said Z's not your elevation, and you laughed. Why'd you do
no.
that? So
What is Z
I said
then?
we use it to determine elevation. You said that we didn't. And then when you brought Z up, I said we both said, "What do you think Z is?" That's what
okay, if
happened.
I'm at
Is
the
Z
prime,
a
if I'm on the
horizontal plane
equator,
with
if
it?
I'm on, hold on, if I'm
Yeah,
on the
yeah.
equator,
Pinky,
I'm on.
is it a
Hey,
You didn't say that,
horizontal
Witsit.
plane?
Rob, we're going back and Witsit and I are going back and forth.
Yeah,
If I'm at
you're
the
not really
equator,
though.
if I'm at the equator on the prime meridian, how do I use Z to determine my elevation?
It's in relation to so in your paradigm, you use it in
The
relate. You
answer
take
is
the
it has
ellipsoid and
nothing to do with. The
oh
answer
my
is the
god.
correct
Okay,
answer
Let him
is
congratulations.
finish.
You always
Yeah,
interrupt me
Pinky, you're
and then claim
you're
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 right.
interrupting and making it hard. So that's why I'm jumping in.
okay. He just said something wrong.
Yeah, I would just ask that
I'm
like
gonna
don't
let him say it.
interrupt Rob, Pinky, guy. I would just ask both of you guys don't interrupt. So, Witsit, you were in the middle of saying something. Could you, if maybe you could backtrack and get back to where you were before the interruption? Just no one interrupt, please.
Yeah, so in their paradigm, they're going to take the Z value and then they're going to compare that to mean sea level, which is the GOI, which is different than the ellipsoid. But from my understanding, right, RTK, meaning real time kinematic, right? That's what it stands for, right? It's used to achieve like a very precise vertical accuracy. And then in your paradigm, you're going to take that and compare it to the mean sea level to get your elevation.
It's so fun. I like you're just wrong on it. I know you'll go read up.
Nuh-uh,
You'll learn from your mistakes
nuh-uh.
and you'll come back. But it doesn't. So ECF does not. It does not use mean sea level. It doesn't use the ellipsoid. And the Z value, like if you want to know your elevation, you basically have to use the calculate the angle first, because the elevation angle is going to be a combination of coordinates on all three axes. Like think if you're at 45 degrees, right? Your Z value is not going to be 3959. You're going to have elevation that's contributed on all three axes.
Well, from my understanding, it actually uses like localized data and like even towers and stations around you to create a correction between the satellite's signal. And they claim that the errors are caused by like the satellite clock drifting and atmospheric interference. They even claim stuff like ionospheric delay. So they claim that they used a localized, so it's like the RTK positioning is using, and I'm like not an expert in this, but my understanding, it's using your position from the satellite, comparing it to the localized data, even like ground stations around you, and it's correcting based on discrepancies to give you an elevation. In your paradigm, that elevation is a distance above sea level, which it is for everyone. But as opposed to a horizontal datum, it's actually in relation to the geoid model. So yeah, I guarantee you,
Incorrect.
if you incorrect, what elevation isn't in relation to the geoid model?
Not for GPS. GPS does EC. So I've said that like I don't know how many times. You can convert it. So what you're talking about is a secondary part where you can convert ECF to lat long. And then after you convert it to lat long, then you can compare the heights to the ellipsoid or to the geoid.
That's what I
But
said.
it's not the native part of it. And there's no like the Z
Wait,
value
that's what I
of
said.
ECF as a secondary function.
But that's what I said. I said that there's the ellipsoid. You got to compare it to to the geoid in your model to get the elevation.
That's
Because
a secondary function. That's not the language of RTK.
So you just change whatever I say and then pretend I was wrong every time, and it's just super goofy, right? So
I'm
can you
not. I
address
don't
what I
think I'm
said about the
changing. I'm
RTK?
not trying to
Did
change.
you know that the RTK has to make corrections based on local ground stations because they claim the
That's what
satellite
it
data
does.
is so the satellite, yeah, exactly, the
That's
satellite
what.
data is
That's literally
wrong.
the reason why it has an RTK on the end of it is because it uses ground stations to do corrections. Otherwise, it would
Because the
just be
satellite data is
normal
wrong.
GPS. Yeah,
Because the
you
satellite data
have
is
like
wrong.
refraction. There's other things that can affect and make it like satellite's not wrong. It's just it's not centimeter
Wrong.
accurate. Yeah, it's not.
Well,
I mean, it's
which was
within
the fault thing you were invoking.
within a tolerance.
Yeah,
right?
and you don't need only 3 or 3+1 satellites in order to get a proper fix and run through like the satellite equations. You actually need like, I forget what the number is. I think it's like 7 or more. You need some really big number that's like way more than it should be in any normal like triangulation or 3+1 triangulation in 3D space. So there's that. I would assume that if it was just a straight up, oh, we're just getting our position relative to a fixed center point and, plotting it in a grid and converting the grid to a spherical coordinate, then you would only need 3 or 3+1 points. But that's not how they
Can
work.
I add something real quick? You can go real world, catch a surveyor or somebody that works for like the water department, any utility that's using the RTK, you'll see them either with a backpack or with a like a transit with a dome, like a globe on it that's sending out a signal. And you can look at their screen and it'll show all the satellite settings on there. Like they might have 7 or 8 satellites, and none of them are in space like you think. They're all on buildings. Like the ones in my area are on like water towers, or like the surveyor might be in a 15-story building. They'll put one there. It's just the baseline, right? That's why it's really accurate. They use multiple locations to triangulate or whatever they're doing, and the elevation is based on data points. So every time they take a data of a manhole cover or a water main or whatever, they'll enter that data, and then when they go to do their next point, right, their next benchmark, whatever it may be, the computer looks at all the data of the surrounding points that have already been taken and calculates it, and they get a very accurate reading, elevation and XYZ.
Okay, so if you went out, you're going to use this for a construction project. Would you? And they gave you precise XYZ coordinates in space. You would trust those?
I do trust them. I'm developing a subdivision right now. We have RTK that's set up on the base is set up on our office. That's what we usually do because it doesn't move.
Okay. And you realize that
your
same
point?
technology taken to the salt flats plots a curve. Do you still trust it?
I understand that it's plotted on a WGS84 from a center point of a coordinate system, like a radius. The center point is the center point of the circle that it's basing it on. And you keep saying the 8 inches per mile. That's not what it's based on, but
No, I'm saying that would be
uses
the
all the
error.
data points.
That's the error.
No, it
that would
wouldn't
be the
plot
error.
a flat plane.
Yeah, like if
It
you're
would
saying the salt
plot a
flats are
flat
flat.
plane on a curved surface, if that makes sense, because that's the
Yeah.
model that it's plotting it down on. Yeah, but it
So
doesn't mean that the surface.
okay,
It
hold
doesn't
on.
mean that the surface is curved. It means that the
The
calculations
device
that
is
are being made are plotted on a curved surface. No, it doesn't.
It's
I
the
don't know why you
framework.
interrupt, bro.
yeah, and it's
You've
broken.
interrupted. Like I just opened my mic. You've interrupted me like 10 times. But that's the real world application. And like I said, you can go track down these surveyors. They'll be happy to talk to you. They're usually cool people and they're proud of what they do. And they can show you the satellites that are on their screen. They have a computer screen on the pole. And it'll show all the satellites and it'll give the coordinates for them. And none of them are up in space. They're all on buildings or water towers or whatever.
Yeah, so I agree.
Congratulations.
All the
But,
ground
but
state. Oh, you're still going. You're still going.
I was just going to say that's a good, but I think to be charitable to the other side, though I agree with you, Rakia, that's still adjacent to the fact that there are satellites that do orbit us way above our heads.
I'm not disagreeing or saying there's not GPS satellites up there. I'm saying the accuracy is built on ground-based satellite. They call those satellites also. You get what I'm saying? They list them as satellite 1, satellite 2, satellite 3, and they give the coordinates of a ground-based point where these satellite systems are based, where all the data is being triangulated. And I'm not saying there's not GPS satellites in space. You get my point?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I was just, but I think we should stay focused as much as we can because the more that we adjacentize our conversation, the longer it'll go and the more in the weeds it'll get. But thank you. I mean, you're right. Like they're able to use local RTKs are able to use local marker points as well. So it's not mutually exclusive to marker points in the sky. So
Yeah, the one I posted, they used one single ground station that was set up, and then they drove away from the ground station. There's other
That's where
ones
the
that use
discrepancies come up.
they use fixed spots. No, it's not any different than what Raki is talking about. And in fact, I think the ground station, the standalone ground station that's right next to where you're operating is more accurate than using a network of ground stations around your city or whatever.
I will say this, and I'll just make this as like honest disclaimer as I can. I truly believe that the GPS network is one of the most highly protected software packages in the world. It is exclusively operated by the U.S. military and/or through Space Force and the NGI S and a few other intelligence agencies. But either way, the data that they use, right, in order to even access the GPS network, there are two separate, completely separated ways to use it. There's the civilian network, and there's their like private black box access network, which you have to have specialized hardware to access, because it has like military encryption on it, and you have to get permission. And so once you go above about 150,000 feet or so, I think it's 50 miles or no, sorry, I think it's 30 miles. It's like 50 kilometers, I want to say. Once you go above 50 kilometers, you get locked out. And if you go past a certain velocity, you get locked out. And the official reason as to why that is they say, well, we don't want people being able to go above a certain altitude ceiling because then they could use it for ICBMs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But once again, that would be the very thing someone would need to be able to use in order to third party verify the accuracy of the data that you're getting. Because if someone was going to spoof or, manipulate the data for the GPS satellites, right? If they wanted to, take something that's really just a bunch of coordinates lat long plus elevation above a plane and convert it into spherical coordinate system around a center point like a globe, the thing that they would need to do would not be necessarily to manipulate lat long a lot, even though they would have to scale that some. The bigger thing would be to adjust for the elevation, because once you do, many point triangulation, you would get different distances unless you corrected for it or manipulated it. And so that's the very thing that they would have to fix would be the altitudes, right? They would have to be spoofing the altitudes of the GPS satellites. And because they say it all operates off Kepler's laws because it's just free falling around a ball, so we know exactly how high it is because you just plug in the equation and solve for little g in the equilibrium point. But above a flat plane, that would not be the case. And so what they would need to do is the altitudes would need to be pretty dang accurate for most civilian uses, like for up to airplane altitudes, it'd have to be within a few percent accurate, and even up to like weather and balloon altitude, pretty accurate. But once you started getting into like the hundreds of thousands of feet and higher, it would have to start scaling. It would have to start dropping off from accuracy as like an exponentially upward scaling error rate in order to accommodate that. And that's the very thing that you're literally not able to test directly, because if you wanted to send your own rocket or your own thing up into the sky and hook up to the GPS network in order to compare the GPS measurements with like some kind of radio wave ping or something that you're sending back from it with a timestamp, right? You would, and compare the two, you would need to be able to access the GPS network, and you can't above 150,000 feet. So that's just my 2 cents. Like at the end of the day, we're not going to be able to figure this out 100% because we don't have access to the data. In order to actually do real science and perform like, third-party verification, you'd have to have that.
You can verify it on the ground. Bull Knight set up. He says he has multiple receivers. Daz has done several. There's open, like the receiver source code's open source. I don't know about any of the rest of it, but
of course the receiver source code's
all.
Course yeah, that
you go download all the software, set it up, verify that it's working.
If 5 of
spoofing
us have 5
GPS
cell
is
phones, that's
really,
the same
it's
thing.
really hard to spoof GPS.
No. You don't spoof anything on the receiver side. It's that the satellites
know.
themselves are all
The
reporting
signals.
fake
Spoofing the
altitudes.
signals.
Well, no, they're talking to the master time station. So this is how it works. You have a giant master time station network. There's like a super master time station, and then there's like sub master stations underneath that one. And then those are the ones that, like, the local ground stations, like you might have a GPS station in your state or wherever. That's where those ping off of. And so they're all internetworked there. And they all know through their ground, they have antennas on the ground that have classified algorithms in them that know how to directly point to the satellites in space in real time. And they are able to talk to them. They know physically where the satellites are in space in reality at all points in time. And
Yeah, but you can't have a satellite spoof a signal that works for people at different distances.
Well, this is what I'm trying to tell you. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So that we have like hundreds of satellites that are feeding the global GNSS system. Okay, what you do is you divide the Earth's surface into quadrants. Okay, and you might have 200 satellites, and you might have 200 quadrants. Okay, and so what you're doing, okay, is you're going to ping off the nearest X many, like let's say 3 or 4 satellites, and then there's like 2 or 3, ground-based antenna systems or whatever, and it's going to take the culmination of all those. Okay, so when you do that, as long as you ping off the ones that are nearest to you, let's say like your quadrant is like 50 square miles or whatever, or 100 square miles, whatever it is. Like there's a lot of satellites. Then you're going to be able to reduce your mean square error by increasing the number of points that you ping from, even if every single one of the points is not reporting a true quote unquote altitude. They have it set up in such a way that anyone who uses it below a certain altitude ceiling within the quadrant space is going to get an error that is below a certain amount to a usable level. So that's my point. You have, in order to prove it that they're like not really wherever they are supposed to be on a glob, you would have to be able to, in real time, connect to their network above the altitude ceiling where the cutoff is, and get as high as you can, as fast as you can, and in real time ping their system and also radio ping yourself and compare the deviation between those two sources. That's the only way you'd ever be able to do it.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like add it to the list of impossible tests that flat earthers want Globers to do or whatever. But like, I don't think there's any way with what you've described, you're not getting centimeter accuracy. It's not happening.
Centimeter accuracy is only available on the mil-spec stuff anyway. You don't get centimeter accuracy on a cell phone.
Yeah, you do. RTK. You can do it for cheap.
Yes.
And we already established that those types of systems ping off local ground-based relays.
No, not the one you built yourself.
How have you validated that satellites are in space anyway?
The pinging off
come on.
pinging off of the relay. Hold on, the pinging off of the relay is not to get your position. You still get your position from the satellite, and the ground station gets its position from the satellite.
There are no satellites in space. There are none. We can't go there.
Okay, you can debate Witsit on that. Witsit thinks the satellites are up there.
There are no satellites in space.
Okay.
What satellites have you validated for them to be there? Satelloons may be, yeah. But satellites, hardware, solar panels, geostationaries, what are you talking about?
He's just talking about they're not what we are told they are, but there are things in the sky, just not what we've been told. So when you guys say there's satellites in space, you're referring to something that's like thousands and thousands and thousands of miles way up in the sky going around a ball. That's what he's saying. That doesn't exist. But there are things up there.
Exactly. 22,000 miles off the Earth's surface. Anything that's up there will be killed by the vacuum of space itself. We don't have the material to withstand and surmount those problems. Okay? So let's stop fucking about here. We're not on a globe, and there are no fucking satellites. What we have are fiber optic cables under the ocean that we are using to communicate now with GPS, ground positioning systems, wind turbines, which are used for communications now, right? Cell towers, the military system, we piggyback off of that. Satelloons, yes, drones, etc., etc. Hardware of satellites, no. 10 trillion, and my last point, 10 trillion financial communications happen every day by the fiber optic cables. 700,000 miles of the seabed they cover. Okay, I'll stop. I could go on, but I will stop there.
None of that can be
nonsense
proved,
about
Jen.
satellite.
None of that
I
can be
mean,
proved, Jen.
some of it can be refuted. Like I'm not in no way am I proposing that they're right about glob. However, we do know that there are objects above our heads, regardless of how far away they may or may not be. They do move at least close to as fast as they say they do. You know, with the object that they call the ISS, whatever it really is, it actually is moving along a ground speed of about 16,000 miles an hour because you can watch it and track it in real time. And it orbits, it does a full circle around the Earth once every 90 minutes. Like that's a real
Nothing
thing
is
that happens.
moving at Mach 23. That's 23
Okay, well,
times.
I encourage you to go try to disprove it. Because
I've already disproved it already because I do live on a
No,
flat
you haven't.
Earth. We know that the ISS, as it's been configured, cannot be surviving
Okay.
the centrifugal forces are there. We know
Well,
that's not.
well,
It's not up there. It is for you
there's
to.
there's something up there, Jen, that
Yeah,
moves
there
that
might be
fast.
something up there. And when I ask what it is, it's always a light. There's not an ISS,
Okay,
mate.
well, tell us what it is, because you can look at it. You can zoom in on it.
A light is not proving our communications
You
right
can
now.
take videos of it transiting the moon, and you can see
Why
its
don't you
profile.
do that and show me? Because I've seen the one Jared did, and it was just a load of crap. Show
There's
me.
videos of it on
Show
YouTube.
me.
I have personally watched one of
Show
the
me. Show
videos
me.
and
Show me.
used paint in
Show
order
me.
to do a pixel
I've
count
looked.
and do a rough
I've looked.
trying and do a rough trig calculation on what I thought the size would be without actually knowing a precise angle, just spitballing it by eyeballing the guy's telescope angle.
Again, it's not
and then
helping
counting
you.
the pixels across the moon surface based
No
on the moon's
satellites,
angular
ladies and
size.
gentlemen.
And I got a size of the wingspan of like 90 something meters, and the real number
You
is like
can see
104.
the satellites with
So
your
I was really
physical
close
eye,
just
dude.
doing
What are
it
you
with
talking
paint.
about?
No satellites,
Chin.
ladies and gentlemen. No satellites.
You can see them with your physical eye.
You can't
You can
see
see
this.
them.
What you're seeing are lights. Lights do not a satellite
Jen
make.
didn't just
And
swallow
not
the
the things we
Kool-Aid.
are
He
using.
mainlined it straight to the jugular.
Nah, it doesn't
There's
matter.
a tracker app. Hey, Jen.
They're not the reason we're able to
Jen.
communicate right now. Thank you.
There is a tracker app that you can use to know when it's going to pass over your city, and you can watch it. There's videos
Yes,
all over
ladies and
YouTube
gentlemen.
where
Yeah.
regular people have recorded it going over their heads at blinding speed. You can go do it yourself.
Doesn't prove the shape of the Earth, and it's not the
But
communication.
it proves there's a
medium we're
thing in
using.
the sky moving
It
at
proves there's
16,000 miles an hour,
I'm
doesn't
not
it?
disputing there's things in the sky. I'm telling you, they're not the things we are
Okay.
using for communications.
So
as we are speaking
what do
right
you think
now.
it is then? If it's
I
not a
don't
man-made
know.
object,
I don't know what it is. I don't know what it
but
is.
it moves about
Well, then how do
16,000
you know
miles
what
an
it isn't
hour and
then?
circles the
You
Earth
don't know
every
what it
90
is.
minutes.
Because
How
I
do you
know
know
what
what it
we're
isn't?
using for communications, and what's been claimed is impossible currently. We don't have that technology.
not.
But
It's
every
not
time it
impossible
goes over
because we
your head,
see
you
it
can
with
pick
our
up its
eyes, though.
signal. There's a radio signal you can tap into. It's publicly
Unfortunately,
available,
it is
and
not
every
what
time
we're
it passes
using
over
for
your head, you
communication.
get it, and every time it flies past you, it goes
It's
away.
not
How's
what
that
we're
work?
using for communications right now as we're speaking
But
on
it
Discord.
sends data because every time you use
Who
the
knows what the
tracker and
fuck
it goes
they should
over
send?
your head, you can pick the signal up off of it, and you can track it. There
Who
are people
knows
who
what
do this on
epic
YouTube.
data that it's sending, but it's got nothing to do with our communications right now and the banking and the 10 trillion financial communications that are happening each day via the cables.
So there's a man-made
And then
object
we've
that
got
submits data, that submits
Sataloons that
human
are doing
data
something.
up in the sky, and it goes at
We've got
16,000
Sataloons
miles an hour
that are
over
being
our
used.
heads. You can
Sataloons
say
being
that it's
used for
not
the
a
weather
satellite,
system.
but it doesn't matter what name you use. We're not using the word concept fallacy here. There's a man-made
Well, I'm
object
just
in the
giving you the
sky that
fact
moves
of
at
what actually
16,000 miles an
exists.
hour.
I'm giving you what's existing out there, and we don't have anything that's traveling at Mach 23. We don't have
Okay,
anything.
buddy. All right. You're probably just right. You're probably just right. Yeah.
I am
Okay. Thanks.
I am absolutely right. I know that. Don't
Yeah,
worry.
I got it. Yeah. I
I'm
mean,
not.
you
Not
wouldn't know
afraid to
Dunning-Kruger if
say
it smacked you in the face so hard your teeth fell out.
that. Not necessarily. No, that's not the case at all. Actually, like I said, that's not what we're using to communicate right now. No satellite, as we're communicating on Discord. Thanks. Stop the lies.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. This is
Yeah,
not.
just don't bother because you're
There's
not
no
going to
fruit to
win.
this.
Forget it.
Okay.
Forget it. Don't even go there. Now, as for Witsit, he's got what he thinks it's there, but it's not what you think it is. It's a different thing.
Yeah.
It's definitely not.
Well, all you've told us is you
Satellite.
don't know how it moves that fast, and you don't know what it is. You just know it's not.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's evoking a globe. Remember, it's meant to be falling around the globe. We're not a globe. So, that's an
it
insult.
doesn't matter what it's falling around or isn't.
Excuse me,
It's
we don't have
physically
anything moving
confirmable
at
to be
Mark
up there moving that
23.
fast.
We don't have anything moving at
See
Mark
it with an
23.
amateur telescope.
We don't
Dude.
have anything moving at Mark
It's
23,
yeah,
ladies
I
and
mean,
gentlemen.
bro, like you
falling
literally
around the globe.
are just
Falling around
factually
the globe.
incorrect.
Falling around the globe is what NASA says.
So you've
Except we
never
see it and
attempted
measure
to
it.
look up a
We see it
video
and measure
of
it,
the
though.
ISS,
We see it
right?
and measure it, though.
Falling around the globe, ladies and gentlemen. We're not a globe.
Dude,
we're not a globe.
You can disagree with that part and still acknowledge that there's an object up there moving around us. And it's moving 16,000 miles an hour ground speed. Because it goes coast to coast in the United States in like, what is it, like 5 minutes or something? Maybe like 8 or 10, I don't know. But
it's meant to be moving at 17,500 miles, and that's 23 times the speed of sound. Sorry,
yes,
no,
it does. It does.
No, it doesn't.
Because you can track it. It will go from we
don't have anything going that fast.
It will go from the western horizon to the eastern horizon
don't have
in like a matter of minutes.
We don't have anything moving that fast.
You can go outside and watch it yourself. You're literally telling you to go outside and look up, and you're saying don't look up. That's where we're at.
Let me try something. Jen, guess what? Jen. You know, if the Earth's not moving, right? We got stuff in the sky moving around us at pretty crazy speeds, right?
Not at Mach 23.
Wait, how do you like? The universe is rotating. If the universe is rotating around
I don't know
us,
the universe is
going,
rotating. Well, okay, yeah, I see what you mean there. Yeah, the stars
So,
are
I
moving.
mean-
I know about the universe, but the stars are rotating. What I'm saying to you is, we don't have any man-made structure supposedly falling around the globe of all Earth at Mach 23. Okay.
But we of course, like that is not even a physically real thing.
Numbers
Like,
are speed in air anyway, not in a vacuum.
you can't have an orbit where the object free falls and changes direction simultaneously, perpetually in orbit. That's a made up fairy tale system of mechanical orbits, that orbital mechanics that don't exist in reality. They can't verify that in the lab ever. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about like there's something verifiably up there. It says like reality. So if you want to somehow prove it, we can talk.
Okay, that's not an answer to a question. You're not reality. You don't speak for reality.
Being propelled
defies
at Mach
physics.
23 day in, day out.
You don't know
Mach
physics.
23 being propelled, pushed at Mach
It
23.
defies known
Remember,
physics.
it's not falling around to gain that speed. It would have to be pushed because it's not a globe.
But
Yeah,
we're not saying it's free falling. We're saying it's circling a plane. We're saying it's circling us above a flat plane.
I was just going to say that. I was just going to say that, Jen, just real quick. Is it possible that something above us can be going in circles around us at a speed? I get your point. Like, no way can something even like do that. Like, I get that. But there is a visual thing that they say, oh, look at that thing going across the sky. And so let's say you were to like look up one day and you see something traveling. Because I in Arkansas, we've seen that a lot of times. Way up high, we're like, is that a shooting star or is that a plane or what the hell? And I'll be like, that's traveling super fast. And then like from one side of the sky all the way to as far as I can see it, and it disappears. And I'm like, and I remember telling my girl, I'm like, how fast do you think that was? I'm like, that can't be a plane. Like, no way. That's super fast.
It can't be. Thank you. It can't be a plane. What's the fuel source to sustain that speed to keep it going all day, every day?
It doesn't have to do any
Oh
of that.
my God! Are you serious? Are you serious? Is that a real question?
Jen,
I get
that. If it uses, even if the satellite equations are real, what the satellite equations say is that there's a centrifugal force. So if the universe was moving around the Earth, if you put something up in it, it would be like throwing something up in a whirlpool, and it would just surf around.
Yeah.
Jen,
I get your point.
That's all theory, by the way. You'd have to prove
Jen,
that.
I get your point, but the fact is that I did, and sure everybody else can, and probably has. You can see something traveling at a speed that would be like, whoa, that's really fast. Now, I think where the argument, your contention is that it's not going around the globe. I agree with you, but that's not to say that it can't be something just circling above us in this, realm that we live in.
What is the fuel source that's keeping it
What
up there.
what if it what if
It
it
doesn't
doesn't
need a
what does it
fuel source.
It would
yeah,
need
what
a
if it
fuel
doesn't need
source. I'm
one?
afraid it would need because we live in a
Okay,
world where you
afraid of
get
who?
what
Who
hang
cares
on a
what you're
minute.
afraid of? You're
What
you're
goes
not a
up,
purveyor of
what
anything.
goes up must come down. What's
Okay,
the
We
Jen.
fuel
don't have
source?
to prove
It
to you
goes
But you
anything.
don't know
Mark
the mechanics
23.
of everything that happens that far up in the sky.
Mark
You've never been up
23.
there. No one you knows have ever been up there.
You've
You don't
never
have
been
any
up there,
evidence
sir.
for what
You've
happens
never
up
been up
there.
there. That's why I'm questioning it.
This
You've
Right.
kind of
never been up
turns
So
as
there.
if you
you're
can't prove it to him, it
assuming that the
matters.
way things behave down here on the ground is the exact same that they must behave way up
Like
there,
I
like
said,
hundreds
Hey
or
I
Jen,
thousands of miles
understand
in the
what's
sky.
been put forward. There's
Straight
no proof of
baloney.
it. That's the thing.
hey Jen.
What's the propulsion
Check this. All
system?
he's saying, he's not claiming to know how it works. He's just claiming that we can observe it. We can see that you can be where you're at. I can be where I'm at. We can both see it. Just a few minutes separated. So you get a ground speed. And then there you get into like the accuracy of the distances, but we have a relative idea of distances, certainly like locally in the US, right? So like it goes pretty fast. It might not be exactly what they say. Distances may be slightly different. It's going insanely fast, right? Like you can see it in the sky, so it's like there's something in the sky. And this is what I'm trying to explain to you. If the universe is rotating around us, this is like we've even done tests on the Earth where when you look at Dayton Miller's replications, he goes on higher mountains and then the fringe shift changes. The higher you get to the sky, we see that you detect the motion of the sky more. So it stands to reason if you keep going higher and higher and higher, if you can tell the difference on a mountain and the surface, then if you keep going higher and higher, there's a motion, right? If the universe is moving around the Earth, there's already like an insane amount of motion and forces, inertial forces generated. There's no physical possible way
Yeah, what
that the
altitude are
universe
we
moves
talking?
around us without that.
What
I
altitude?
don't know.
What mileage?
I
Hey
don't know
Jen,
how
put
it
it
is.
this way. Hey Jen, put it this way.
You should know.
Imagine. Hey Jen, put it this way, real quick. Imagine like maybe it's just quantum locked and it's just spinning around. So like you've seen the video of like the guy that takes like a little hockey puck and it's like frozen temperature and then he spins it around the track. Now
Yeah, I've
imagine
seen
like
that one.
okay,
Yes,
okay,
yes, I've
hold
seen that
on, let
one.
me finish. Imagine like a little tiny germ in the center of that little track and you spin it. Dude, that's pretty fast around that little tiny germ that is traveling. And but to us, we're like God mode. We're like, oh, that's not going too fast. It's just going around a simple little track. But to a tiny, tiny, tiny germ in the center of the track, that's going really, really, really fast. Now he would be
No,
like, well, how's that working? How is it going so fast? What's its like? How does it have that energy? Well, if there's this thing called quantum locking, and that it has like once you put a force to it, and then you have like all that the science behind that, and if it just keeps going and going perpetually, well then I think it's possible. I'm just saying I think it is possible. That's all I'm saying.
You really wouldn't even need all that. Like it's just the inertial forces of the universe rotating around us alone would create forces that would make something continue to move around us. So it's like
universal forces. What
Right.
forces would they be?
And
inertial
he's
forces.
That's
yeah.
where God comes in, bro. I don't know.
No. Okay, so like you acknowledge, Jen, since you believe the Earth's stationary, you fully acknowledge that the stars move around us and not the other way
Oh,
around, right?
absolutely. Yeah, well, that's what we
Okay.
observe. Yeah.
Okay. And even though you don't believe that they're millions of light years away, you still probably believe they're still pretty far, right? Right?
Well, they're further than I've ever been. Yeah, but I don't think they're nowhere near. Not even a single light year. I would have to say.
No, but
I
at
can't
least
even.
probably like thousands of miles away, right?
Oh, absolutely, thousands of miles. Yeah,
Right. Like if not like tens of thousands of miles at least,
tens of
probably.
thousands of miles. Yeah, yeah,
Or
yeah.
something really big like that.
That's
Like they're super
that's
far.
manageable for me. It's tens of thousands
Okay.
of miles.
Yeah,
Man,
10,
yeah,
yeah. I mean, they could be the difference
could be
between 10,000
30,000
miles and
miles for
100.
all I know. But okay.
Yeah, for all you know, it could be 100. Like we don't know. But
Yeah,
the point
yeah.
is it's really far. Okay. So those stars circle us once a day. So their tangential velocity is already thousands of times faster than the satellite we're talking about. So his point is that if the stars are moving and all that stuff's moving, you literally have the entire firmament like rotating around us, basically, or all the things in it rotating around us.
Wait a minute. Take the sun, for example. How fast is the sun moving above our head each day in 24 hours? Work that one out. And then you're saying objects are moving faster than the sun orbiting above our head. They would have to be. Mark 23, remember?
Well, the rotational velocity and the tangential velocity are different things. But
oh, I know what the tangential velocity is. We live on a flat Earth, though. Flat Earth. What I'm asking you is two objects above our head, the sun and the moon, and the sun is doing its 24-hour every day. The sun is coming up here, right? How fast is that sun moving above our head? Right. Start
21
working it out, man.
360 degrees per 24 hours. But anyways, the point is that the only point I'm trying to make to you, it's a very simple one, is that if all this stuff, all these stars and everything are moving that fast, okay, their tangential velocity is that fast, that is a massive amount of rotational forces. There's a ton of momentum and inertia going on.
Yeah.
Right. And so he's just saying that, like, imagine that you, instead of saying that the Earth is the thing that's experiencing these forces, say that it's the things in the sky pushing those forces outwards towards the Earth. Like, the Earth's not flying around, the Earth's stationary, and those things are moving. They're experiencing. So if there's this giant force field, if there's this giant rotational force field up in the sky, once you get high enough, it's almost kind of like a whirlpool, he gave the analogy of. If you were to throw an object up into it and get it moving fast enough.
It would just be moving with the whirlpool. I understand that. My point is this. You know, I understand what he's put forward. I understand that. The point is, how can we prove that?
Well, the stars don't fall to the Earth, do they?
No, they don't. They're up there.
Okay. Well, then why would the satellite need to if it's obeying the same
Well, how did the satellite get there?
They shot it up in a rocket.
Think they shot it up? But we know that rockets don't go to space.
Well,
there is no space.
Don't know that. No, you don't know that. You don't know that.
We
You just
do know
claim
that. They come back down to Earth.
We're not saying
We
you have
know
to
that.
land to their version of outer space. We're just saying
rockets don't work in a vacuum. Rockets don't work
Is
in a
this
vacuum.
2016 or something, man?
But we're not invoking
you're
a
begging the
vacuum. We don't
question.
even have to. We don't have to invoke a vacuum. We don't have to do anything like that.
Witsit knows that rockets
Superfluid, like
work
for
in a
example, if
vacuum.
it was a superfluid, there would be no viscosity, right? So like, you could have a superfluid and something would just move, no problem.
There'd be no friction to slow it down.
Yeah, but we don't know
There's
that, though,
definitely
dude.
something
That's
going to come
something we
down.
don't know. As far as we're concerned, we're told that the Kármán line, which is 62 miles, that's the beginning of space right there. You're into no air. That's a vacuumous. No air. That's the
That's
vacuum.
fake and gay. That's fake and gay, though. Like
We
that's just
don't
what
know
they
that,
said.
though, do we? That's the point. That's what
What
we're
is
being
Newton's
told.
first
Fake
What
and
you're putting
gay.
forward, we
No,
don't
there
know
has
what
to
you're
be a
putting.
container.
Fake
Right.
and
We
gay.
agree
It
that
doesn't have to be a container.
Oh,
we
absolutely
agree,
right.
Jen. We agree that there's like a container, right? However,
Absolutely.
just that doesn't necessarily mean that it's made of like some solid metal crystalline material. Like, it could be something exotic that's like foreign to us. We're not sure how it works. It doesn't.
It could be
It could be an
semi-permeable.
imagination. Obviously,
It
it
could be
could be anything.
semi-permeable. There could be layers to it. Oh, but
Yeah,
also
Yeah,
like
I'm
in
not
your
disputing that.
imagination, like the
It
center,
could be
the
what we
center of the
say.
globe. Oh, but the center of the globe and dark matter and dark energy that are all part of your imagination, that's permissible. Whenever you believe that space-time
How's
bends
They
that
could
dwarf,
work?
that's
no, they're
permissible.
not.
When you
Those aren't
believe in tiny
imagination.
little particles that bounce all
Gravity
over
is
the
not
place that you can't
imagination.
define, when you believe in virtual
Oh,
particles, all
now
that's
he's
cool.
rapid
But
firing.
you
You
guys
don't
just
believe
have a
in gravity. You
hypocritical.
don't believe in
Defense
magnetic
mechanism.
fields. These all represent a fucking
Listen,
the
dude, you just
container.
have a
The
hypocritical.
container is
Guys,
gravity. The
guys,
container
Can
hold
I
is
on,
can I
magnetic
guys.
finish
field.
Okay, let's
talking,
hold it.
please?
Slow down a minute,
Everyone,
See,
guys.
hold
boys.
on. Everyone,
Yeah.
stop. I'm going
It
to
can
tend to the
be.
people. You're just going to
Yeah.
get temp muted if you're talking right now. There's no reason. We got to go one at a
So
time, guys. Please.
So the
Okay.
point I'm making is
It
like
can
you
be.
guys have like a hypocritical double standard where whenever we talk about something where it's forced into some type of speculation, but we offer viable mechanisms, etc., things that are superior in viability to what you believe, all of a sudden it's can you prove it? Can you get access to it? Give me a piece of it. Where is this
Yeah,
at?
nice
But
try,
when it
Witsit.
comes to your
That's not what's happening.
when it comes,
That's not
I'm
what's
almost done.
happening.
I'm
That's
almost
not
done.
what's
I'm almost
happening
done.
with it.
I'm almost done. Oh, I know
As
you're
long as it's
spiraling.
not
It's
what
okay.
science is.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done. But when it comes to your guys' belief, apparently that standard is completely permissible. The only difference is we make sure we give this huge disclaimer that's like, we don't know, we can't go up there, we're just guessing, we have no idea. And you guys claim to know it for a definitive fact, then turn
Exactly.
around and
Yeah,
try and
we do.
critique our side. What a joke.
Yeah, we
Exactly.
do know, and I can defend it.
I hope you appreciate the pushback that I'm giving you guys, because I'm on your side, the flat earthers,
For
of
sure.
course. I
What?
just like
Yeah,
to.
that's something that we can understand, but the Glovers
Yeah,
they
thanks very
can't.
much, guys, because that's I
So,
like to know that we know these things, and if we don't know, we say we don't know. So let's carry
But
on
more
anyway. Go
so
ahead.
more
I
specifically,
have a
anti-flat
question.
earthers. Go ahead.
I have a question for the Jesus is Lord person. Is he a flat earther or a glober? I couldn't tell.
He
The
doesn't
Jesus
believe in
is Lord
the
guy?
mainstream. He doesn't believe in the globe model. He does not believe in the globe model.
But is
Now
he
you
a
can
flat earther?
discredit him, Deborah, Brenda,
I'm
whatever your
just
name is. Go ahead.
asking. I'm just asking a question. He's a flirt or a glober?
He doesn't believe in the mainstream globe model.
Well, then what
Believe
does
he
he
is.
believe? Does he? That doesn't narrow it down, though.
That's all of our positions.
The
We don't
worst
use
thing
fairy
to
tale
believe
theory.
is irrelevant to the claims they're making. Their personal beliefs doesn't matter what the claims they're making. Just doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
you're
That's
just
what
trying
they
to
were
poison the well.
discussing.
You're just trying to
No, I'm
poison the well.
not.
Yeah,
I'm
you are.
actually not. I'm just curious.
Well, I answered you.
So, how do we? Are we talking about satellites now?
Nope, not with you.
How do we? How do we explain? Why do satellites go underneath the Earth?
They don't.
You can watch them go down below the
Okay,
horizon.
that's not. Yeah, that's how perspective works. You can watch a plane go under the earth too, huh? I guess.
That's not how perspective works.
Do planes go under the earth?
No. Well, yes, they do. Yeah. Under a flat Earth, yes, planes
In your
go
in your
underneath the flat Earth.
in your own paradigm, when we see a plane disappear, it didn't actually go like far enough to go down beneath the earth. You know that, right?
When in my paradigm, in the globe paradigm, when I see a plane go over the horizon, it's below my surface level tangent. Yes.
No, when we see a plane go down in
Yes.
our view on a globe, it's because of perspective also.
No. Perspective doesn't
You don't
have
even
anything to do with it.
understand the most basic stuff of the globe. You think that when I see the globe, when I see a plane fly to me and then appear to be directly overhead, like it was going up and then going down when it goes away from me, you think that the globe claim is that that's the curvature rate of Earth?
When I see a plane disappear over the horizon, it has gone below the tangent plane at my feet.
We almost always see the plane disappear above the horizon. What are you talking about?
Do you agree with me that that's the globe model?
No. When do we see the
And
plane disappear below the horizon?
anytime you see it go down below the horizon, right? When it
I've never
disappears
seen
in the
that in my
distance.
life. I've never seen that in
Right,
my
they
life.
always do. They
They
always
never
do
do.
if they go far enough away. They do.
Such a
When they
kindergarten
go,
argument, Brenda. Oh my god.
They disappear
no,
long
the
before
point
that.
is, just to be clear, that they go beneath the tangent plane at my feet.
That doesn't happen. They disappear way before that.
It happens all the time. When ships go over the horizon, they're
Why are we
beneath the
changing the
tangent
ships?
plane. It's
Talking about
because
planes.
it's the same phenomenon.
No, it's not the same. The plane's really high in the sky.
It doesn't matter. The ships go beneath the tangent plane at my feet when they go
There's no
beneath
globe we're
the
gonna jump
horizon.
in. Planes
Yeah, why are
disappear.
we
You stop being
switching
able
to
to see a
When,
ships?
plane.
when the
Why are
Stop
we
sun,
being able to see a
switching to
plane.
ships?
because it's the same
Generally, a
phenomenon.
plane will get too small to see before it gets so far away. It has to be like if it's at 5,000 feet, it has to be 100 miles away from you before it'll go below the horizon.
But with
Right, and they
sufficient
So
fly at
left lane, you
freaking
binoculars,
agree
you can
with?
see it.
30,000 feet.
Hold on. So left lane, the pilot, you agree with Witsit on this?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of geometry and perspective. That I know that like at 80 miles
Ew.
is 3,000 feet
That's
of drop.
false. That's
So the
false.
plane disappears. It gets too small to see before it
I'm
gets
not
100
talking
miles
about it
away.
disappearing.
Exactly.
I'm not
Exactly.
talking about its disappearing. I'm not talking about its angular
Left lane,
size.
new pilot agrees with Witsit. All right, let's
No,
mark that in the
I'm not
record.
talking. I'm not talking about the angular size of the object. I'm talking about where it goes. The sun goes beneath my feet.
Right. Do you understand what Left One just said? That
Yeah, I
the
agree with
plane
you.
is
I
going to
agree with.
disappear.
Yeah,
He's
The
I
plane
agree
is
wrong.
going
with
to
Brenda that it
disappear.
actually does, but we don't see that in airplanes. It's not an argument
Exactly.
we can make. We
If I
don't
had
see it because we can't produce the evidence.
Yeah.
a strong enough telescope, I could.
Oh my God. Okay, go do it.
Maybe so. Maybe so.
But
Right?
no, you
And I can
can't.
see airplanes. I can see airplanes and
No.
ships and the sun and the moon and the stars and satellites all go below the plane, the tangent plane at my feet. All
Hey,
of
we're
them.
talking about planes right
Why?
now.
I've actually. Go ahead, Witsit.
Right?
Talking about planes right now. First
Perspective.
off, use a telescope. If you use a telescope, you're looking through like the vertical layers of the atmo. You would never be able to see super far away. You wouldn't be able to see the distances needed for a 30,000 foot like commercial airliner. That's insane.
Then why
What
can
we
I see
know is that
stars?
it appears to go up to your head and then down away from you, and that's due to
Yeah.
perspective, whether the Earth is flat or a
No.
globe.
Then why
Okay,
can
well you
I
don't
see
understand your own
stars?
position, dude.
No. Why can I see stars?
Why do you deflect every time you get disproven?
Why can I see stars? This is the
You look
same
from
phenomenon.
boats,
I
Because
can
you
see
have
stars
eyeballs.
from
at the
planes
horizon.
to boats to stars. We're talking about planes, right? What's
Yes.
it? Is that the
No, it's the same phenomenon. We're talking about a phenomenon. I'm giving you examples of that phenomenon, which is
we're talking
has
about
nothing
planes?
to do, it has nothing to do with perspective. I'm not talking about planes. I'm talking about a phenomenon.
That is what we're talking about.
What?
First of all, it
We're all
started with
talking about
satellites, then
planes.
you brought up yeah, you started with satellites, then you brought up planes,
Okay.
but it's totally different than stars, like planes aren't out in
No,
space. So I hate to break
it's
it to
the same phenomenon. Can you steel man what I'm talking about? The phenomenon I'm
you. Why are
talking
you
about.
pretending
Steel
that
man
I
it.
can't still man what I learned in first
Go
grade? That
ahead.
you
Go ahead.
believe that
Go ahead.
the sun disappears below the horizon just like the stars, just like everything else does, because it's
Yes.
curving around a globe and then it's tangential to my feet and it's gonna go down below me. Like, why are you doing this? Why do you come in here and pretend that you have to
Because
teach us basic concepts just because we don't believe what you believe
because
doesn't
it
mean we don't understand it. You're projecting because you don't understand it.
because it's the same phenomenon and it refutes flat Earth.
Okay, sounds good.
Right. So these are all the same phenomenon. Airplanes, stars, satellites, the sun, and the moon. All of
Yeah.
them obey the same phenomenon, which is they go beneath the tangent plane at the observer's feet. Why
Okay,
does
sounds
that?
good.
Why?
I don't know. If,
Explain.
You
I
have
don't
no
know
Explain
if
the.
you've
evidence that
ever
it
seen a
happens.
star actually doing that. I don't think star. Yeah, I've been asking for years for this. Actually, if anyone had a star
Okay.
beneath your
Hold up.
horizontal, and I've never seen anyone have it.
Good. I
I
can
don't
do
think
that,
that
Jeremy.
exists.
I can do
Let's
that,
see it.
Jeremy. Any
Oh, stars
Star
disappear
Trail
above the
photograph.
horizon.
Any Star Trail photograph showing the circles, they go down below the horizon at one side and come up above the horizon on the other in those photographs. Why does
Brenda
that
is
happen?
correct. That is
The
true.
stars disappear. The stars disappear above the horizon, even in like time
It's the
lapse.
same star. It's the same star. They take it's a long exposure. It's the same star. It makes a circle, except the circle is obstructed by the Earth. Why is this? Why are things obstructed by the Earth? That
It
can't
disappears above
happen
the Earth.
on a that can't happen on a flat Earth. They would never be obstructed.
You guys all claim that it disappears above the horizon because of like an atmospheric layer that blocks the stars before it gets to the actual horizon of Earth. So you're just making stuff up. I've actually gone and tested it myself over
So
like
you
seven
can't
different bodies of
explain.
water. The stars never intersect with the horizon.
Yeah, I
They
mean,
Never.
you can make a star
every
trail. You could make a star trail shot of like, oh, there's landscape behind it, and they're disappearing behind houses or mountains or something. Yeah,
yeah,
but
we call
over
that
a
the
level,
ground. Yeah, we
yeah,
call
but
that
over
the
a
ground. It's
level,
the Earth.
the houses and mountains and shit.
A
Of
Star
course, you can
Trail
have a star
photograph,
trail disappear between that. But if you just had level ground, I don't think you can have one
a
beneath your
Star
tangent.
Trail. Hey Jeremy, a Star Trail photograph on the open ocean, where it's nothing but ocean. The stars will go below the ocean,
All
below
right,
the
No,
post
they
one.
won't.
observer's tangent.
Post it.
Post
Post
one.
it.
Absolutely.
Post it. Post
Post
it.
it.
I've done it myself like 7 times.
Post it.
It's a
Post
total
it.
lie.
I remember you brought this up years ago. With it, yeah, and I've been asking for a while too for a star beneath your horizontal.
Yeah, doesn't happen. So what we
If
know
you're
is
on a
that in the paradigm,
He
it
could
would
see through
optically.
water.
I don't understand. If you're on a mountaintop, isn't there a ton of stars below your horizontal?
Us, maybe. Let's see it.
I mean,
Yeah, I don't know about that. That's
just
not
your
what I'm
personal
claiming. Just to
horizontal, your
specify,
feet.
I'm claiming observations over like a body of water because obviously like topographical obstruction doesn't count. And over a body of water, according to the globe, the stars should intersect with the horizon because the curve of the Earth is blocking out the stars. That doesn't happen though. When you observe the stars or take star trails, they all
I see
disappear
a bunch of
up
pictures.
above the horizon. They all
I
disappear. Yeah,
mean,
they're all fake. They're all fake.
I don't think this is that
No,
big of a deal.
on a cloudy night that would, yeah. Depending on if it's like a cool, clear night in the wintertime, the stars just go down below the horizon just like the sun does.
Yeah, but the
They
clouds do
don't.
the
I've
same
tested it.
thing, and but we measure the clouds from the bottom down when they are straight 90-degree above us with a ceiling meter. But the
No, that's
height
not
of a
with radio.
cloud is measured. The height of a cloud is measured from its side view. So, and that's how we determine how big a cloud is. But the further that the cloud disappears out of our sight, the more you're seeing from a sideward to appears
And why
like
can
a flat thing back out of
I
your
don't. I'm
sight.
not even. I'm
there
not sure
are
what that even means.
there are multiple photographs in the chat showing stars being obstructed by the earth, by the water.
It is a matter of perspective how things disappear with distance.
That's not how perspective works.
Nah, Gleam zoomed in
Perspective
on it.
never
Gleam
falls.
zoomed in on these pictures, and they're not intersecting the thing like what's it said.
Yeah.
Then why is it disappearing on one end and appearing on the other side? Like in
I don't know what that
Omnivore's
means.
picture, on the right hand side, the stars go down into the ground, and then on the left hand side, the same star
They're not
comes
going
up
into the
out of the
ground.
ground.
They're not going
And you
into the
can't post
ground
them.
though.
And you can't
Then
post them
why can't
over Earth, by the way, because that like ZZ Pop, like that's got little mountain ranges, right? Of course, the
the,
stars may drop below that, but like over a body of water. And I did this in like 7 different locations, and I did perfectly clear nights, time lapsed. It got awesome star trails, and they all disappear like above the horizon at the same place. All the stars disappear at the same place. The official answer I always got was that it was the atmosphere,
I
like a
don't
band
understand
of
what's wrong with the
atmosphere.
pictures there. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't
What
they
get
want
it.
pictures?
What are you?
they refuse to look at them. They refuse to look at them and discuss them.
I just
What are you
post one
talking about?
if you want to look at one from
We're
in the
looking at
body of
them.
water.
Yeah,
It
we're
looks like
looking at
maybe
them.
some
Where
clouds off in the
Gleam is
distance.
zooming in on all of them, and none of them are intersecting.
Yeah, but why do they come back up on the opposite side of the photo?
You just deflect as your
I mean,
response, like,
Yeah, why do they come? What? It's the same
yeah.
star. It's the same circle. It
Wait, do we not?
it disappears at one side and reappears at the other. Why does this happen?
okay, but it's not intersecting with it. The main point here is that we can't get past is it's not intersecting with the ground. They're disappearing before that.
It's
And this is
probably
also over
due
land
to
again, but even here with this like video here, you can see that a lot of them don't appear until above the horizon. And this is again not a body of water.
yeah. So that's obviously probably due to humidity and other things in the air. That's
Obviously,
obstruction, right?
Okay,
That's
well you should have said
obstruction.
that 10 minutes ago
Not
and saved us
obviously,
time.
you should have led with that.
right.
Yeah.
I
The
mean, I
whole
led with
point.
it and you just kept
That
arguing.
is the point. No, you were wrong. I was right.
I literally
You were
told you guys
wrong. I
what
was
your side's
right.
argument is.
Yes, that's
So,
What the
correct.
hell is that?
I am correct. I am correct, and you were
Right?
wrong.
You sounded
You
like a
refuse
Muppet
to
baby.
admit.
Why? Yo, stop sounding like a
Yes,
Muppet
this is
baby
all
up
you
in here.
have. This is all you
yeah.
have. Hey,
Yeah.
I mean,
bring up
I'm
the
the
I
one
don't.
that
image.
made
Let's
that
talk
point.
about it.
I
No,
mean,
you
I.
didn't make that point. You made the incorrect point. I made the correct point.
No, no, I said your
It's the
side
I
just
really
same
don't.
claims that there's
star.
an atmospheric
It's the
band.
same star. Why does the same star disappear at one side of the photo and
Oh.
reappear coming up on the other?
Is it
Why does
Hey,
that
not the
happen?
same
80,
star,
80,
Hanvey? Do we not
80
think it's the same
TY or
star?
whatever. Can you show us a video like this over a body of water, please? Thank you.
The photographs are
Brenda's
in the
asking
chat.
legitimate questions.
What? You mean you
I
guys can see
I
that they
just don't
disappear
get the
above
problem.
above the horizon? That's cool. What's up? We can go to another topic, I guess.
I don't
Yeah, they
understand why that
disappear due
matters.
to
Well, it's
Like,
just
it's a
simple. On a
deflection.
globe Earth, the globe Earth blocks out the stars. So if I take a time lapse on a clear night, I should see the stars all intersecting with the horizon. I should also see over bodies of water shooting stars in long distance time lapse or long duration time lapse or videos shooting
Why?
up from the horizon. That's just how it should work. They should be underneath my feet. But when we go and test that, they don't actually intersect with the body of water. They all disappear above it.
Why should they intersect with the body of water?
Because that's what you claim is
Because you
blocking out
made
the
an argument.
No,
stars.
Yeah,
no, I
your
don't
argument
make
was,
that claim.
oh, the Earth is blocking
No.
out these stars. Everything goes under the Earth, and come to find
Yes.
out, the stars aren't doing that. They're getting blocked out before they go under the Earth.
Exactly.
by the Earth. That's not so. Each circle. What does each circle in a Star Trails
No,
photograph
we were
represent?
correct.
It
We were correct.
represents
You were incorrect.
each circle represents one
You were
star.
wrong.
Right?
We were right.
That's distance.
We were right.
That's
That's
correct.
distance, Brenda.
Each circle represents one star. Correct?
Yeah.
But that's the distance of them. They disappear to
No.
the horizon because of distance. You
No,
guys can't
they're the
grasp that. It's
same
really
distance.
weird.
But why does that happen if they're the same distance at every point on the circle?
Why would
So
they be
you
at the
think a
same
star
distance?
that's directly above you is the same distance as a star like way at the horizon?
When I look at
No, they would
a
be
star
from your position. That's a different distance, right?
when I
They
look
could be
at
the
a star
same
trail,
distance. They could be the same distance, like vertically. You know, yeah, like a ceiling. But when you're walking away from in a warehouse from one light to the one directly above you to the one way at the end, that's clearly a distance away from your position. What don't you get?
Even in your paradigm. Even in your
when
paradigm,
I
they're different
look
distances.
when I look at a star trail photograph, each concentric circle is a single star, and every point on that circle, that star is the same distance from my eye.
What?
Oh my God, bro!
Let me
Come on,
repeat it
dude.
then. When I look, it's the same distance from my eye at every point on that circle on a star trail photograph.
Wait. In your paradigm,
How do you
the
know that's
stars
not
are
true?
still different
I think that's true.
distances.
How would you say that's
How
not
is
true?
it true? If I stand on one location and the star's over top of me, and then it moves away from me, it's a further distance away from me.
It's not. It's the same
It is even
distance
in your
away.
paradigm. Your paradigm
No,
would
Oh
just
my
say that
God!
your paradigm
no,
would
it's
say that the
not.
difference in your let me say it. Your paradigm would say the difference in distance is so minor compared to the ultimate distance of the star, which your paradigm treats as infinite, that it would be negligible. It still would technically be a further distance away.
So it's the same distance then. You're right then. Correct?
Oh my
Right? So
God!
you're saying technically it doesn't make any difference. So it's not a difference, right?
No. I still manned your position because you don't understand your position.
I do understand my position.
So then
It's the
you were
same
wrong.
distance away. No, it's the same distance away.
No, it's not, but whatever, dude. It's just like you don't understand basic
You
things and it's
said
annoying.
according to my paradigm, the difference is negligible, right?
You would say, yeah, in relation to the total distance.
Right. So it's negligible, right?
Well, that's a subjective word which requires context. Not negligible
No.
in this context where you're claiming it's not the same distance, or it
Right.
is
So
the
I'm
same distance.
saying it's negligible. That means I can ignore the difference. That means that they're the
No,
same
that's not what you
difference.
said. That's
If
not what you
I
said.
go to the store and get an 8-foot 2x4, one of them is 8 feet and 3/10 of a micrometer, and the other is 4/10 of a micrometer. They're the same difference because the difference is negligible.
One's still farther though from you. You can't get
Yeah.
that.
Is the difference negligible?
That's
That means
crazy.
I can. Is the difference negligible?
It's
Well,
still
no, I
farther.
mean, yeah, not in this context, right? Like
What's
even the
further?
sun,
No, it
you
is.
guys, even the sun, right? The sun's an example where it's like you guys claim that it changes 0.08 arc seconds up to noon and
The
then
sun.
0.08 arc seconds down to sunrise.
The sun is always the same difference during the day. The
No, it's
same
not. In
distance
your
away.
paradigm, it changes 0.08 arc seconds.
Right. So so it makes no difference, right? It's negligible.
You know,
That
it
Oh
means
makes
I
a
my
can.
difference.
God!
It makes a
Negligible
difference.
means I can.
We have
No, it
instruments that can
doesn't
measure
make a
that.
difference.
We have
It
instruments that can measure
doesn't
that.
make a difference. No,
We
it
have instruments
doesn't
that can
make a
measure
difference.
that. But we have instruments
Why
that
do
can
you?
measure it. Can you
Why are you
can you
acting
provide
like a
empirical?
child?
Can you provide positive evidence that the sun actually changes 0.08 arc seconds
I'm
up to noon
telling
and then
you.
back down?
I'm telling you the difference is negligible. That means I can ignore it.
Well, we disagree.
So it does make a difference.
Yeah, it makes a difference because that's a geometric requirement in your model that they would change based on from one horizon to your azimuth and back down. It would geometrically have to do that if we're on a sphere. Can you please provide evidence that that's what actually happens?
Well, you just gave it. You said that there is a measurable difference. You
No,
just
I said
gave the
we have
evidence.
instruments. No, I said we have instruments sense
You,
enough to measure it, but no measurement
yeah.
actually ever has happened.
No, you said there is. You can measure it, right?
Yes, you could measure it, but it's never been
Right?
measured.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. I've been asking Globers for 7 years. So if you got it, feel free to
You
drop
haven't
it.
looked it up?
Yeah, it doesn't exist.
Then how do you know what the measurement is if it hasn't been
It's
done?
based on the geometry of a sphere.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's how I know. That's how I know what it should be.
If,
You don't
if
understand
a
that?
star is 10 light years away,
That's
and
one
through
on
the
8 log.
course of one nighttime, you rotate around a sphere that's a diameter of 8,000 miles. Compared to that,
It would be
10
very
light
minor,
years, it's like nothing. It is
yeah.
negligible.
Compared to the sun. Yeah,
Exactly.
sure,
Exactly.
sure. I'm the one that said it.
So you agree it's negligible.
But I mean, overall in relation to the total distance, which I've said 3 times now, but in the context of what you were saying, which was just claiming they don't change at all, and then the guy
I
said, "Yeah,
didn't
they
say
do,"
that.
and you did say that, and then the guy said,
No,
"Yeah,
I
they
said
do," and
I
you
said
started
they're the
mocking him
same
like he was
distance.
stupid, which is why we had to correct
Yep.
you, and so now we can move on.
The context is that it makes no difference. That's the
No,
context.
no,
I don't
that's your
have
new
to
updated
spell out.
context.
No, this
It's just
is
like how you
how
just didn't even understand how we knew what the supposed change in angular size of the sun
this
would be
is
in your model. You said if you can't
this is
measure, if there's
how
no measurements, then how do you? You said if there are no measurements that have been done, then how do you know what they are? You didn't even understand how we supposedly know the change in angular size of the
this
sun
is
in your model. You don't
this is
understand
how
basic geometry.
this is how ignorant people think smart people talk. They think they talk in this pedantic manner, and they don't. They understand the context. In the context of, say, 2 million light years, right? The rotation of the Earth at night has no difference at all.
I'm the
In
one that first made that point.
yes, it makes no difference, correct?
In relation to its total distance, no. Okay,
All right.
sounds good. So
Yes,
what's your
thank you.
actual
Good.
argument? What's your actual argument? It's not exclusive to a globe at all because there are apparent positions on the
Okay.
sky on the flat Earth.
Okay.
Game
Then
over. Game over.
because I can
Game over.
explain it to you if you would
Apparent
stop
positions.
interrupting,
There are apparent
right?
positions on a plane Earth.
The claim by Elbow was that the reason the star trails disappear close to the horizon is because they are farther away. That is not happening.
Oh my God, it's even worse argument than I thought. You're conflating the two models and then claiming to debunk the one that Elbow invoked. That's
No,
so ridiculous.
incorrect.
You just invoked the globe Earth model, the claim distance to the stars, to claim it was negligible, and then claim to debunk the guy who was talking about what would happen on a flat
Correct.
Earth, conflate the models, and claim that it disproves the flat Earth.
The difference between, say, 10 light years is not going to make them disappear on Earth close to the horizon.
You're
That's
conflating
not,
the globe Earth model with a flat Earth with a more local
no,
sky.
no. Elbow said that the reason you can't see them, that they sort of fade out at the horizon, is because of the distance. But the distance is one of over a slight change in 10 light years. Therefore,
Not
right, that
on a
can't be the case.
flat Earth.
He
And I
doesn't
have
make
not said anything at all.
well, I forget who it was. I thought it was you. But the point is, he
It's
was
you
not
understand
making
it's not on a flat Earth.
he was not
APOC made
making
the
a
argument. APOC, yes, he
APOC.
did. APOC
Okay.
made the argument that that would happen over a flat Earth with a more local sky
No,
because it would get. Yes, he did.
no, he did
Okay,
not.
so you think you're gonna
Yes, I
successfully gaslight the
did.
room or something?
No, you did
I
not. You
totally
said
said that.
no, you did not. You said the reason you can't see the full circle of the star trail is because it goes farther away because of distance. That's what you
Yeah, and then he
said.
said you guys seem to not understand that for some reason.
Right?
And you
Because
proved
it's
us right.
wrong. Because it's
No, he's talking
wrong.
about on a flat Earth. You said, well, then why would they disappear? Someone asked about a flat Earth. He answered them. Then you took
But
it,
they don't.
strawmanned it, conflated it with the globe, claimed to debunk it. It's also stupid, so low IQ. It's a waste of time. You've now been corrected. It's now been clarified. If you just continue to say it, we're just going to move on.
But they're not further away. Even in your model, they're on the firmament.
No,
Oh
no,
my
no, no,
Firmament,
gosh!
no,
the
no, 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 no.
firmament is the
They're
same
within the
distance
firmament.
away.
They're within the
Yes, they're
firmament.
in the, yes,
Okay,
right?
and
So
so
they
if there's a
don't move further away. They don't move
listen
further
carefully.
away, do they?
Yes, they do. Just like how a star is technically further away even on your model, but you claim the stars are so far away that it's negligible. Well, what would be the case if the stars were way more local?
They're further away only in the globe model. In your model, they're on the firmament.
They're not on anything. Even if they were on a firmament, they'd be
They don't
further away
move.
because even if
They
they
don't
were
move
on the
off it.
firmament, they would be even
They
if they
don't
were on
move
the
off it.
firmament, stop interrupting me. Even if they were on the firmament, they would be further away because the firmament stretched over top of the earth. So a different position on the firmament would be a different place. So we know the stars rotate. Most people say that they're within the firmament, and we know there's the changes in distance. It goes from your
Is the
azimuth to
firmament
away from you.
is the firmament rotating about the North Pole? Is that what
No, the
causes the
star trails.
star signals?
First of all, I'm just speaking for myself here, but the stars move within a firmament.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why can't you? And the firmament, does it go below the Earth?
No,
Then why do they go below the Earth and come up on the other side?
because they move away from your personal azimuth of vision. They move away
That's
from
not
you.
how.
Perspective
That's
causes them
not
to
how.
drop.
That's not perspective. That's not how
Okay,
perspective
that's a cool
works.
story. Well, that's a cool
No,
story.
it's literally not. Perspective doesn't make things go away on one side of a photograph and come up on another. That never happens in perspective.
What if something's moving in a circle over top of you and then it reaches like your perspective limit and then it circles back around? It's going to pop back up. I've replicated it myself and recorded it and posted on the internet 20 times.
There's no such thing as a perspective limit. What are you talking about?
Oh my gosh!
There's no such thing as a
Unbelievable.
perspective limit, right?
Did
Oh
you
my
miss the
gosh.
part
What
where
are you
your
talking
own
about?
side just did you miss the part where the pilot on your own side invoked the disappearance of the plane due to perspective a second ago?
Yes,
That's
due to
crazy, bro.
perspective. What's a perspective? What is a perspective limit?
The
It's called a
limit in
vanishing
which
point
you
for
can
most
no
people in
longer
art
see it.
class.
Why are
Your
In
there
art,
two
field
of them?
of view,
in
Brenda.
art, in
Why
art
are there
class, we
two of
used to
them?
call it vanishing point, but I don't know what you guys call it.
Oh, you mean vanishing point? Oh, okay. There are vanishing points in perspective. Is
Lay
that
off the
what you mean?
Modelo's, bud.
Are
Right.
you
So
saying that there's no vanishing point?
no, I'm not. I'm saying there is a vanishing point.
Save some oxygen for us, Brenda.
So
Just a
why do the
desperate,
stars?
pedantic argument.
So why are there 1,000 vanishing points in a star trails photograph?
Oh
What?
my
They all
gosh.
move away from
Oh.
us.
Every
If you
star.
were hold on, if you were in the middle of an ocean and you spun around on a boat and looked in all directions to the horizon, you're gonna see thousands of stars all around you disappearing eventually maybe and they'll disappear even higher off the horizon if there's clouds or if there's just atmospheric
That's
whatever,
not what I'm
like
talking
eventually
about.
they're that's why when they use sextants they say, well, we can't like fixate on stars even like I think
I
it's
don't know
15
why.
degrees above the I let me finish. I think it's 15 degrees above the horizon, maybe 10 degrees above the horizon. They can't even count on those stars to take a fixed
Yes.
point to, because they know that they're too far. They're already like disappearing. Like
No,
in
it's because
according.
of. That's not why. That's not why. And you're not
Okay,
tracking the
all right,
conversation. You're
yeah.
not tracking.
All right.
You're not tracking. You're not tracking.
That's just plainly not true. So that's not how that works.
That's not true. Are you
Right.
saying that they don't say that? Are you seriously saying they don't say that?
Well, it depends on who you mean by they and that. So
Okay, so when they say,
I'm going to answer the question. I'm going to answer the question. So you don't want to use stars below like 10, 20 or 15 degrees because there will be more refraction.
exactly. So they're
So
so
not
far
what you
away.
said.
Exactly.
Just-
No. Hold on though.
You're very excited.
Hold on though.
Just hang on. Just hang on.
Hold on.
So
There's a
you
point.
turns out that with a device like a theodolite, something that's more accurate than a sextant, you can get an incredibly accurate fix using stars below that. Now, when you go to 1 or 2 degrees above the horizon, or even at the horizon, most stars will be blocked by the atmospheric density, but you can still see bright ones. So, although you wouldn't use that for navigation, you can still see the star. I'm terribly sorry,
Okay.
Apocryphon. You are
No,
you
hold
are just wrong.
on. So when they finally go to the horizon, and then you cannot see them any longer because the way perspective works, are you saying you can still see them even though they're at the vanishing point, all around you, 360 degree?
Vanishing points aren't 360 degrees, Apocryphon. What are you talking about?
Literally, it would be, because a vanishing point represents your perspective to the horizon when something gets so far away that you can no longer see it and is disappearing into the horizon. What are you talking about? Have you ever
Can I
taken
get
an art
this?
class ever?
I want to get this.
It's not a vanishing point issue, Apocryphon. You're not using the words right.
So you guys don't understand what a vanishing point is?
I do.
You
That's
don't.
the problem.
You don't.
I do understand what it is. I know you're wrong.
Okay. Do things disappear in the vanishing point?
So no, things are squished together at the vanishing
Okay.
point.
Do
To where you
things
can
to your position, to where you're at,
You asked
do
the
they
question. You
disappear?
made the mistake. You asked
Do
the
they
stupid
vanish?
question. You're going to get the stupid answer. So when train tracks touch, they don't just mysteriously vanish. What's happening is at that point you can't distinguish the space
Did I
between
use
them.
train tracks?
Apocryphon. I'm so sorry.
Did I
I'm
use
sorry,
train tracks or
point.
did I use the horizon?
Yeah.
That's the vanishing point.
They don't just the tracks don't just disappear.
Okay, okay, so let's go to train tracks. When the train tracks disappear into the horizon, can you still see them?
Yes, if you use a telescope, yes, you can.
Oh my god. Okay, so you get a telescope out, and then all of a sudden you can see infinitely as far as the tracks go, or does a telescope even have a vanishing point?
You get a bigger one.
You're retarded, dude. I'm done with you idiots. You guys are stupid.
Hey, Apocryphon, you sidetrack to something else. Suppose I'm out on that ocean, right? And I'm just standing still. I'm in my boat, I'm standing, I have a camera, I take a long exposure of the stars. The stars, the center of the star field, the circles will be in the center top of the photograph, and stars on the right hand side will go below the ocean and come back up on the left hand side. Why does that happen?
I thought we already went through this. They don't go below. They disappear
Well, yeah.
before.
But it's the same star.
So you can see things like Venus go below the horizon. Does that not count for you, Jeremy? Because it's a planet.
Let's see.
I don't know what planets are.
Show the thing.
Imagine
So
the stars were on a record
Wait,
in the sky, like a large record.
Yes, please.
Oh, yes,
Omni, please, man. Please, Omni. What are you doing?
Jeremy, I can go hunt for the video of the green flash of Venus. Okay, I can go hunt for that. But let's say I gave it to you. What would that prove? What would
The
that do?
green
Why
flash
would
of
I?
Venus.
Yeah.
I
You
mean,
know
we
how
should
the
see
green
that
flash-
regardless. Who cares? We should see that.
So you see it when the star goes below the horizon. So I before I go do a
Let's
bunch
see
of
it.
work to try to. Yeah, I don't. I need to know. So
I want to
I've
see the
been.
green flash. Like, it doesn't matter
I
who
know.
even cares what I believe at this
I
point.
understand you want something. Okay, but
You're my
I'm telling
assistant.
you what the astronomers say. Okay, and I can go look for it. But I don't think you're asking. I think you're in good faith generally, but I don't think this question's in good faith. I don't think if I go and find it, it's going to mean anything at all to either of us.
I would love to see a green flash, and it
I
would
know
show
you love.
something
You know what the
disappearing. I
green
mean, we
flash.
already have the sun. We already
Do you
have
know
the
what the
sun
green?
disappearing into the horizon. So
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
Yeah,
know.
and
yeah.
which
we do.
flat Earth can't explain. Flat Earth
the
can't
So
explain
stars.
that.
why would I
No, we
bother?
can
Why
explain
would
that.
I
We
bother?
have explained it multiple times.
I know
What's the
you'd love to see.
explanation?
I would love to make you happy, but I need more reason to think this is going to be worth my time to go look.
Do you want me to tell you if Venus disappears into the horizon, it's a globe? Like, what do you want me to tell you?
No, right. I know you're not going to. Right. So why would I bother? Yeah, you're like,
But
I'm telling you
at
what
least show.
I'm telling you what the astronomers say. You're like, go find me proof. Well, I could spend my time to do that, but why would I?
You made a claim that Venus went into the thing. I
Yeah,
mean, that's neat. It's not the
yeah,
stars, but I mean, that's neat.
it is.
I'd
Well,
like to see
I
it
mean,
nonetheless.
I'm sure you would. Yeah, you can go look for it too, though. I'm telling you that's what that's what the astronomers say.
It's called
So,
the green
you know,
flash of Venus. What's it called?
it says that let's see.
So is the flash
Indeed,
Venus?
a photograph showing a green flash, same mechanism as the sun. So,
So is the flash Venus? Are you saying
what?
you can see through the water? Because in your paradigm, something's dropped below the horizon because you think it's a globe, and it's now behind the surface of the water. Now, but you're saying there's a flash. Is that flash
I
Venus
just
or is it
watched
a
it.
light?
I just
It's
watched
an
it.
atmospheric
It looks like it disappeared before the horizon.
it's an atmospheric phenomenon.
I literally just watched it.
Right. So why do the stars go, and why does the sun go, and why does the moon go below the horizon and come up at the other side?
We
Every
already told you it
star.
goes around. It's real simple. You just can't grasp it.
No, but that doesn't go around, it goes down.
No, it doesn't. You say it does, but that's not true.
But we can see
what
it go down.
when you
That
think
doesn't mean
when
that
the
you
star
know the shape.
trail when the star trail goes to the horizon, even if you don't see it hit the horizon, what do you think happens there? What do you think is going on there? And then it comes up on the other side. What do you think is going on there?
So
Well,
again,
Apocryphon, you said
something
it
going
was
far
because
away
it
from
goes
you.
away.
So again, something going far away from you, and then it disappears into the horizon. Then it's on its circuit, and it comes back around. And what do you know? It's coming up again. It looks like it is, but it's just going straight across. You guys can't grasp it. It's really weird.
But
It's not going
it's
straight
not
across.
that far.
When you film the star trail with long exposure, it's not going in a circle. Is that? Are you serious? You think
Yeah,
it's
it's a
not a
circle
circle?
around your head. Yeah, like a ceiling fan, guys. Get with
It's
it.
a circle around. It's a circle around the North Pole. Really? You
There
don't know
you
how
go.
star trail?
There
You
you
don't know
go.
how star?
There you
Do
go.
you know how? Do you know how star trails work, Apocryphon? Have you ever
There you
seen this?
go. Yes, there
How?
you go. It's going around, right? Are the star trails going around?
Hey, Apocryphon.
Yes,
So
they go in circles. Yes.
There you go. My point. Thank you.
Apocryphon.
Appreciate it.
Apocryphon. You said it
Oh,
was like a
Apocryphon. That's not your point. Your point was the opposite of that. Your point was digging in
No,
your heels.
no.
It
You said it goes around. I agree.
You are
Does
throwing
a
a fit.
record
You
go
are
around?
like a toddler.
Does a record go
So
around? Yes
okay,
or
I
no?
accept your consent. I just accept your defeat.
Does a record go around? Yes or no?
Apocryphon, I want to ask you a couple
That's what
questions,
I
right?
thought.
Apocryphon, you said it's
Go
like a
ahead, Brenda.
ceiling fan. You said it's like a ceiling fan. So it's centered on the North Pole. The North Pole is over the center of the flat Earth, right?
All right.
And it spins around and around and around it goes, right?
That's what it says.
Then why do the stars go below the flat Earth?
They don't go below it. What's wrong with you? What is
You
this
can
strawman that you're
literally
building
see
up to
it.
burn down?
You can
I
literally
think the
see
issue
that.
here is that there's a lot of equivocal predication. So it's what's called equivocation, right? So like, why would you think why do the stars go below the flat Earth? Why would you think that applies to his conception as he's describing it?
No, it doesn't apply. It refutes his claim.
Okay, so if it doesn't apply to his conception as he's describing it, then you asking the question is already assuming the thing that you're trying to ask about. So you ask him,
Incorrect.
why does it, one sec, you ask him, why does it go below the flat Earth? And you say it doesn't apply to his conception as he's describing it. That means you're
Correct.
asking a bad faith question.
Incorrect. I'm falsifying his claim. If you have a conception, right, and the conception doesn't match reality, then that conception is false.
If I'm the
That's
size,
just your opinion, though. That would just be an external critique.
No, that's an objective fact. If your
So,
concepts don't reach reality, they are false.
An observation about reality is not an external critique when somebody is claiming their belief is about reality. That's not correct.
What is an objective or external critique? Are you just using words, or do you know what they mean?
No, those are two. No. Okay, I get it. You don't know what you're talking about. You are using those words. Yeah. Okay.
You just said
so
that it is not
an
an
external
objective
critique
or
is
external
critiquing somebody
critique.
from. Yeah. Okay. An external critique is critiquing someone from outside their, whatever their paradigm is. Okay. But when you're talking about Earth shape, Earth form, okay, and you say this is my belief, and that belief, it turns out, has some logical entailments to it, then talking about how those entailments contradict observed behavior, observed effects, is not an external critique, Gally. I'm sorry, you can look this up.
That is correct.
Okay, so in the concept that Apocryphon is describing, do stars go beneath the Earth, Omni, or not?
We watch them disappear at one side and reappear at the other.
And also, I just asked Omni a question for the record, and secondly, I'm granting Omni that you misspoke when you said it is not it is not an objective or external critique. That's what you said. Brenda said it is an objective or and internal critique, and it's based on reality. But Omnivore, can you please answer? Can you please answer the question in the concept that
You're waffling on.
Apocryphon
Hang
is
on. Ask the question
my
in 2 seconds. Go ahead and
You guys
state the
are
question.
insufferable. Both you and
Go ahead
Brenda
and
are
state the question.
insufferable.
State the question
Can I
simply,
finish
Gally.
speaking, please?
State the
I
question
haven't
and
said
answer.
anything.
Okay,
State the
so
question, Gally.
stop telling me to state the question. Just mute and wait for me to speak.
No, if you want me to answer the question, then just instead of waffling on for an hour, just state the question.
Or if someone else wants to engage with these guys, they're insufferable.
Yeah, that's even better.
You can't answer the
Hey,
question.
can we go to germ theory?
I asked the question 4 times. You interrupted me 4 times while trying to say it a 5th time. No thanks.
I'm willing to see a
Go
research
and look at
paper
Joe
on it if you
Hanvey.
got
Go
it.
and look at Joe Hanvey's work. Stop looking for this like perfect peer review nonsense. Stop thinking like that. Think for yourself. Number one.
Why? Peer review is good.
Secondly, before you're going to dismiss it with actual good reason to dismiss it, go and verify in any sense that you could apply lens effects or some kind of medium interrupter, or like an interrupter to the visual information that you find, because it might not just be limited to lens effects, but I'll just use that as a catch-all, and go and investigate how this could possibly actually render the results in a physically analogous way to what we actually observe. Go and do that. Go and investigate that. I don't think you're stupid, so I don't need to elaborate more than that. You can go and do that, and you can go and definitively prove the concept and the premise, right? Because I'm not giving you a definitive, because I'm not gonna go so far as to say that I have the definitive. That would be silly. But it's clear that there's something else that is affecting the way that these results come back to you. Which means that you have to, by necessity.
What are you basing that
this is
on?
this is my last bit, right? Which means that you have to, by necessity, if you're taking it seriously, consider that there's something else there, because obviously the physical results, when you apply it in the manner that you suggested earlier, aren't matching.
Now, why do you think that the physical results that we see don't match the concept of a large disc moving over our head?
I have an argument for that.
Talked about that.
I do have an
like
argument for that.
20 minutes. Go ahead. I think I've made myself.
No, I
pretty
mean, if
clear.
you want to go back and forth with them, it's fine. Like, I'm on my phone. It should be. But anyways, if you want to go back and forth with them, but if my
I can
connection's
nutshell
okay,
it, but
I
if
could.
you wanna- if you want to go, but my nutshell would be we see plenty of evidence that when you go to the extremes, the phenomena tend to alter, similar to when you go to the extremes of a lens with a camera device, that they tend to alter and flare and all these things, suggesting at the very least that there is some kind of focal and lens effect going on. And when you actually consider that in your modeling, you might actually get more analogous results. Go ahead, Joe.
All right, well, if you want to respond to that, or I was just going to say my point was pretty brief, but so all of the stars, like even in Stellarium or in any like planetarium software, they're all essentially an azimuthal grid, a flat circle, and then a hemisphere or a dome region of stars around you, in terms of how it's viewed, and that's like a hemisphere, and all of those different positions that they pull up in a planetarium, like if you want to pull up like any latitude and longitude, which essentially is right ascension declination in the sky, and once you pull up any location, it's going to give you that view of the sky above a flat circle, essentially. And if you bring all those stars down to a flat circle, you can put them on like a star map or like a flat sheet of paper, which is essentially what that is. And that's why you have the northern hemisphere stars and the southern hemisphere stars on two disks, basically, when you extrapolate them down like that. But the thing about the stars, they already are mapped to planar grids and have been since the dawn of time, as far as we know, as far back as any observation of the sky has gone, because all the planetarium software and the motion of the sky is mapped is mapped above planar azimuthal grids. And all those planar azimuthal grids are coplanar with each other. Like there's no curvature needed. And all the stars are represented above these planar grids. So the stars are already mapped to a planar Earth. It's the globe that takes that data and adapts it into the globe model. And even in there, they even admit, I mean, that is, they know that we came from a geocentric planar Earth model. And that's what essentially planetariums represent. It's a hemispherical dome with a flat floor, and you sit in the middle of it because you're the observer in the middle. And if you go to a different position, you have to change the planetarium, or you're walking in a different position on the Earth. So anyways, you were saying the stars having some problem being mapped onto a planar surface, but they already are and already have been way before the globe model was even brought into all this.
Well, planetariums that I've been to, the device that they use that sits in the on the ground in the middle of the planetarium is usually a device that's basically a spherical device that has a bunch of lenses fixed around a sphere. The light source is in the center of the sphere, and the stars are projected through the lenses that are mounted on the sphere and projected onto the ceiling, which is also a sphere. When you said it's mapped to a planar thing, I think you're misrepresenting what a planetarium does.
No, he's not. This is completely the conversation that I was having with you, just from a different angle.
Yeah,
is the observer in the planet? Is the observer in the planetarium just sitting on a spherical dome?
No, they're sitting.
Yeah, there's two features
in a chair in the
So
center of a spherical
of a
room.
planetarium.
Yeah, no one's arguing that there's
No.
some
The important
type
part
of
here, a planetarium.
Go ahead.
A planetarium represents an azimuthal grid, which is a flat circle, and it's that you have your azimuth angle, the horizontal angle, 360 degrees, if you want to break it up that way. So it's a flat circle, and that's what even Stellarium represents. That's why it always has like a little. You're in like a grassy field, it has like a little grass there. There's no like 8 inches per mile squared like that. That's treated as an azimuthal grid, and all the stars are mapped accurately down to that grid when you make a star chart, like on a flat sheet of paper, and none of that requires a globe. The only thing that does have globular nature to it is the sky, like the hemispherical region above. But the word hemisphere already implies that. And however that's all working on the large scale, the small scale, we could get into all that perspective and how that all comes together. But at the end of the day, it's the hemisphere above and the plane Earth, which is always what the ancient cosmologies had that understanding as well. But I'm saying the stars are already mapped to all of those planar azimuthal grids for every right ascension declination position of the sky. And they're all coplanar. There's no globe needed to map the stars on a planar surface.
Then why is the projector that's actually projecting the stars onto the surface of the ceiling, a curved ceiling, why is it an actual sphere with lenses in it? You go look at one of those things, go punch one up on Google and look at a planetarium's device that they use.
Has the penny
It's a
not has the
sphere.
penny not dropped yet? You're answering your own question, dude.
No, I see what he's saying. No, there's different types of projection, technologies, and I hear the one he's talking about. But there's other ones nowadays that it's just a screen, basically. Like the Sphere in Las Vegas, that huge thing. That's a huge one. But basically, it's just like an LCD screen. But there's different materials that they use. So in that case, they don't have to project the stars. The stars are just appearing on the actual ceiling. There's other ones that do have different types of projectors, but all that's really doing is putting the light in a position on that hemispherical dome of the planetarium. You have that hemispherical dome, and the only purpose of any of those projection technologies is to put the star in one position, basically. This star in this position, this star in another one. So that's just the projection itself. The hemisphere dome above is clearly going on, like in my viewpoint. I mean, we have like the top of our head is a dome. It's like we're built like the realm. So but yeah, I mean,
The
you
back
don't
of
need a globe
the
to map
back of
any of
our
the
eye,
stars ultimately.
so yeah.
The ground is the planar, the sky is the thing that has the spherical nature to it. So
But they
yeah,
actually
go ahead.
do use a spherical device so that they get accurate projections of it, because the device itself spins and rotates as they're going through the night sky, where they're showing you a quick version of the night sky in a planetarium. The best way to show the motions that the stars make is by using a device that is spherical in nature, so that they get the really precise display of the stars in the planetarium. You get a
Yeah, that's fine.
it's a
Yeah,
much
I mean, I agree.
simpler
I think the
device
stars have a
to show
spherical.
what the stars
It's
are doing.
essentially the stars are essentially toroidal spherical geometry is what's involved, is in my viewpoint on it. So yeah, the sky does have some spherical nature to it, which is how the entire globe model was built, from extrapolations from the sky and how we see. So yeah, it's not a sphere around it doesn't go under, like I don't think it's a sphere of stars that goes. I mean, the whole realm may be in some kind of a spherical encasing, but the celestials would only be on the top half. I don't think any, in my understanding, I don't think, and then thoughts on it too. I don't think any celestials are going
Then
under the
how do you
ground.
take those two spherical maps that they use of the star charts, the two spherical maps that we've all seen? How do they use that for people all over the planet, or all over the world, whichever way you want to talk about it? People in the southern hemisphere and people at the center. How comes that type of chart works for them if the sky itself isn't an actual dome, or two spheres, semicircles?
Yeah, no, it is a trip because okay, so like all the planetarium things, like I was saying before, if you have the flat azimuthal grids and then a hemisphere of stars, if you have a bunch of those, like let's say you had 100 planetariums in a field and you were just like you just wanted to do it, so you had a huge flat field and you put like 100 planetariums. All of those people inside the planetarium could have a different view of the sky. Now all of their floors would be coplanar, but they would have a different hemispherical dome of stars. Now if you then do that for, let's say, the whole world, it's all still flat coplanar azimuthal grids, but when you look at all the hemispherical parts, it does seem to map these two rotations and then the straight line of stars at the equator, which is also the way electric field lines, magnetic fields. There's a lot of like a dual vortex, like a double toroid. There's a lot of really fascinating ways of how that all seems to potentially be playing out. But at the end of the day, even though all those azimuthal grids with the planetariums have a different hemispherical dome, but if you put all those together, all the hemispherical domes together, you're going to get these two rotations and then the straight line at the equator of the actual stars.
Yeah, but
So
why
it's
couldn't
like
it
the
all
whole
just
thing.
be plotted?
It's basically like a two-pole system that has like spherical toroidal geometry, in my viewpoint, above the Earth, that you can conceptually, because it has a northern and southern hemisphere, quote unquote, and the two star charts, which you can obviously see the two main when you look at the whole sky, you have to put the north and the south together. So if the north and the south are
Why
combined,
Why
If
couldn't
you
it be
if you
done
you
on
can
one piece of
let me
paper,
just let me let me
one
just finish this
image?
last thing. I know I'm going on long, but let me just finish this very last thing. Lastly, so with the two poles, even though they're all just above the coplanar grids, you can conceptually link those poles together and wrap it around into like a graphical or like a conceptual sphere, which is what they've done with the globe. But that doesn't mean that's what it actually is. Because of the spherical geometry, it can be conceptually made that way. But that doesn't mean that that's actually physically what it is in the physical world. But the sky with the two poles does seem to have like there's even an idea of like a hyperdimensional, like higher level spherical reality that's being transmuted down to a plane. And the whole splitting the waters from the waters and a lot of the concepts that were in like a larger ocean. There's some pretty interesting ideas there too. Sorry for going on too long. Go ahead, Grenade. My bad. Go ahead. All right, he left. I went on too long. Sorry, guys. I don't know if he was engaged or not, or if he
Why
just
would
had to
you?
leave. But yeah, I know I went
Who
on a bit
cares, dude?
longer.
He was doing this. He did the same thing to you that he did to me.
No, I mean I
And it's
wasn't really
weird.
letting him get in. That could be my bad, but
I don't. Why would you apologize for that? Be a man. And it's funny that he would point out the lens effect as a critique, have like completely ironical considering the conversation that was attempted to be had with him earlier. So clearly there is need for a lens effect to demonstrate this. You have people who are actually using their sense when they're doing this by necessity, and he can't see the connection.
Some
Why
of
do
us
you?
have
I'm
gone
curious.
forward with
Why do you
these
think it's?
ideas and tested it, and it doesn't work. Some of us, which is me, has gone further than you guys have, even with Joe Hanvey's idea and model. So here you guys go sitting here telling us to look into things that we've looked into and gone further than you. What now?
yeah, but I would say it already does work. Like, I mean, the
It's
reason I
already
was
been
saying my
done,
bad is
dude.
because there is a fairness of like letting someone else. He did want to get in, and I was trying to finish my point, but I was kind of deep in that whole thing, and I just kind of was on a roll, I guess, or just kind of in a flow. But either way, he may have not wanted to have this whole conversation because the next step. Because the thing is like how I don't think there's any way to refute the fact that all the stars are already mapped to coplanar grids. So whatever the sky is, like Gatebreaker, I mean, it has the two poles, the straight line at the equator, and it's above a planar Earth. What would be the conflict with that?
That
It's
can't
a
be true.
magnetic field above a planar Earth.
So that can't be true. The reason
It
I
already
don't
is
think
true.
it can,
We already see
well,
the two rotations and the geometry
Just
of the sky and the hemispherical
claim
nature of it.
victory.
the
It
reason I
can't
They're
be
all already
true.
mapped on azimuthal
never mind.
grids. They're already mapped on azimuthal grids.
Yeah, is this like something that is open for discussion or not?
No, the fact that water is wet is not open for discussion.
No, I was somewhat responding to Gatebreaker because he was saying it can't, or what something about. Because what I'm saying is that if we had like a field of like even a million little planetariums and we had every single star position, there'd be no curvature. Everyone would be on a flat ground, and all of those planetariums would be on flat ground. And if you stitch all of those hemispherical domes together, you can see a conceptual spherical geometry. Or you see the spherical geometry, and you can conceptualize it into an entire sphere the way the globe model has. But that doesn't mean that's what it actually is. But what we actually observe are the two poles above a planar Earth. That's what we
Is
observe
this
every day of
something
our
that
lives.
people can respond to? Because I would like to address that.
Yeah, write a letter to his PO box. Go ahead.
I get the impression that you've said that, but you don't really want to discuss it. Is that accurate?
No, I was being literal. Whether he has PO box or not, write the letter because listening to you is not worth it.
That's to Geo.
I mean, it's an open panel. I just think because was asking, I a bit more extended into it, but it's all good. Whatever we're doing, whatever.
Okay, so if we all had a little planetarium projector in our heads and we looked up and it projected a planetarium dome around us, then correct. we wouldn't all be seeing the same stars. We wouldn't all be seeing the same anything. We'd be seeing a planetarium projection from inside our heads. And that was the personal dome of vision that Shane and company and Bislin hypothesized way back when. If we had an actual planetarium projector in the middle of the United States that was projecting the dome we see over our heads, then it wouldn't work for people who are out at sea outside of that projection. They'd see something very different than what they see. So no, the planetarium projection thing doesn't actually work for what we see. Secondly, all of those
That's just
stars
not
have a
true.
ground position that
You're
is
just
mapped
lying,
to
dude.
latitude and longitude.
You're
And
lying.
latitude and longitude are not parallel on a flat map. Longitude converges at the two poles. Latitude lines are parallel with each other. But if we assume that you can take a star and map it to a given latitude and longitude, which of course you can, then unless you hold that latitude and longitude works different than it does, it can't be any flat map and still maintain those relationships. It
Did you
won't
say
work for any
that
of them.
in your paradigm on a flat map, latitude and longitude are not parallel? I just want to make sure I heard that correctly.
I think he's saying they aren't both parallel with each other.
I'm gonna guess he
one-
has you muted. That's what I'm voting for. I think he has you muted.
Oh, no, wait a minute. You want to make sure you heard it correctly? I think you heard it correctly.
I heard it correctly. Excellent. So
No, I think you have someone muted.
Would let's say I was standing 100 feet away from Geo, right? And we're both standing straight up. Are we parallel? Like our bodies?
To what degree of precision are you measuring?
Any degree.
Then no.
Then
Yes.
no. Exactly.
Omnivore.
Well,
In a world
the
of
problem
pure
is when we
imagination, right?
measure that we take that measurement with a highly precise, built for purpose instrument, we discover that I'm correct. That we are not, the plumb lines are not parallel. That's what happens when we do the measurement.
What device did you use? What device did you use?
Retarded, dude.
Precision theodolite.
Yo, every
Hold on,
illegal
well,
and legal
that is a
construction
separate
worker
topic.
is laughing
Hold
at
on.
you right now.
Dude, if you guys want to switch to that, we can. Like, just remember in a second, or you guys, if you want to switch to it, but just to at least try to somewhat finish the last topic. So, can you hear me?
Just saying something's retarded isn't a great response. I can hear you, Gio.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I
You might be on some kind of delay though. Before you were roboting a bit before.
Okay.
can
All
hear
right.
you.
No, if you can hear me now. All right. All right. Cool. So, no, I just wanted to say that. So, just with the argument that I was saying from before, like Omnivore, this would be the rebuttal for it on the globe side. It would basically be a complete concession that all of the stars are mapped to coplanar grids. That would be the first part, a complete concession. Let me just finish. Please don't interrupt me. I just want like 30 seconds because I just want to finish that thing.
All right.
Yeah, I'm
go ahead.
saying this is a rebuttal for it, whether you know it or not. It doesn't matter. It doesn't even have to be directed to you. I'm just going to share it. So what I'm saying is that the rebuttal to it would be, okay, first of all, a complete concession that all the stars are already mapped to flat coplanar grids. In fact, that's what GPs are. When you bring them from the sky down to the ground, you then end up with you can have like a flat disk essentially. But that's just mapping down to the ground. Anyways, and position has to say a caveat, but we actually are on a sphere. So what's happening is you're seeing a portion of the celestial sphere, out in space from a globe, And from the globe, because you have a horizon, you're on a ball, you're going to also have that hemispherical dome effect. However, the hemispherical dome effect is not necessarily local or, et cetera. It would be only a result of seeing, essentially infinitely out into space and then starlight and everything, that whole model. So they would just say that all those planetarium grids like stellarium are actually, antipodal to the center of a sphere, meaning all those little hemispherical domes, instead of all being coplanar, they're all wrapped around a ball. But then you get like some of the topics you guys were talking about earlier with the stars and the deflection of the vertical and GPs and all of these different facets of how the stars are mapped. And you guys were talking about the surveying as well, is where that all ends up coming together in terms of, how that is occurring. But so they just say that even those azimuthal flat grids, they're just assumed flat, even though there will be a difference, but then you get into refraction and get into all the different aspects. Like literally is just an ad hoc adaptation of an already planar grid that the stars are already mapped to and were way before the globe. So would you agree with that? Would you concede that they are all already mapped to planar grids, but actually they're all wrapped around a sphere? Is that where you would go with it, or anyone else? Is that what you would say, or would you say anything different?
So I tried to ask you what that meant, and you wouldn't answer. So I don't know. I mean, you were trying to give a rebuttal whether I knew it or not, and I was like, "Whoa, hold on, what are you talking about?" And you were like, "I'm not gonna, can't stop, won't stop." So no, I wouldn't concede that.
Yeah, I mean that.
Why
What
would
I'm
I?
saying is that, like, to me, a valid rebuttal from the mainstream position would be first to say yes, because they already admit they're all already mapped to planar grids. That's what planetariums are, and so on. So it already just is. Anyone who knows astronomy on that level already knows that. They
Can we go back and
they
forth a little?
generally do
Or is that like
concede that's the case.
not in the cards? If that's not how you do
Like
it,
I
then
said,
we don't have to do it. But then I'm not going to respond.
yeah, I'm speaking in about 30-minute increments. You just seem to be interrupting and becoming impatient because I was about to just finish my sentence. But yeah, of course, we can go back and forth. That's why when I'm done, I don't speak and I just wait for anyone else to speak.
Go ahead.
But yeah, but they just say that they are coplanar, the stars are mapped that way, but actually they're all wrapped around a sphere, essentially. But yeah, go ahead.
What does all stars are mapped to a coplanar grid mean?
That means that if you took every single right ascension and declination combination of the sky, which would be a slightly different look of the stars, they would all be on flat azimuthal circles, grids. And if you combined all of them, they would all be coplanar. But the globe, they can be coplanar without any distortions. The globe has to somehow claim that those flat ones are wrapped around a sphere, which is where we get into all these discrepancies.
I don't mean to interrupt you, Omni, but is Geo in here right now anywhere? Is there any way I can share my screen right now?
Geo is the one who's on that length, 30-minute intervals, he said.
Okay, we could try to do a bit of a flat Earth experiment right now. I'm actually out on the middle of the lake right now on my little boat.
I wanted to go back and forth with Geo just a little. Can I do that?
Yeah, I was just saying, I was just gonna share my screen and show what it would look like as I went down the lake
I
and
just wanted
looked
to go back
back
and forth
and
with it.
see a
So
train disappear.
I googled all stars.
Yeah,
mapped
you're
to a
gonna hold on, just hold on for a second. Cole, if you want to do that, you probably already have the role. But yeah, man, if you want to do it, the only thing is you're gonna have to do a screen share and not a camera share unless we move to the stage channel. So you'd have to do like you can on your phone, you can do screen share and then just open your camera app, and then show that on your screen and it'll actually send the camera through that way if you do screen share and then just share the camera app. But you have to make sure you don't like share any private info because it'll show the screen the screen of your phone. But anyways, if you wanna do it, yeah, that's cool. But Omnivore was responding to this point as well. But yeah, that's fine.
I'll stay on mute. But when I do it, I'll stay on mute. So go ahead.
I don't.
No, I mean when you share it, you can tell us what you go ahead, Omnivore.
So when you map the stars from the sky to the Earth, it does not map to any. I don't know what you mean by a coplanar grid. I don't know what you think that means. When I asked Gemini, it said no, they're not. So that makes me think that a honest person who was like an astronomer or cartographer would not agree that they are. Now I could be wrong. I don't know what it means. I was asking you to define what that means.
He did.
Okay, well, first of all, are we talking about one right ascension declination, or we can call it latitude, longitude? Are we talking about one position?
No.
With
We're
the
talking about-
circle of your azimuthal. Are you talking about that, or are you talking about many of them all being coplanar? Which one?
I don't know. I don't know what you mean by that. What does the circle, the azimuthal circle, mean? What does that mean?
Well, I mean, simply, if you're standing anywhere on Earth upright and you were to, let's say you would look north and point your finger north, that would be like the 12 o'clock position. And if you just started going clockwise all the way around, you're basically inscribing a circle, a flat circle all the way around you, which has an azimuth angle. And that azimuth angle is that sweeping of your finger going horizontal, essentially. So you have like the face of a clock, you have a circular grid. And that's what all of the right ascension declination positions are treated as in the stars and stellarium software and so on.
So yeah, but no, that's actually, I don't agree with that. I don't think that works. No. Now, I haven't, I admit that I might not be, completely correct on this. We could talk about it, but appealing to stellarium doesn't help you here, because if you appeal to stellarium as a bunch of stellariums or a bunch of observatory, whatever, planetariums stitched together, that's the personal dome of vision, which I would think all reasonable people would agree is nonsense. So instead, what you're appealing to is the mapping of the stars to latitude and longitude, which is what you get in the nautical almanac, which I do understand. And if you sweep your finger out, like you said, no, that doesn't get you a flat grid. The distance between you and the ground position of the stars in latitude and longitude is not a flat line. That distance is an average sign. So no, I don't think that in good conscience I can say that all of the stars are mapped to a coplanar grid. It doesn't, to me, that seems flatly wrong in the globe model.
You got that right. It's definitely wrong in the globe model.
Well, what you said is wrong in the globe model, yes. So why a glober would in good conscience agree to that, I don't know. I don't know how I could.
When I googled it, are stars mapped to planar grids? It says yes, star maps are projected on a flat planar grids by using mathematical formulas called map projections to flatten the spherical dome of the night sky. Do you disagree with Google?
Precisely.
I like how your thing also says that, like flat maps of Earth, flattening a sphere stretches shapes. So it says Earth's a sphere.
So the mapping, it says yes.
Yeah, I mean, I was telling you. That's what I was telling you on the board.
No, it was not what
It's
you were.
standard and understood. This is the case.
Yeah,
The stars have always been mapped to planar surface below.
And Seafoam, a good point you made there was that then obviously this answer is, I would say leaning towards the globe geometry, right? So then what Omni said would be patently false when he says
so
that
you
this
guys are
isn't the case.
misunderstanding, I think, what Seafoam
May
said.
I finish speaking?
Seafoam, I don't think
May I finish
agreed with
speaking? What Seafoam said was just reading what the screenshot said. So anyways, when I Googled it, it says star maps are projected on a flat planar grids by using mathematical formulas called map projections to flatten
I'm
the
not going
spherical
against
dome of the
globe
night.
amphibious. You're wrong.
May I finish speaking, please? Stop doing that. We're not 50 years old. We can allow people to speak. So then Seafoam pointed out that this does seem to
Yeah, we're just gonna have like no more. We're just gonna have like no more interruptions. So like if anyone interrupts, like you're just probably gonna be muted. So just don't interrupt.
So
it's really
the
obnoxious.
answer
And it's kind of been going on for a while,
still
on and
no.
off. But anyways, Omnivore, just stop, dude. Gally was speaking. I'm just gonna put you on mute, so we're just free from you for a second. Even though my
Yeah, I'll
phone
try
is
to be- I'll
stalling,
try to
so
be
it's not
super
working for me.
quick.
My connection's not good. Yeah, just don't speak, Omnivore. I don't know. I can't mute you. My phone's like not going through. Anyways, go ahead, dude.
That's fine. I'm going to let
Yeah, I'll try to
Gally
be
ramble
super
on,
quick
then
so
I'm
I
gonna
can
respond
finish
to what
my
he said.
point.
Go ahead.
I don't need you to. You have me turned down? You can't hear me?
No, he just talks through people.
Okay,
But
great.
I can
Omnivore.
Dude, it's
hear you
weird. Sometimes
perfectly
my
fine,
phone like
Gally.
I would.
I don't know why my phone sometimes is like it's not working. But anyways, yeah, Omnivore, just stop speaking. Just don't speak, dude. Anyways, go ahead.
I'm not
Gally,
speaking.
you
I'm
wanna
not
say your point?
speaking. Don't sweat it.
Perfect.
You can go.
All right. All right.
Okay, cool. So this talks about how the star maps are projected, and then if anything, this source does seem to. It says flattening a sphere stretches shapes or sizes near the edges. this source seems to lean towards the globe geometry. So then when you were to claim before that what Geo had said is wrong on a globe or wrong comporting to the globe model, you were incorrect because this is a source according to the globe model. And if you want to disagree with this source, you can. But what Geo's saying is comporting to just the first AI overview when I said our star mapped to planar grids.
Well, a map,
Yep.
a flat map of the stars is always going to be distorted because you're taking the spherical sky and flattening it down to a piece of paper.
Correct.
Right, but that's not the area of contention. The area of contention is Geo was presenting a steel man as a rebuttal to what he had said before about having several different celestial dome-like planetariums kind of things. And then he was saying, here's a rebuttal to it. And then what Omnivore said is, that's not actually what the globe says. So then in a basic Google, it actually is what the globe says. So
It
we
is
don't need to
not.
do another...
No, it's not. So
Yeah, because I was saying that the first part
now
of
you're
the
saying
rebuttal,
it's not.
the first part of the rebuttal was that I gave for it. The rebuttal I gave to my own argument is that the first thing they would do is concede that all of the stars are already mapped to planar grids, etc., and all of the history and everything involved. And then, like I said, they would have to take a second step and say, but actually, for real here, they're actually all on the outer sphere and all in relational to the center in a certain position on the sphere, and the hemispherical dome of stars, quote unquote, is actually looking out of a ball. And there's curvature in between those coplanar grids. We swear, just refraction corrections, et cetera, adding radius values, doing various things to then fudge that difference there. But yeah, that's part of the whole rebuttal for it, and that's what I was giving. And
I want to get in.
And you just launched a series of attacks and instantly left the channel, so please don't do that. And then to address your point that you made, the flat map is just a projection, just like the globe is just a projection. Obviously, no one thinks we live on a perfect sphere, and if you do live on a perfect sphere, I have someone who would be willing to debate you on that.
I never mentioned perfection.
All right,
I mentioned reasonable accuracy. And
right, hold up a
there is
second.
no level of accuracy for the flat projection of the celestial sphere.
Okay, so I was on my phone, and I guess that's why it was breaking up. That's unfortunate, but okay, so Omnivore said he wanted to respond, but then are you guys on a slightly different thing now? Because I switched over to my computer.
I would like
But I guess
respond to
can
them.
I just say, like, I'll just be like 15 seconds and just say that essentially what I'm saying is that the stars, in terms of them all being mapped to coplanar grids, that already is the case. The globe has their explanation. I only gave a part of it. There's more to it. I could go on as well, but I just gave the first two parts of the potential rebuttals that are given or in the kind of understanding of it on the mainstream level and so on and so forth, the different ways of thinking about it. But all those grids, an azimuthal grid, the stars are mapped down to them, which is why you can make like two of them, big ones, that one of them's the northern hemisphere and the other one's the southern, and it shows the whole star field combined, but you can put it down to a flat, etc. Now, but the thing is, like Omnivore, what you were saying, when you bring mapping in, that's where the contention comes in, which I know I'd said that before, but because now you have a contention of how the soil actually matches to the stars with precision, and whether there's contention there, let alone GPS and all of the other facets. So when you bring in mapping and trying to get into projections, that's a whole nother topic, because that's what's in contention of how the stars map to the ground. What I'm saying is that the stars themselves,
Over a minute.
Geometrically, the stars themselves are all mapped to their own azimuthal grid, and all those azimuthal grids don't require a globe, and the stars are already mapped to a planar surface. That's my original point. And like I said, the mainstream concedes it. Go ahead, Beat.
Yeah, you didn't make any point. You just
I
said,
did,
"Hey,
because I was going to say is that you start off with the wrong information.
All right, so yeah, I flatten destruction, dude. I'm just temp muted you there. Okay, he left. Good enough. Let's go.
Right.
Go ahead.
Good, because that was retarded." It's like, oh well, we have better maps now, and it most likely resembles what we have to do. No shit. It's called the progression of map making.
So-
what point was that? It has nothing to do with co-spherical. You guys think that the celestial sphere means that's what the ground is also doing. You think it's also conforming to the wall. But you have deflection of the vertical, you have gravitational potentials you have to deal with. You have to deal with astronomical refraction. You have to deal with bendy light. You have to deal with sunsets, not sunsetting correctly according to your model, like where you have a lingering sunset for like 10 minutes in some cases. But it's all willy-nilly. It's all good. It's all good because you can just keep your model internally consistent by adding whatever the hell you need to keep it internally consistent. But it's just that. It's just like a conceptual model. It's not what the ground is actually doing. Have you done that? Have you done any measurements like that?